Part 1, Shun Akiyama.
I can't come up with that. I wonder if there was a, because I don't.
I wonder if there'll be an Akiyama.
I wonder if his name is Shun.
Chapter 1, The Infamous Loan Shark.
I wonder if there's going to be an infamous loan shark. Yay! I can do it for this one. Yay!
We open in Kamurocho on the 1st of March 2010, focusing on a loan company located just above New Serena called Sky Finance.
Sky Finance, do they have carrier pigeons?
I hope they do.
Oh, I'm crossing every finger I have.
The office having books and papers strewn about and an ashtray overfilled with cigarette butts, as the company's owner, Shun Akiyama, lies on a chair reading a magazine article about a supposed serial killer on the loose in town, before throwing the book aside to go to sleep.
Oh, okay, that's a nice bedtime story.
Ignoring the office phone when it starts ringing, only to get up when his mobile gets a call.
Relatable.
The caller turns out to be his secretary, Hannah, who immediately asks him where he's been, calling him out when he tries to lie that he's visiting a client, along with asking why he's been avoiding her calls. With Akiyama trying to apologise before asking her if she needed something, Hannah retorting by asking why else would she be calling him, before proceeding to question if he realises what today is. And when he guesses it's her birthday, she tells him to just look at the calendar, where it says today is Collections Day. Akiyama tries to claim that he didn't forget, and he was simply waiting for the rain to stop, only for Hannah to tell him it stopped raining hours ago.
Oh my god, it's clearly not in Britain then.
Before requesting he get a move on, and that she'll be over after stopping by Kanrai for a Kalbi bento, with her then hanging up. Akiyama then heads out, with it starting to rain the moment he gets to the street.
Go figure.
Maybe it is Britain then.
Yeah, maybe it is, yeah. Actually, you know what?
Maybe it is. The British-Japanese mafia.
That's terrifying. Him deciding to start his rounds over in the hotel district. However, as soon as he gets there, he gets distracted by a young Yakuza running by. This being Takeshi Kido, a member of a small-time Tojo Clan group called Kanamura Enterprises, with him deciding he should see what the guy is in such a rush for. Kido enters the family office before asking some of the other members where the family's captain, Hiroaki Arai, is, one of them answering that he's with Shibata looking over Kamurocho Hills, the boss having stated that they should be jumping in before construction starts rolling by getting friendly with the Majima family.
The return of Majima! Dojima! The GOAT!
Kido ends up getting pissed after failing to light his cigarette, with the guy he's talking to getting someone to bring over a hand towel before asking what's wrong, with him stating it's because some people from the Ueno Seiwa Clan are over at Club Elnard, 2 members having been drinking there since 8 o'clock.
What, in the morning or at night?
Night, I'm assuming.
Imagine, drinking for, 12 hours non-stop.
Having a pint with your cornflakes in the morning.
Now it's British.
Now it is. The other Yakuza ask what exactly the problem is if they're not causing any issues at the club, Kido retorting that them being there is the problem. He tries explaining that despite the fact that the Ueno and Tojo are allies, they're not equal in terms of power, as despite them being considered family, and the Tojo ensuring they won't invade Ueno territory, this is only because the Ueno give the Tojo a large donation every month, stating that the two are only equals in name, and in reality, the Ueno is just another cog in the Tojo machine like they are, likening the Tojo and Ueno Seiwa's relationship to that of America and Japan.
So on one side we have Clint Eastwood, and the other side we have a bag of flour.
Basically.
That's an oddly specific analogy, but also weirdly appropriate.
The whole explanation ends up flying over the other guy's head. Kido then supposes that none of this really matters to a small-time group like them, as they're stuck at the bottom of the ladder. With the other guy then asking, if what all Kido said is true, what exactly is the problem? Since if the Tojo and Ueno are considered family, why does it matter if guys from the Ueno crash in one of their clubs, leading to Kido to kick the table out of frustration over the guy still not getting it, at which point Akiyama then enters the office. The Kanamura boys welcome Akiyama in, who tells them he's here on collections and figured he should give the family's patriarch, Hiroshi Kanamura, a house call, though he figures he must have missed him, Kido stammering he had to leave to take care of something, along with informing him that Arai is currently out with the head of the Shibata family. Akiyama then tells him to finish his story about why the Ueno goons can't drink on their turf, asking if he's going to spell it out to his friends, stating that people from across the street probably heard the shouting.
It does sound more and more like Britain with every single sentence.
Yeah.
Akiyama asks the Kanamura member if he's new, who answers he just joined the family 3 months ago, with him figuring out that prior he was just a small-time criminal on the streets before being drawn to the Yakuza life after seeing Arai. Kino interrupts by saying that if he has business with the boss, he can have him drop a line later, Akiyama then asking if he's being kicked out, with Kido stating he just doesn't know when the boss will be back, and that they're kind of busy as is, with Akiyama then getting up to go, but before he leaves he talks to the newbie Yakuza, telling him it's gonna be one hell of a night, that a couple of strays digging holes in the Alpha Dog's turf isn't right.
That sounded totally not threatening at all.
He tells him to forget about all the clan and family stuff for a minute, asking if they were getting a drink in town, would they go to a place owned by Kanamura's boss and start acting like hot shit on Shibata family turf? The newbie answering no. Akiyama elaborating that, of course he wouldn't, since that would be a kick in the nuts to both Shibata and Kanamura, and that he knows who Arai would come after if that happened. Proceeding to state that exact hypothetical is happening right now with the Ueno in Club Elnard, claiming that Kamurocho has always been the Tojo clans, and that the Ueno are effectively pissing all over them, suggesting that they might be under the impression that nobody can stop them forcing their way into Kanamura property, as whilst they may be part of the Tojo Shibata family, they only have 5 members, referring to those numbers as baby's first Yakuza, with the newbie then asking him if he's talking shit. Akiyama tells him that's the spirit, before apologizing to Kido for him and his big mouth, turning back to the newbie to tell him that he'll make it if he sticks with it, believing that being a Yakuza is about more than just rank, that someone who doesn't get pissed when the family is being disrespected isn't worth keeping around, before telling him to chin up, as they've got peacekeeping to do, since he'll be in the red if they can't take care of business.
Yeah, if you can't flip tables, you're doing something wrong.
Akiyama then heads for the door, but when he steps out, he asks Kido to give a message to Kanamura, before proceeding to shout that his Yakuza days are numbered if he doesn't bite back when a stray attacks, and to remember that he doesn't loan out cash to wannabe Yakuza so they can balance the book on their tributes. along with asking to make sure he doesn't forget the terms of their agreement, at which point he finally leaves, with Kanemura then stepping out of his office, revealing he's been here the whole time.
He's definitely going to make an offer that we can't refuse.
I wonder if he potentially may end up being the villain of this game.
No, couldn't possibly be.
Here's the thing. I'm not serious about this, and given my track record of making unserious predictions, there's a good chance I'm right.
Kanemura is lost as to what to do about the Ueno thugs, with Kido stating he'll try to get in contact with Arai as soon as possible, and if the Ueno start causing trouble, they'll have to think of something to keep it under wraps, with Kanemura then heading back to his office, satisfied that whatever happens, Arai will be able to handle it, with the newbie then asking Kido what the deal with Akiyama is.
It sounds like the title of a sitcom. Like, what's the deal with that guy?
Whilst Akiyama heads out to buy a bunch of beer from a convenience store, Kido explains Akiyama's legacy as the lifeline of Kamurocho. Him and his company, Sky Finance, lending money to people with nowhere left to go. Though, unlike other loan companies, Akiyama's method of figuring out who to give a loan to is by giving them a test based on how much money they're asking for and what they plan to use it on, typically making them do volunteer work. Though, it's unclear what exactly he gets out of doing that, especially given the rumours that his loans don't have any interest or collateral, begging the question of how he's able to keep things running if he doesn't make any kind of profit.
It's just how business works in the real world. You just don't profit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Though Kido's sure he has some kind of system in place, plus he does still drop in on his clients occasionally to make sure they don't skip town. Kido states he's never been able to get a read on the guy, and all he knows is that anyone he lent money to never borrows from him again, though he's not sure why, just guessing they want to stay away from him.
That is actually very suspicious.
He's either a murderer or he's really bad at making friends. Maybe both.
Maybe both.
As Akiyama drinks the beer with a group of homeless people, he notices Arai escorting the Shibata family patriarch, Kazuo Shibata, out of Kamurocho Hills and into a car. He proceeds to thank him for the evening, commenting that they now know the building's worth.
Definitely someone from The Apprentice.
Yeah. But why is this one just increase? We're not even through the first chapter. How many British references have we made? Actually, Finn, keep a counter.
Okay, we'll put one in the corner of the video.
British references.
Yeah.
Just then, Arai's phone starts ringing, with Shibata saying it's fine as they finish for the day, giving Arai a wad of cash to treat himself to something tasty. He then thanks his superior and watches him be driven away, with him then answering his phone, which turns out to be a call about the situation at Club Elnard, stating he'll be there shortly, with Akiyama deciding to check out what's going on himself. Akiyama heads inside to find the two Ueno Seiwa men, named Masaru Ihara and Yutaka Mishima, who have been causing enough of a disruption that they've driven everyone else out of the club.
Hold on, did you say Mishima?
Akiyama heads over to their table, ignoring their questions of who he is, as he begins going through some of the drinks they've ordered, tasting what's left in the bottle from his hand, commenting that if they really cared about their booze, they wouldn't be chugging it like water.
You have no class at all.
Eventually, the Ueno men start getting pissed at Akiyama's refusal to tell him who he is, with Mishima attempting to hit Akiyama with one of the bottles, only for him to dodge and knock Mishima out cold with a bottle to the face, causing the hostesses to run off. With Akiyama commenting it's a good thing they picked a fight with him, since if he was Yakuza, that attack could have meant war.
That's very anticlimactic start to a war.
Ihara starts panicking, claiming this wasn't part of the deal, though Akiyama's train of thought gets distracted by the arrival of Kido, who confirms he's alone as Arai is gonna be a while. Ihara then comes to the conclusion that the two are trying to start a war, Akiyama proclaiming he's not sure what he means, Ihara demanding he stop playing the fool, and at this point he doesn't care who he is, as both he and Kido are dead. He retorts that he's the one who was starting shit on their turf. Akiyama tells Kido to stand back, claiming he started this fight, so to keep it between him and Ihara, claiming the matter has nothing to do with the Ueno or Kanemura, proceeding to throw his business card towards Ihara, telling him to believe him when he says this isn't about politics, just one civilian kicking another's ass.
If that was what our political debates are about, I'd probably tune in a lot more often.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Ihara tells him that big mouth will get him killed, Akiyama returning he's a feisty one, believing he might enjoy a fight for once.
God, stop flirting. Just fuck already.
いいだろう。その分かりやすい挑発乗ってやるぜ。
こっちはいつでもいいぜ。
行くぞこんなきゃ
After taking down Ihara, Akiyama cleans himself with a hand towel, with Arai then entering the club, figuring out the two unconscious guys are the Ueno. Akiyama commenting he missed all the fun. He returns that he hasn't lost his touch, reminding him of why the Yakuza are so lenient with Sky Finance. Akiyama apologizes if he went overboard, as the two of them caught him on a bad day, with him then reaching for a smoke, only to be given a cigarette by Arai who also lights it. Akiyama saying that Arai could always read his mind, with Arai explaining that when he chose the life, he had to learn fast, and if you're not quick with a light, you get a boot to the face. Akiyama states that's not what he meant, instead referring to how Arai didn't even question why he started the fight, with him believing that it had something to do with the terms on Kanemaru's loan, revealing he knows about it given no one loans that kind of cash unconditionally, least of all Akiyama. He then asks if Arai wants to know what the condition is, who says the boss never told him, but he believes it was that Kanemaru would leave the Yakuza. Akiyama then tells Arai that he has what it takes to go big. Dragon of Dojima big, if he plays his cards right.
Do not put disrespect on Kiryu's name like that.
What do you mean?
Nobody can get to Kiryu's level. The idea that he could even think of getting even close to the greatness that is Kazuma Kiryu is insulting.
Well, you definitely write his blog.
The Arai believes he couldn't begin to compare with the fourth chairman, the two being different beasts, and him inheriting Kanemaru Enterprises won't change that. But Akiyama states you never know, reminding him that all it took was a little windfall for him to get to where he is now, Arai supposing he's right. Akiyama tells him that opportunity strikes when you least expect it. The question being, when that chance comes, will you grab it by the horns, or let it slip through your fingers? Saying that Kanemaru's operations may be small, but he'll be the boss. And now you can think of worse starting points, asking he just give it some thought.
Yeah, because there's no way you're going to take down Kiryu. Unless you're Captain fucking Falcon, there's no way.
The two's conversation is then interrupted by Ihara getting back up, now with a gun in hand, with Arai telling Akiyama to stay back, claiming he'll handle it from here. He asks Ihara if he's really sure that he wants to pull the trigger, reminding him that if he shoots, there'll be unimaginable consequences, offering to let him leave quietly and they'll all pretend that nothing happened.
Oh no, I hope they don't pull an Archduke Franz Ferdinand on us.
Ihara asks who he thinks he is, that the Ueno Seiwa's name is on the line, Arai stating he's aware, but if he shoots, he'll return the favor, saying he won't ask why he decided to come here tonight, just to give him the gun. Arai then approaches Ihara, until getting close enough to grab the gun, at which point he gets shot in the gut. And whilst Akiyama and Kido check on Arai, Ihara grabs the still unconscious Mishima and starts running for it. Arai claims he's fine as the bullet only grazed him, telling Kido to chase after the Ueno men, but to not do anything stupid when he catches up to them.
Sorry, I was just, what the fuck is happening? This went from 0 to 100.
Arai apologizes for dragging Akiyama into this, who asks if it should be the other way around. Arai stating he meant it, as he knows what Akiyama is up to. Arai then gets a call from Kido about the chase, with him deciding to head off to deal with business, Akiyama asking he give his regards to Kanemaru and to remind him of the loan terms. When Akiyama heads outside, he gets a phone call from Hana, who's pissed as she's tried calling him 30 times already, telling him to come back to the office, revealing he's been gone for 4 hours and it's now gone midnight, with Akiyama's attempts to apologize falling flat due to his repeated behavior of only working when he feels like it, despite Hana working a tight schedule to make sure the company actually stays on top of things. Akiyama tells her she can go home as she has a key to the office. However, Hana states she can't leave as there's a bunch of scary men fighting outside, being scared that they'll turn their hands on her. Akiyama initially chuckling at her self-proclamations of being a delicate flower, before Hana tells him that one of the men potentially has a gun, and that one of them was shouting something about a Ueno, leading Akiyama to get serious and make a mad dash for Sky Finance. So yeah, shit's about to go down.
Yeah, sounds like it.
As Akiyama runs down Tenkaichi Street, he hears a gunshot ring out from the back alley behind the Sky Finance office.
The Budokai Tenkaichi.
Oh my god, it's all connected. He heads down to find Arai, standing over the corpse of Ihara. Arai tells him that despite his belief that he had a chance to make it big, it just wasn't meant to be, with him then running off from the scene. A young police officer then enters, examining Ihara's body and determining he was killed from a single shot to the head, calling it the fastest way to kill a guy.
I'm trying to think of faster ways, but no, gunshot to the head seems pretty quick.
He then asks why Akiyama isn't running, reminding him that the killer just left, asking if he really wants to try explaining that to the cops. Akiyama asks who he is, but instead of answering, the young officer tells him that he knows Akiyama's not Yakuza, but the force is full of nasty characters, some of which will try to beat a confession out of him for shits and giggles.
Police corruption, just like Britain.
Akiyama's train of thought is then distracted by the sound of Hana shouting for him from the office window, with the young officer then saying he's out of time, with 3 more officers entering the alley to arrest Akiyama, believing him to be responsible for Ihara's murder. The younger officer tells him to try not to sweat too much when he gets interrogated by Sugiyuchi, Akiyama recognizing the name, before getting back to his struggle of being arrested.
いやだから違うんだってさっきのところに聞いてよねえ社長花ちゃん社
So I guess before we get properly into things, I should explain why we have the shift to having multiple playable characters and why we're playing as people who aren't Kiryu.
Go on.
So, the main reason, from what I could gather from interviews, is basically down to the fact that the Yakuza dev team felt that after all the shit Kiryu went through in those first 3 games, there is just nothing left that could believably be a challenge for him.
It's just like we've achieved the pinnacle of crazy. I don't think we can exceed it any higher.
Like Kiryu is too powerful. We literally cannot think of anything that he can't defeat. Yeah.
It's literally a case of after you have him fight off, like, the Tojo Clan, the Omi Alliance, Korean mafias, and the CIA, where the fuck do you go from there?
Yeah, you also forgot the Orphan Grinder and maybe, and possibly...
Possibly the Tigers.
Cannot confirm or deny 2 Tigers.
So yeah, it's basically they went, well, realistically, there's nothing else we could write where we could have something that could believably challenge Kiryu, so we kind of had to make new characters. Just so we could still have some level of stakes.
Kiryu was too powerful for them. This is what I mean. It's like, Kiryu is my god, and the saga of his life is my Bible.
Outside of that, what are your thoughts on the chapter overall, and what are your first impressions of Akiyama?
He's definitely an interesting one. I'm still trying to figure him out, but he seems kind of cool.
I will say, with the multiple protagonists and someone getting arrested for a crime they didn't commit, this is sounding more and more like Heavy Rain.
And then I guess just the chapter as a whole, how does it feel being introduced to Kamurocho through a new set of eyes?
Kamurocho is a lot more British than I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, we made like many references in the past few minutes.
One of the things I do like about Akiyama is that he allows you to explore just like smaller level criminal politics that you just couldn't get with a larger than life figure like Kiryu.
Yeah, the peasants at the bottom of the social class.
I am really enjoying it though.
Yeah, me too.
This is a serious prediction, so I don't know if it's right. I think that 4 is going to be much lower stakes than the past 3 games.
Chapter 2, The One.
I wonder if there will be 1. Wait, Chapter 2, The One, that's a conflict of numericals.
I feel like there might actually be 2.
In Theatre Square, a worse for wear Akiyama wakes up from his nap on the city streets, only for a loud noise to attract his attention, which turns out to be an explosion coming from the top floors of the Millennium Tower,
Of course.
followed by a rainfall of yen bills, with Akiyama, along with all the civilians in the area, rushing to grab as much cash as possible, at which point the loan shark is then woken up from his nap in his cell, a guard telling him he's free to go. As Akiyama heads out, he runs into Detective Junji Sugiyuchi, who tells him he's lucky he had a witness and that he should thank Calby Deluxe for saving his ass, claiming Hannah was drenched by the time she got to the precinct and kept shouting Chief didn't do it.
Oh, that's nice. We love to see dickheads in video games, I suppose.
I miss Date.
Akiyama continues on his way, only for Sugiyuchi to stop him, demanding he stay away from those Kanamura dirtbags, claiming that Akiyama might think he's a saint, but giving out cash to any schmuck on the street does nothing but stir up trouble, asking he keep his pretty little face out of the police's way, as he believes that him spending money like a game is just fueling more crime, adding that he knows Akiyama is involved in the shooting due to his affiliation with Kanamura.
Why is everyone just like low-key flirting with each other in this game?
To be fair, it wouldn't be Yakuza if there wasn't some weird homoerotic undertones.
Yeah,
True.
that's very true.
Akiyama retorts that he has a reason for what he does, and why he lends money to the people that he does, so he's not planning on closing up shop, with him then asking if they're done, as he has places to be. Sugiyuchi then tells him that Kanamura is dead, stating he died while Akiyama was asleep, with him then demanding one more time that he stays out of whatever business is going on between Kanamura and the Ueno Seiwa, claiming that if he sets foot towards Kanamura's boys again, they'll hang him out to dry. So yeah, your prediction that Kanamura would turn out to be main villain, no, he died off screen between chapters.
That's crap.
Oh, my powers of prediction.
When Akiyama gets back to Kamurocho, he gets a call from Hannah, glad that he's been let out as she was worried he'd be locked up for ages, with him then pointing out he was only there for questioning, though he's still thankful for Hannah helping him out, with her then demanding he get to the office as work has been piling up since he was gone. And whilst Akiyama tries to argue that he was barely able to get any sleep, Hannah claims he wouldn't have even been in that situation if he just did his job yesterday. So yeah, Hannah's a bit of a hard ass, but she does care for the guy.
Well, someone has to, am I right? That was so crap.
That was terrible, but I loved it.
That's awful.
Once he gets to the office, Akiyama sits at his desk where he finds a bento meal left for him by Hannah, though by the time he got there, the food's already gone cold. He goes for a smoke, only to find that he can't find his lighter, and as he rummages through his desk, he ends up finding a picture of himself and some other people in suits, with him briefly getting lost in his thoughts seeing it, only to slam the drawer shut. Just then, the door to the office opens, a woman having arrived with Akiyama putting his cigarette to the side and ushering her to come in. The lady then very sheepishly asking if this is Sky Finance, with him then apologising for the place being hard to find before asking her to sit down. She sits down, though she's clearly still anxious about something, with Akiyama then asking if she's here for a loan. The woman then removes her sunglasses, revealing she's the spitting image of the lady from the picture Akiyama had in his desk,
I wonder if this development will be, I guess, developed on.
causing him to get lost in his headspace until she asks if it's okay to smoke, with him saying it's fine as he empties out the mountain of cigarette butts, apologising for the mess as his secretary usually handles customers so he never thinks to clean up.
I'm afraid that she's going to die.
Or kill someone.
Or
Ooh.
both.
There's an awkward silence as she's still unable to be fully comfortable, with Akiyama then asking for more details on the loan she wants. Struggling to get her words out, she asks if the rumors about the loans being limitless with no guarantor or collateral are true. And when he questions where she heard the limitless part from, he picks up that her silently looking away means she can't say, though he figures some other lender turned her down and then told her to go to Sky Finance, reckoning they also probably said a whole bunch of other things given how unpopular they are with the rest of the industry.
Because their heads are too far in the clouds.
That one was pretty good, actually.
Yeah.
No, I feel like they keep getting worse.
He then pulls out a smoke and asks how much money she needs, and when she still struggles to talk, he asks if he can borrow her lighter, and after getting permission to do so and lighting up, he notices the lighter has the branding of a club called Drama Queen, and when she looks up at him, he says you don't see many places with names like that in Kamurocho, with him asking if that's where she works. Her answering that she used to work there, and through further questioning, she says she's been in the business for a while. Akiyama then tells her to name her figure, and when she hesitates, he points out he can't help her if she doesn't tell him how much she needs. At which point, she then says she needs 100 million yen in cash within the next 10 days if possible.
Wait, what the fuck?
Akiyama asks if she has a guarantor or any collateral, to which she says she doesn't have any. As he puts out his cigarette, he asks her if she realizes how much she's asking for, causing her to get up to leave, saying it was foolish for her to impose and sorry for wasting his time. However, Akiyama tells her to wait, as he never said he wouldn't lend her the money, requesting she sit back down and they discuss over tea. Akiyama informs her about how she'll need to pass a test before he can give her the loan, in order to gauge whether or not he can trust her, bringing up examples where he had people take care of the elderly for a week, pick up all the litter in town, or even work in the red light district, with the test difficulty being based on how much money they're asking for, naturally meaning her task will be pretty hard. He tells her that if she passes, he'll give her the loan, no strings attached, but if she fails, he can't give her the loan. And given how soon she needs it, if that happens, she'll be wasting a lot of time. Before asking if she's sure she wants to take that shot.
I thought there was a limit for how much you're allowed to give people loans for.
Well, Akiyama's a bit different.
It's the mafia, so...
Oh, yeah, that's fair enough.
The lady drinks the tea, and then agrees to take the test, claiming that this is the only option she has left. Akiyama tells her he'll take her on, but then their conversation is interrupted by him getting a phone call, which turns out to be Kido, who just got finished getting grilled about Kanamura over at the precinct, as he was the first person to find out he died, discovering his corpse in the family office, with Sugiyuchi having told him about what happened with Arai, both him and Akiyama being confused about what happened, with the two agreeing to meet up later to piece together what they both know.
There's something shifty with his death. I'm not sure what it is, but maybe the girl has something to do with it.
Getting back to business, Akiyama asks the lady to come back tomorrow, as he needs time to figure out what her test should be, advising she come prepared as they'll be starting the moment she gets there. He then escorts her outside, the two agreeing to meet tomorrow. But as she heads down the stairs, Akiyama asks for her name, with her stating it's Lily. And when he asks if that's her real or work name, she questions if it really matters, with him figuring it doesn't before saying goodbye. When she leaves, Akiyama calls someone, stating he's bringing a new girl to the club tomorrow, telling them to rearrange the shifts in order to fit in a new schedule for her. After Hana arrives at the office and some time passes, Akiyama eventually gets another call from Kido, with the two arranging to meet on the rooftops near Theatre Square. The two are still in disbelief over Arai murdering Ihara, with Akiyama believing the guy was too smart to get trigger-happy on a 2-bit goon, and since then Arai has completely vanished, with no one having any idea of where he went, with him believing it's only a matter of time before the cops find him. Akiyama then asks how Kido's holding up after he found Kanamura, with Kido explaining that after he lost track of the Ueno Seiwa men and couldn't get in contact with Arai, he decided to go back to the family office. Though, despite the door being unlocked, the lights were off, and seemingly no one was in.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
At which point, he knocked and then entered the boss's room. Once inside, he saw Kanamura's arm on the top of the couch, but after walking in further, he found out that he was dead. Blood spilling from his mouth and covering the couch's arm his head was lying on, with Kido immediately panicking and running out of the office. Because he still couldn't get in contact with Arai, he ended up reporting Kanemaru's death to the police, and based on their investigation, the cause of death was being stabbed in the back, though there were no signs of a struggle, with the cops believing the killer might be a woman, based on him being shirtless at the time of death, along with traces of lipstick being found on his neck and lips.
Sorry, the cause of death being stabbed in the back. Sorry, I just thought that was so, like, sassy. It was like, what was the cause of death? Betrayal.
Kido is still suspicious about the death, as the office being completely empty is a thing that just doesn't happen, as they usually have 1 or 2 men stay in the front just to keep an eye on things, especially when Kanemaru was in, with him also being under the impression that the boss just wasn't the kind of guy to fall for a seduction trap, given he never really talked about women, and he wasn't exactly a spring chicken. Akiyama figures that if the police's hunch is right, it must have been one hell of a woman, figuring she must be some kind of femme fatale, the kind of woman who has something special about her that just lures you in, and when you think you've got her, she keeps you at arm's length, only making you want her more until she's the only thing you can think about, which will eventually lead you to total ruin.
Well, it seems like he just kind of written the whole novel right there, I feel like.
Damn, Akiyama should write romance novels. The two's conversation is then interrupted by the arrival of men from the Shibata family, Akiyama figuring they're here to capture them, before taunting them that even if they do capture them, the Ueno Seiwa will still be on their tail, though the group's leader says they can't leave as they're here on boss's orders. Akiyama tells Kido he'll buy him some time, so to run out while he still can, claiming he can handle way more hurt than he can, telling him he'll be safe at Sky Finance, and despite some hesitation, Kido ends up agreeing and books it across the rooftops, with Akiyama stepping in to deal with the Shibata goons, who threaten the only way to make things right is with a cutting board, Akiyama retorting that's stale material for someone who does this for a living, questioning who lops off fingers anymore, with him then proceeding to challenge the Shibata men to a fight.
It's almost like he has the mentality of a 14-year-old girl, like, who still lobs off fingers anymore? Oh my god, that's like so last year.
言うじゃねえか。それじゃきっちりお前にはこっちの世界のやり方見せてやるぞ。望むところだ。仇だから遠慮すんな。しっかり弾取ったれや。やれ。
After defeating them, one of the men tells him they've got more heading to the Sky Finance office as they speak, with Akiyama asking if they're as tough as the group he just fought, with the answer of yes, giving him relief that he's got nothing to worry about.
Everything went perfectly fine, the end.
Just then, he ends up getting spotted by Sugiyuchi along with some cops, who is in disbelief Akiyama's already managed to get into another Yakuza brawl, fearing his warning didn't get through to him and he can explain himself when they get to the precinct.
And that's the new world record for saying everything went fine and then immediately goes to shit.
Akiyama asks if they can let him go given he's the victim in this situation, but Sugiyuchi just tells him to shut up before sending the cops in to apprehend him, leading to Akiyama having to run and jump across rooftops to get back to Sky Finance. Once he gets there, he's completely winded, but arrives just in time to see the Shibata men getting kicked out of the office and sent flying down the stairs by Hana.
What's this, Glee?
But Hana is canonically very powerful.
I love that. She could even match Majima.
Who gives him a glass of water after he ends up crashing on the couch, with Kido being sat on the floor in disbelief over what just happened.
どっちにしてもこれじゃまだ警察行きだな。
So yeah, I guess we're starting to get into some of the initial mysteries. So it's basically, why did Arai murder that Ueno guy? And where is he? And also, we have the additional mystery of who murdered Kanamura.
People are dropping like flies this time.
I know,
This is a death per chapter.
Is this a murder mystery?
Are you picking up the theme for this part?
Is it murder?
I think I am. I think I'm picking up that it is a murder mystery.
Do you have any other thoughts on the chapter?
Throwing down the stairs, that's crazy.
Oh, that was funny. That was quite funny.
Chapter 3, Trouble in the Tojo Clan.
I
The
wonder if that'll
return
be
of
trouble.
the Tojo Clan.
You intercepted my joke. Has been murdered in cold blood.
I'm sorry.
Over at the precinct, Akiyama and Kido end up chatting in the bathroom about their interrogations with Sugiyuchi, with Akiyama reckoning the reason he's such a dick is due to him being over 40 and still being a beat cop.
God, he's clearly just shit at his job then.
Though Kino thinks there might be something else to it, as he feels he's got some kind of obsession with Akiyama and Arai, based on how he kept trying to find out how the two met and what Kanamura's loan terms were, which leads to him to question why exactly he's throwing his weight behind Arai. But Akiyama claims it's his secret, and that he might tell him when he's older. And as the two leave the precinct, it's revealed Sugiyuchi was listening in on their conversation from the bathroom.
A very popular bathroom.
When Akiyama gets back to town, he decides to head over to his office, only to find the police are already there, with Sugiyuchi being sat in his office. And when Akiyama attempts to leave, as he's already had enough of him for one day, he claims he's here to protect him.
From Sugiyuchi. That's really weird.
He explains that Sky Finance will be under 24-hour surveillance for the next few days in order to keep both him and his shop safe from the Shibata family. And while Akiyama tries to argue he doesn't need watchdogs watching over him, Sugiyuchi claims the cops are the one who have to clean up his messes, and he's not exactly a fan of the idea of having to babysit a worthless crook like him.
That was a bit brutal.
Oh no, he did not just go there.
He then brings up how this dumpster fire of a situation has gone way bigger than Akiyama, claiming that shit is about to hit the fan as a result of Arai shooting Ihara, the fan in question being Isao Katsuragi, the captain of the Ueno Seiwa Clan.
I wonder if shit has ever hit a fan before.
Well, clearly it must have at some point. We then cut to the Tojo Clan HQ at 12 PM on that day, where the patriarchs have gathered for a meeting, spearheaded by the clan's chairman, Dragon of Dojima, in an attempt to resolve the incident between Kanamura Enterprises and the Ueno Seiwa Clan. Daigo presents Katsuragi with a pile of cash, telling him that in the Tojo's eyes, the ideal way forward is to put the incident behind them, mentioning how the Tojo and Ueno have been close since the time of the second chairman 25 years ago, being confident that neither of them want things to escalate. Katsuragi asks if Daigo believes the money is enough to cover the bloodshed between their organizations, to which the sixth chairman asks he not misunderstand, bringing up that Kanamura Enterprises was a subsidiary of the Shibata family. However, the Ueno stand as equals to the Tojo, asking they consider this an apology for all the undue trouble they've put them through. Katsuragi seems unimpressed, so Daigo, understanding he wants more than cash, has his men bring in Shibata, who in addition to getting on the floor to apologize, has also cut off his pinky finger, which he presents wrapped to him.
That's I know that is like an actual Yakuza tradition, but like for an honorable apology, that seems a bit excessive.
Katsuragi places the wrapped up finger on the top of the pile of cash, before telling Shibata he has no reason to bow, as while Shibata's a top-ranking Tojo patriarch, he's a captain of a nigh-irrelevant clan, before telling him that pinky cutting is a relic of the past, that there's far less painful ways to make amends, as they're all family after all.
Imagine someone cutting off your pinky and then packaging it up for you.
And then turning around going, oh, you didn't need to do that. Daigo asks what he's suggesting, with Katsuragi stating that based on the Ueno's long relationship with the Tojo, they also want the madness to end, that even from his sickbed, Chairman Ueno agrees to this. However, a pyramid of money and a finger won't be enough to settle the score amongst the rank and file. He reveals that Ihara had been promoted to the rank of lieutenant on the day of the murder, revealing that what Daigo thought was a clash between petty thugs in fact robbed the Ueno of a promising talent in the prime of their career.
Okay, well that's majorly suspect.
Claiming that Ihara was an invaluable asset to their future, something that money and a finger can't cover, and that whilst he understands the significance of the Tojo treating them like equals, he feels that some of their members don't, as they've never experienced what it was like when they weren't. Daigo then stands up, wanting to know what it will take to smooth things over, with Katsuragi giving two options: either the life of Ihara's killer, or control of Kamurocho Hills. The latter of which Daigo flatly refuses, as the project is valued at hundreds of billions of yen, stating that no man could possibly be worth that much money. Katsuragi then explains that the Ueno isn't interested in the money, and that this is a matter of Yakuza honor, asking Daigo understand the situation his men have put them in. He states that a Rai's head would be more than enough to appease them, but on the off chance he can't arrange that, the only option would be to offer someone of the same rank as Ihara, and due to the events of last year causing the Tojo to lose Kashiwagi, along with the Hakuho clan, the Nishikiyama family, and the Hamazaki family all being lost to time, that leaves Majima as the Tojo's only remaining lieutenant. However, since he fully understands that he couldn't possibly suggest they kill him, he's offering the alternative solution of his property, him then asking Daigo to think things over before taking his leave.
Yeah, Daigo's in a bit of a shitty situation.
Yeah.
And it seems they're evolving from pinkies to heads, like this is fucking Game of Thrones.
Sugiyuchi tells Akiyama that as a result of what went down, the Tojo, particularly the Shibata family, are now scrambling to find Arai before the cops or Ueno Seiwa find him. However, nobody has any clue where he is, with the cops keeping an eye on the people he's friends with, hoping he'll eventually try to make contact with them, which is why they've set up the surveillance on Sky Finance and why they've been hounding both Akiyama and Kido. Sugiyuchi then goes to leave, but Akiyama questions why he's getting involved when he works for the Homicide Division, as usually it's the Organized Crime Division that's in charge of stuff like this. Though Sugiyuchi retorts that's none of his business, with Akiyama believing he's hoping to score enough brownie points to get a promotion, leading to Sugiyuchi to snap at him to stay out of it, though he does think out loud to himself about what he's even doing anymore.
There's an existential crisis mid-argument.
Excusing it as being down to him seeing a lot of shit go down after being on the force for almost 3 decades, with the conversation then being interrupted by the arrival of Lily, at which point Sugiyuchi then exits. After making sure Lily still wants to go through with the test, Akiyama starts off by having her go on a date with him, starting off by buying both a dress from Milestone and a necklace from Lamache.
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 You can tell it's fancy because French.
Because French.
Before telling her to get her hair, makeup, and nails done, telling whoever does it that Akiyama said to put it on Sky Finance's tab, and when she's done, to meet him again at Club Elise. Once he gets there and sees Lily in her full getup, he's taken aback by how good she looks, with him then deciding to move on to part 2 of the test, that being to entertain him as if he was a customer, revealing he plans to have her become the club's new #1 hostess in order to help the club stay out of the red.
That's a very strange test.
Lily is hesitant about her ability to become the #1 hostess, but when Akiyama reminds her that if she gives up now, she won't get the loan, she musters up the courage to do it, with the threshold for her to pass being to make 3 million yen in sales in just 3 days. Lily agrees to the test, with Akiyama then giving her some initial guidance by becoming her first customer, with the proposition managing to get a smile out of her as they take on the roles of hostess and customer. After some drinks, Akiyama heads out so she can work with actual customers, with the two agreeing to meet up after her shift at Theatre Square. Once her shift ends, he gets a call from the club's manager, who tells him that she managed to make over 500,000 yen. Impressive for her first day, but still quite a distance from her end goal, with Akiyama agreeing to drop by her next shift to give some pointers on what to do. When the two meet up at Theatre Square, he tells Lily about her sales, which she ends up being disappointed by, but Akiyama comforts her by saying that today was just about settling into the job and that he's sure she'll be fine. Lily finds it funny that Akiyama is calling it a test, but is so insistent that she'll pass, leading him to ask why that's weird, as he doesn't want her to fail, claiming he wants nothing more than to lend her the money. that it might be a test, but he's been hoping she'd succeed from the bottom of his heart. Plus, he knows she wouldn't take failure lying down, given how much money is on the line.
God, he's so sweet. I love him.
Akiyama then asks if there's anywhere she wants to go, but Lily instead asks why he's being so nice to her. Akiyama answering because she's worth it, leading her to question if this is part of the test.
He's so smooth too.
Akiyama telling her to imagine this is part 2 of their date before they went to the club, which she takes as a yes, leaning to say it doesn't matter what it is, requesting she just keep him company for a while. Lily then asks if they can go to a bar over by the Champion District.
When he said, because you're worth it, it just made me laugh because when I heard La Marche, my first thought was, because you're worth it by L'Oreal or something.
For God's sake. Once they get there, Lily ends up getting distracted by a building she doesn't remember being there. Akiyama claiming the building's been around for a while, leading her to ask if they can take a quick look around. The two go on the rooftops, at which point she recognizes the building, the place bringing back some old memories. Though back then it was one of the taller buildings in the area, which is likely why she didn't recognize it, because of how small it seems now. Akiyama asks if she used to come around here a lot, Lily saying she used to live here what feels like a lifetime ago, that she was always broke and lived in a tiny apartment, but life was good. She then asks Akiyama why men are always busy looking upward, working themselves to death for one big break, forgetting about the girl by their side in the process. He says that as someone in his line of work, he may be biased, but he reckons that whether it's family or someone you love, it's hard to make anyone happy without money, with men taking that responsibility pretty seriously, all of them being desperate to claw their way to somewhere stable. Lily says she'd be fine without all that, saying that if things had stayed the same, she wouldn't have been the happiest girl in the world. Akiyama pointing out how strange it is that she hates how money changes people, yet she still came to him for a loan, going from not caring about money to desperately needing it, saying life's good at throwing curveballs, making him wonder why exactly money makes the world go round.
It's capitalism. It's all capitalism.
Akiyama states that if money really does make people happy, maybe he can do the same for her, with the two then staring at each other, before Akiyama goes in for a kiss.
Yes!
Oh my god.
Haven't had a reaction that violent since, Kirin Sayama.
This is what I live for with Yakuza, the romance. Not the fight scenes or the comedy, the romance.
There's some awkward tension between the two, which is broken by Akiyama asking why she didn't pull back. Lily saying she's not sure, supposing it just felt right, leading her to then ask why he kissed her. Akiyama says it's a good question, but he hasn't felt like this for almost 5 years now. Lily figuring out he's referring to an ex-girlfriend, leading him to admit she dumped him flat on his ass, fearing his wallet was too thin back then. The pair's evening is then interrupted by the arrival of some Shibata family men, leading Akiyama to ask if they don't have anything better to do. The Shibata men then asking if he has a death wish, claiming they run the town. Akiyama retorting that they talk big game, but all they really are is just the Tojo Clan's errand boys, provoking a fight.
なんだとこのガキは予定にはなかったが構わねえぶっ殺してやる
After taking them down, Akiyama and Lily end up escaping to a public park, him apologizing for accidentally roping her into that, Lily saying it's fine, but looks pretty down, Akiyama asking if she's hurt, before figuring they should probably call it a night in case he ends up running into any more of them, agreeing to swing by the club next time she's in.
Yeah, I was going to say, things are going too well. We need to cut to the bit where it's like, I don't know, Lily killed Kanamura.
Main insights for that were we're getting more of the political intrigue between the Tojo and Ueno, and we also have Akiyama x Lily.
I don't trust it. When things are going too well, we need to throw in something ridiculous like that exploding tower at the end of Yakuza 2.
No, but this is so beautiful. I don't want it to end.
Chapter 4, The Promise.
I wonder there will be a promise. Ha.
Over at Sky Finance on the 4th of March at 3 PM, Akiyama tells Kido about why the Shibata family have been coming after them, with Kido still not having any luck figuring out where Arai is, but since the entire Tojo Clan is now looking for him, it won't take long before they find him, so they need to do something fast before they serve him on a silver platter for the Ueno Seiwa, Kido being more than ready to head out to find him and figure out what his reason was for killing Ihara. Akiyama then asks him, assuming Arai did have a reason to do it, how exactly is he planning to explain that to the Tojo Clan brass? As at this point, it doesn't even matter if Arai actually did it, as he's their ticket to resolving the issues between them and the Ueno Seiwa. Akiyama believing that he went into hiding due to knowing that this isn't about proving he's innocent or not. Kido then asks what they should do. Akiyama then handing him some wads of cash, saying this is his only way he can help now, asking him to find Arai before the Tojo or police do, and that they can worry about the rest after, as he's got other work to do, and Kido is the only person he can count on. Kido questions why Akiyama is doing all this, who answers that it's an investment and Arai is worth it, leading Kido to pressure him into properly explaining why he's so interested in Arai, refusing to take the cash until he explains. Akiyama reveals that a few years back, Arai saved his life, with him then asking if Kido ever heard about how he used to be homeless, who answers he has heard the rumors. He reveals that prior to that, he used to work at Toto Bank, showing him the picture from his desk drawer, the picture being from half a decade ago. He elaborates that he joined Toto Bank after getting a law degree from university, managing to launch a career as one of the best young financial engineers in the business. However, in early 2005, he ended up getting fired, the reason for his termination being that he was accused of embezzling money from the bank, which he figured was some kind of mix-up, but was then shown records that stated 1 million yen went missing from one of his clients' accounts and somehow ended up in his own, with the bank telling him they wouldn't press any charges if he accepted his termination quietly.
Oh, that's bad.
No, we stand embezzlement.
Oh, wait, no, yeah, actually, we do. It's...
Akiyama, insistent the whole thing was a setup to frame him, followed every lead he could to try and find the truth, but he ended up blowing through his entire life savings with nothing to show for it, which is what led him to becoming homeless on the streets of Kamurocho. He'd always thought making it big was easy, but you need cash and trust to do it right, and he never really had either to start with, only playing with other people's money. However, luck soon turned around for Akiyama, as following the Millennium Tower bombing in 2005 that sent billions of yen flying down, he gathered as much money as he could that came raining down as a result, managing to gather 1 million yen in total, taking it as the big man up there, giving him another shot at life. So yeah, it's basically a case of, because of Nishiki killing himself by blowing himself up with the 10 billion yen, he inadvertently saved Akiyama.
Oh.
I guess that kind of redeems Nishiki.
He redeemed himself by helping the most based character. However, since he was still sleeping on the street, that cash ended up making him the target of homeless hunters, a group having attacked him for it, at which point Arai, who at this point had only just joined Kanamura Enterprises, stepped in to send the thugs packing and get Akiyama's money back, leading him to cry ugly tears from how happy he was, which is when Arai promised he'd turn the town around, and in turn, when Akiyama knew that he ever made good on his million, that he'd put all his chips on him, figuring he'd rise to become the king of the concrete jungle. Akiyama states that Kamurocho attracts all kinds of people, but there's one thing they all have in common. They all have a dream. Whether that be getting with the perfect woman, hitting it rich, seizing power, everyone's got something they aspire to. And even though barely anyone actually achieves it, they never abandon it, as it's what keeps people trudging forward. People want to see their dreams come to fruition, and what the town needs is someone who can show them that's possible. And Akiyama believes Arai could be that person. As for better or worse, strength is what wins people over. something Arai has in spades. Akiyama believes that Kamurocho needs a king more than ever, and the town has always looked to the Yakuza for their leader, but Kiryu has left the picture, and no one has come in to fill the void. And without a leader, even the toughest prides will scatter to find a new leader somewhere else.
That's cool. You know what? I support you in your endeavor, Akiyama.
Kido says that Akiyama's speech is pretty deep, though he tells him not to worry about his spiel about jungles and kings, as all that matters is he's bet everything on Arai. Kido telling him he's in on his dream too, that he'll find Arai no matter what. Akiyama asking he'd drop a line if he learns anything, with Kido heading out to start his search as Hana returns to the office. Hana has Akiyama go out to do some of his collection run that he was supposed to have done 3 days ago now, specifically to a bar in the Champion District called Marimba, with him also stopping by Club Elnerd to give Lily some pointers on the way there. Once he gets to the bar, however, he finds that they aren't even open yet and no one's in, though on his way out, he ends up spotting Drama Queen, the bar Lily said she used to work for. But outside, he ends up running into someone who works in the area that tells him Drama Queen is an Okama bar, raising the question of why Lily would lie about working there, with Akiyama deciding to head inside. He heads to the office in the back of the building, where he ends up finding the bar's owner dead, sat on a chair stripped down to his underwear, blood spilling all over the floor, the smell suggesting he's been dead for days.
How delightful.
God.
With Akiyama's brief search around the office leading him to discover that the man's jacket featured a Shibata family pin, as well as a stand of branded lighters, which are identical to the one Lily had.
Oh no, don't tell me.
No way.
Don't tell me.
I was like, did I guess that? Oh my god.
Akiyama decides the best course of action at this point is to just go back to Sky Finance. But when he gets there, he finds that the office has been ransacked with Hana lying on the floor.
Don't tell me that Hannah's died.
No way.
He runs over to Hana and asks her what happened. She explains that after returning to the office from a shopping run, she found that Kido was already in the office, looking through the books on Akiyama's shelves, him having come over because he wanted to run something by Akiyama, but he wasn't answering his phone. Hana explaining he turns it off whilst going around town to avoid ruining his vibe.
Don't ruin the vibes, man.
God, Akiyama is simultaneously the most cool and annoying person on Earth. The pair's chat was then interrupted by a group of thugs storming their way into the office, Kido figuring they're not here for a loan, with Hana then threatening to kick the guys out, only for the group's leader to take out a gun, with him then pistol whipping her in the head.
Oh my god.
Hana apologizes for not being able to stop them, though Akiyama says it's its own fault, as he should have been there to protect her. Before asking if the group were Shibata men, Hana answering the group's leader was a chatterbox who said his name was Midori Kawa from the Hatsushiba clan, and apparently his boss and Shibata are close, with the group having been helping them track down Kido. The men were apparently able to jump Kido and manage to drag him off, though she's not sure where they've taken him. Akiyama getting lost in his thoughts when Hana mentions he lost due to being outnumbered, with Hana then also mentioning how the group also stole their client registry, her reckoning that it sounded like that's why they came here in the first place, though both her and Akiyama agree the priority is to save Kido. And whilst he says he won't go immediately given Hana's state, along with wondering where the hell the cops are, Hana tells him it's fine as she's already called herself an ambulance, giving Akiyama enough comfort to leave her and look for Kido in the registry. After asking around town, he finds out that the Hatsushiba clan are based in the Kamuro Theatre underground, the group having stolen the area from the local homeless population, with some of the homeless men at the top of the stairway telling him that due to the group locking the door behind them, he'll have to take the long way round to them via some tunnels connected to the Millennium Tower's basement, with Akiyama proceeding to fight his way through the tunnels, getting some help from homeless people along the way in exchange for kicking the Hatsushiba out of their old digging grounds.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Once he gets to the family's office, he finds Kido tied up kneeling on the ground, being watched over by both Midorikawa and Patriarch Hatsushiba. Akiyama tells the two to return both Kido and the registry. However, Hatsushiba claims that Akiyama gave them the registry, so asking for it back would be rude, with Akiyama saying that if that's the case, he's going to ask they give it back, claiming he's just playing along with their game, which leads to a fight between him and Midorikawa. After taking him down, Akiyama spots Hatsushiba attempting to sneak off with the registry, who then immediately panics and tells him he can have it back. Akiyama being confused, as he said he gave it to him, so there's no need to hand it back, as he'll take it back after smacking the daylights out of him.
The level of sass is just completely unmatched.
Leading to Hatsushiba immediately getting on both his hands and knees to beg for forgiveness. Akiyama deciding to spare him if he tells him why they bothered doing all this. Hatsushiba explains he was doing a favor for Shibata, who wanted him to find a woman named Lily. And whilst he doesn't know why he wants her, he did look pissed when he was talking about her, with them stealing the registry as they knew she'd been to see Akiyama, and if she was a client, they'd have her contact information. As the two leave Kamuro Theatre, Kido apologizes for making Akiyama go through all that, though he says it's fine, as he doesn't do well with the sentimental crap. Plus, it's not his fault, as not even Hana could stop those guys. Along with telling him things are fine as they got the registry back and Hana only had a bump to the head, so they're good, with Kido deciding to head off, whilst Akiyama goes back to the office. The next day, Akiyama is given the final results of Lily's run at Club Elnerd, with the manager reporting that over her 3 days there, she managed to make 3,630,000 yen in sales, meaning she's passed the test for her loan.
That was the most powerful whistle I've ever heard in my entire life.
With him then arranging to meet with her on the roof of the Millennium Tower to hand over the money. Once the pair meet, Akiyama hands over a briefcase filled with the cash, allowing her to see what's inside. Akiyama saying it's strange, that the case contains about a third of what the average college graduate makes in their entire life, and how people can struggle so hard to make just a fraction of that. Lily saying that even that could be enough to change someone's entire life before thanking him.
I'm so scared right now.
The other penny will drop again.
Confessing that originally she was planning to just take the money and run, but thanks to him making her feel she can dream again, she'll be sure to pay him back every yen, no matter how long it takes. Akiyama then tells her to not worry about paying it back, claiming he's not in it for the money. He just likes seeing it change people's lives for the better up close and personal. After being prodded by Lily, he confesses that the test he gave her wasn't to see how serious or determined she was, but to instead test his own judge of character, as after the bank setting up, his girlfriend walking out on him, and now a Yakuza he was backing committing murder and then disappearing, it made him wonder if he should even bother trusting anyone anymore. He figures it's all part of the job, but he'd at least like to think he's safe with the people he trusts, with the logic behind Lily's test being that he found her alluring, enough to make 3 million in 3 days. Hence why he had her work at Elnerd to see if he was right, with him then apologizing for making her do something so stupid. Lily says it's fine as she feels lucky to have met him, with Akiyama saying that luck isn't something that just finds you. You have to get out there and put yourself in a position to be lucky. Plus, he couldn't be happier that she did pass. Akiyama then tells her there's something he needs to ask before she goes. why did she kill them?
Wasn't even asking if she was murdered, but he firm in his belief that she is.
He tells her that he's pieced together that she was the one who murdered Kanamura and the manager of Drama Queen, the thing that tipped him off being the lighter, bringing up how despite claiming that she worked at Drama Queen, the place is exclusively staffed by cross-dressing men, which begs the question of when did she manage to get her hands on the lighter, him figuring she grabbed one after killing the manager, before mentioning how the guy was in possession of a Shibata family crest. He initially figured the murders were just an act of family violence, but he was wrong, with him figuring out that when the Shibata men jumped them, they weren't after him, they wanted Lily.
The fact that the first thing I said about Lily was, I wonder if she's killed someone.
He asks who exactly she is, and what her beef is with the Shibata family. She asks if her giving an answer will mean she doesn't have to pay off the loan, and when Akiyama confirms it, she tells him that even if it takes a lifetime, she'll pay it off. Akiyama somehow knowing she wouldn't tell him.
You know what, that's not fair. Like, you can't do that to me, man.
He asks if she's skipping town, Lily stating there's something important she needs to take care of, so the two likely won't see each other for a while. Akiyama requesting that when she does come back, that she promise to swing by, and that the money can wait until then. Lily agreeing, leading him to say he's looking forward to that day already, with her then leaving him on the roof. When Akiyama gets back to Sky Finance, he finds Hannah has already come back from the hospital, who asks what happened with Lily, with him confessing that he just gave her all the money. At once. And he's pretty confident they're not getting it back. This causes Hana to snap at him, and when Akiyama tells her it's his company and she's not had issues with him doing dealings like this before, she ends up running out of the office and shouts that she quits, leading to Akiyama running after her, the two ultimately ending up in a park. Akiyama asks her to tell him what's wrong, leading her to in return ask why he's going so far for Lily, stating that she doesn't care if he's the owner, loaning that amount of money to a stranger is insane. He argues that she passed the test, so he gave her the loan, the same rules he holds every client to, but Hannah claims to know the real reason he did it. It's because she reminds him of Eri. Akiyama admits he was initially blown away by the fact someone who was the spitting image of his ex-girlfriend walked in, and that he does have feelings for Lily, but that's not why he gave her the loan. However, Hannah already knew that, and she's still mad, asking why he's still carrying that baggage, asking why he can't accept that Eri isn't coming back, or that he forgot she left him for another man the minute he got fired, proving she was only with him for the money. Akiyama snaps at her to leave Eri out of it, claiming that talking about her that way only makes things worse, admitting that he does have a lot of baggage, having honestly thought he could get rid of it, but there's just some things he can't let go of, about just being who he is, and it's something that won't change. Hannah agrees how stubborn he can be, but that doesn't mean she forgives him, with her still being adamant about quitting, realizing that the two of them are stuck in a relationship that's too codependent, her having always admired Akiyama since their banking days 8 years ago, but now she needs some space from him, needing time to figure out her future in the industry and her feelings for him, and while Akiyama tries to stop her, she tells him that he's done a lot for her, and she knows it won't be easy for him on his own, but she knows he'll be fine in the end, with her then splitting off from the loan shark.
We had it so good.
And it all came crumbling down like a house of cards.
Akiyama then gets a call from the manager of Elise. Turns out a bunch of Yakuza enter the club and are demanding to know where Lily is, with him deciding to head over to see what's up. When he gets there, he finds out a bunch of Yakuza are sat in the seats as they watch one of them perform on the club's karaoke machine.
Dame, dame.
When he finishes singing, the Yakuza asks who the suit is, Akiyama revealing he's the club's owner, in return asking who the Yakuza is, who states that he's a member of the Majima family called Minami. But before he can give more details, he's distracted by the next song coming on, with Akiyama stepping in to turn the machine off using a remote on a nearby table, causing Minami to throw the mic at him asking who the fuck did he do that for, and when Akiyama claims he thought he pressed the send button, claiming it's too dark to see the controls properly. Minami accepts it as an honest mistake as he gets to work making the machine run again.
Okay.
Akiyama then asks him what exactly he's doing here. Minami stating they heard about a woman named Lily working there, figuring he should see her beauty with his own eyes. With Akiyama then telling him that Lily doesn't work there anymore, with Minami being disappointed. And when asked if there was any particular reason he wanted to see her, he says the only thing the boss told him was to take her to HQ, before demanding Akiyama tell him where she went. However, he states he can't for the sake of employee privacy, and he's going to have to ask him to leave, elaborating he's not in the business of selling out his girls, including the ones that don't work for him anymore, as what good is an owner that can't protect their workers?
おもろい兄ちゃんやな。じゃあけどこっちも遊びはない。ヤクザが何もせんとタダで買えるわけがないやろ。金ですか。んなもんちゃうわ。ちゃんとあんたの口からその兄ちゃんの居場所聞き出さんごとには帰られへんねや。どうしてもお帰りいただけないようでしたら実力行使ということになりますね。よろしいですか。ほう、いい度胸しとるやんけ。ほんならこっちも力ずくでも教えてもらうで。
Akiyama wins, though Minami is still insistent that they aren't done, leaving him to wonder what Majima's been feeding these guys.
He's been feeding them the scrap.
Steel beams and screws. Now before Minami can continue fighting, the scene is interrupted by the arrival of the family's patriarch, Goro Majima, who tells him that rubbish he calls singing doesn't deserve the stage he stood on.
Oh my gosh, that's so mean.
He then asks Akiyama if Lily is still here, who tells him that she's probably already skipped town by now, Majima figuring he's late to the shindig. Akiyama questions what he wants with her anyway, telling him that the Shibata family are also after her, wondering if he would know anything about it, Majima finding Shibata's involvement interesting. He asks Majima if he knows who Lily really is, and what his family has to do with her.
あいつは安子ちゃんは俺が守らなあかんねや。安子、それがリリーの本名ですか。なんであなたが守る必要があるんですか。それが俺の償いやからや。25年前のあの日のな。償い
Man, we had such a beautiful romance, only
And then
for
it got
all
torn to
to
shreds.
come crashing down. Oh man, I'm heartbroken, honestly.
Well, let this be a lesson to you. Never trust anything.
What are your thoughts on part 1 as an overall thing?
I think it was good. It had twists, it had turns, it had people taking a quote ridiculous amount of money, and it had Majima making a strange appearance at the end.
I think I really like this part. Akiyama is I love him. He's an incredible character.
I'd probably say that out of the new characters, at least the new protagonists introduced in this game, Akiyama is easily the fan favorite out of the bunch.
The premise was quite cool. I think there should have been a few more clues thrown in that it was Lily, because there was only one, which was the lighter.
Well, there were a few. Do you want to know the very earliest clue that Kanemaru's murder wasn't, like, a coincidence?
What?
The magazine Akiyama was reading about a series of serial killings in town.
Oh.
Yeah, that is the one thing you might pick up from with Yakuza 4, especially if you do repeat playthroughs. Nearly every other line of dialogue is foreshadowing something coming later.
Wow. That's actually really cool.
To be fair, I thought it was Lily doing the murdering. There was that one clue where I was like, there was like kiss marks on that dead guy's like neck and his mouth, and I was like, oh, okay, it's a woman in lipstick, so that leads us Lily and Hannah, and I think those are the only two options. And Lily was already really suspicious, like in previous scenes, and I was like, maybe it might be her. You never know.
I wonder if Yasuko's going to reappear at some point later in the story.
Oh, maybe we'll just never see her again, and she murders a crap ton of more people.
We flash back to the 20th of April, 1985, with a long-haired Yakuza called Tiger Saijima looking out his window, only to get a surprise visit from his sworn brother, Majima, having figured to drop by to see both him and Yasuko.
I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that they are blood relatives of some kind.
They have some small talk about how hot it is outside despite it only being April. Majima mentioning how his boss Shimano was talking about global warming and the hole in the ozone layer, as the current trendy thing for the Yakuza to talk about is the state of the environment.
If they were talking about it in 1985, we were beyond fucked in 2024.
Majima then brings out a watermelon, Yasuko being surprised that they sold them this big so early. Him saying it was a bit pricey, but they won't be eating stuff like that where they're going. Calling it an early celebration.
I love that context. Majima brings out a watermelon because of course he does.
When Yasuko asks what they're celebrating, Saijima asks her to run around the shop to buy some beer, as visits from Majima are rare. Once she's out of earshot, Majima asks him about keeping her in the dark, Saijima claiming he can't just up and say they're offing a bunch of guys tomorrow. Majima telling him he can just say that they'll be away on business for a while, or at least tell her goodbye, but he hand waves it away saying that's bad luck. Saijima then asks if he brought the goods, Majima moving the melon to one side as he puts his bag on the table, opening it to reveal a bunch of guns, all of which have been checked and certified by the Dojima family. They have 6 guns, each with 6 rounds, making for 36 bullets in total. Majima stating it should be enough for Yoshiharu Ueno and whatever Seiwa Clan thugs he'll be with, expecting their numbers to only be in the single digits. 10 max, meaning they've got 3 or 4 shots per guy.
I should have expected it because it's Majima, but this entire scene has just become increasingly ridiculous.
After putting the guns away, Majima tells him that if he wants to back out, now's the time, as it will be 2 on 10, ugly odds even with the element of surprise, and if they do somehow manage to pull it off, their sentence could be anywhere from 10 years to the death penalty. He says he's been a lone wolf and been ready to die since he swore an oath to his boss, but Saijima has Yasuko to take care of, asking him if he could leave her behind like that. The only thing Saijima tells him is that his Kansai accent is slipping, and when Majima snaps that he's being serious, he tells him that his decision's been made, stating that he too is ready to put his life on the line for his boss Sasai, and on top of that, he needs to know how far he can climb up the Tojo Clan totem pole. The next day, Saijima sits in his car, wondering where the hell Majima is. He steps out to use a public phone in order to call HQ to ask where his brother is, but before he can cancel the plan, he sees Ueno's car pull up outside a noodle restaurant, leading him to stick to the plan and tell HQ it's all good. He sees that there are way more than 10 men entering that restaurant, but upon seeing Chairman Ueno, he goes back to the car and grabs all 6 guns, putting 2 in his waist, 1 in his breast pocket, 2 in his hands, and 1 in his mouth.
来るな。頼む。親父だけは、この人だけは守らなきゃならないんだ。これも親父が天下取るため。上野さん、堪忍や。助けて。
Part 2, Tiger Saijima.
I wonder if there'll be a Taigo Saijima.
It just doesn't work as well, does it? Chapter 1, To the Truth. Do you want to do anything
sorry.
for that? At 6:05 p.m, just a few hours after the massacre, Saijima was arrested by Kamurocho police, who suspected the attack was part of a feud between the Tojo Clan and their adversary at the time, the Ueno Seiwa Clan. They investigated executive involvement within both clans, along with interrogating Saijima. However, due to him remaining silent and being unable to establish a direct link to the Tojo, the police concluded that this was an independent act by Saijima. A few months later, Saijima is given the death penalty for the murder of 18 members of the Ueno Seiwa Clan and is transferred to Tokyo Penitentiary. On the 1st of March 2010, after waiting on his execution for 25 years, Saijima was suddenly issued a transfer order. At 2 p.m. on the 3rd of March, Saijima arrives at his new home of Okinawa Penitentiary No. 2, being greeted by one of the guards named Saito, who leads him in.
It looks like an Imperial officer from Star Wars.
As he walks through the stairs of the other prisoners, they have Saijima enter his new cell before removing his handcuffs, telling him that dinner is at 5 p.m. and that all other rules were in the papers they provided, along with warning him that this isn't your average prison, and that if he wants to enjoy what little life he has left, keep his head down and follow orders. At dinner time, when Saijima sits down to eat his meal, one of the prisoners manages to recognize him, attracting the attention of everyone in the room, including one familiar face. The guy talks about how Saijima's massacre led to him becoming known in the underworld as a legendary hitman, though Saijima retorts that he's not a hitman. Soon a group of prisoners approach, asking if he really is Tiger Saijima, and when he confirms it, the other prisoners start moving their tables, with the group stating that they used to be members of the Ueno Seiwa Clan, their boss having been one of the people Saijima killed that day, and now they have an opportunity to get revenge on the guy who caused their lives to go to shit, leading to a fight.
That
Sounds about right.
reminds me of the prison fight from Yakuza 1. It's almost like being associated with the Yakuza gets you beaten up in prison.
Who would have guessed?
あんたに死刑は必要ねえ。きっちり俺らの手でぶっ殺してやるぜ。
Saijima takes down the attacking prisoners, the others being left in silence, whilst the one with a familiar face smirks. He then grabs the head of the lead attacker, telling him that whilst his life may be shit, he shouldn't blame it on his boss dying for it, claiming a real Yakuza owns up to his shit, and if he wants to blame someone, to try looking in a mirror, slamming his head into the ground, at which point a bunch of prison guards enter the room. Saejima is taken to an empty room where he's held in a grapple by a guard while Saito tries to beat him to death with his baton.
Ah, yes. Good old-fashioned police brutality.
Though the beating ends up being interrupted when another guard enters to tell Saito to stop, telling him that he's not scheduled to be executed today and to let him go. When Saito retorts by asking who cares if he lives or dies, the guard mentions that this would end up being the third time a prisoner had died under his watch, so he can't keep getting away with it.
Oh, Jesus.
Leading him to throw his baton in anger before telling Saejima he got lucky. After he leaves, the guard then tells Saejima he has a visitor, who turns out to be the familiar-looking prisoner, having managed to save and get to chat with Saejima by promising the guard 1,000,000 yen via some of his friends on the outside. The prisoner tells Saejima that his name is Hamazaki, and just like him, he used to be a member of the Tojo Clan, having been in the prison since last year, along with already knowing about Saejima's legacy.
Such a small world.
Saejima asks him what his deal is, as the other guards aren't going to be thrilled about what he's doing, along with the place being filled with psychos who likely aren't going to be happy knowing he came to see him, leading to Hamazaki realizing Saejima doesn't know anything about where he is right now. He reveals that despite being in a place called Okinawa Penitentiary No. 2, no penitentiary by that name officially exists, stating that if you look on a map, all you'd see is a nameless correctional facility. Instead, the place is actually a privately funded, high-security prison that was built under government contract, with no one batting an eye as, on paper, the place is just like any other correctional facility, when really, the place only exists to make the Yakuza disappear. Revealing the room they're in is effectively an execution room used by guards like Saito to kill the prisoners, with the official cause of death always being written off as an illness or something similar, them getting away with it as the place was built to hold the kind of people whose deaths wouldn't be questioned or cared about. The only upside being that due to how corrupt the guards are, it's pretty easy to bribe them.
A corrupt government, you don't say.
Saejima then asks what he wants with him, Hamazaki stating he needs his help with something. Jumping ahead to the next day at 1 PM, Saejima sits on a bench within the prison's courtyard, where he sees Hamazaki have a key passed to him, before heading towards Saejima, where he then places the key on his knee and sits on the bench behind him, it being a copy of the key to Saejima's cell he got from a friend. Saejima mentions that he never actually agreed to his plan, though Hamazaki is confident he'll do it, as he doesn't have a choice. Flashing back to their meeting the previous night, Saejima ends up grabbing and pinning Hamazaki to a wall when he tells him that the Ueno Seiwa are still around, being insistent that he's bullshitting due to how long he's been in prison. Hamazaki stating that not only is it true, but they're now close allies to the Tojo Clan, having sworn an oath to the group after the massacre. Hamazaki explains that Saejima failed to kill Yoshiharu Ueno, and whilst they were still hit hard after what he did to them, they managed to pull through, elaborating that Saejima has his boss to thank for that, explaining that after the massacre, his patriarch Hideki Sasai ended up shouldering the blame for what happened and stepped down from his position. When Hamazaki states that if he had stayed, he might have become one of the top members of the Tojo, Saejima asks why he left. However, he doesn't know, as any chance of knowing the truth disappeared with Sasai, and with their leader gone, the Sasai family crumbled, the group rising from their ashes being the Shibata family, the group they were competing with to impress the Tojo.
There's a lot to dump on a person within the span of like a few seconds.
In the end, the only thing the hit got rid of was Sasai and Saejima, everyone else moving on as if nothing happened.
I think this has something to do with the debt Majima owes to Yasuko.
Hamazaki tells the Grumbling Tiger that he gets how he's feeling, and that what he's saying is tough to hear, stating that Saejima has more honor than 1,000 Yakuza, that he might have failed, but he single-handedly killed 18 of the enemy's best men in the process, making him a Tojo folk hero. He then states that there was something spicy about that day, namely that he was supposed to take on the Ueno with a brother who never showed up, before stating that him not showing up was part of the plan. Back in the prison on the courtyard, Hamazaki asks if the reality is soaked in yet, it, saying he knows it stings to hear that your sworn brother stabbed him in the back, but now that he knows the truth, he can't stay happy staying here until it's his day to hang, mentioning how Majima has been living the high life while Saejima has been struggling to survive in a hellhole. He tells him that he's only got one shot to settle the score, but he's never going to do that if he doesn't escape. Hamazaki then runs through their escape plan. At 1 AM that night, they'll both open the doors to their cells using the keys he had made. Hamazaki will wait by the room's entrance, at which point Saejima will make a distraction by throwing his bed over the railing, with Hamazaki slipping away to the warden's office, while Saejima deals with the guards that'll show up. The two meeting up there as he needs something from the office for when he's on the outside. After they reconvene, they'll book it across the yard to the far wall, at which point they'll then use a grappling hook to climb over and escape. How's the prison break plan? How do you rate that on a scale?
I'm giving it an 8. It seems a little bit less thought out, but it gets points for creativity.
I like how part of the plan is just, Saejima, you will beat the shit out of the guards.
Yeah, it's like half espionage, half brutality. I'd give it a solid 7.
He then tells Saejima that his first part of the plan is to get them that grappling hook, pointing him in the direction of an illegal weapons manufacturer who got caught up in a Yakuza arrest. After chatting with the guy, he agrees to make the grappling hook if Saejima can bring him the necessary materials, namely a sturdy chain and a gardening hoe for the hook. After managing to get the materials from some of the other prisoners, Saejima has the grappling hook made and hides it underneath a manhole near the guard tower, the only thing left now being to wait until 1 AM. When the time arrives, Hamazaki gets up from his bed while Saejima stares at the key in his hand before clenching his fist. Hamazaki switches from his prison clothes to a guard's uniform before unlocking his door and running across the ground level, waiting by the entrance under some stairs. Saejima then unlocks his door and throws his bed over the railing, causing the lights to turn on and waking up the other prisoners, with a group of guards running into the room, Saito amongst them, with Hamazaki slipping by while Saejima heads down to fight the guards, refusing to answer their questions on how he got out and if he plans to escape.
こんなことしてどうなるか分かってんだろうなおい。うわおい俺も出してくれ。お前には懲罰棒も生ぬるい。今すぐここでぶっ殺してやる。文句はねえよな。いいな。手加減はなしだ。奴を絶対この部屋から出すな。やれ！
Saejima fights his way through the guards, eventually reconvening with Hamazaki at the warden's office, who after digging for hard evidence, finds something to take with him, which he wraps up and places under his shirt. The two then proceeding to cross the roofs whilst having to deal with a sniper. Once the two eventually get to the courtyard, they retrieve the grappling hook from under the manhole, Saejima throwing it up to climb the guard tower. He then turns to Hamazaki, telling him to go, as escaping was his idea, so it's only right for him to go first. And if he doesn't make it out, then the plan isn't worth shit to him. Hamazaki asks what he's talking about, Saejima answering that he's done making mistakes, wondering how different things could be, and he's done regretting that Hamazaki might not be the nicest guy, but he didn't backstab him, and that's all that matters now.
Aww.
Hamazaki says he's stuck in the past, but Saejima just shouts at him to start climbing as the guards will be there any second, at which point he begins his ascent up the guard tower. A spotlight then shines on Saejima, and as Hamazaki gets to the top, he looks down to see a large group of guards, once again led by Saito, approaching in on Saejima.
Saejima! 早くしろ! Saejima! 何してんだ! 早く! あんた、先行け。あ？何言ってんだ。俺はあいつらを足止めしとく。あんたは先に海に飛び込んで逃げろや。冴島。はよせえ。
After taking out the last group of guards, Saejima starts to climb up the tower, but when he reaches to grab the top, he ends up slipping, only to be grabbed by Hamazaki, who helps pull him back up. When Saejima asks why he's still here, Hamazaki states that leaving him would leave a bad taste in his mouth, along with the fact that he's the second person to have ever trusted him.
Who was the first? I wonder if we'll learn who that is.
It was Kiryu back in the ending of Yakuza 3.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Hamazaki then readjusts the hook so they can climb down the other side of the wall, telling Saejima he's up first. And the only thing that can stop them now is the sea. And when Saejima tries to argue, he reminds him that he's on death row, so the faster he's out of here the better, telling him to not worry about him, as he got everything he needs from the warden's office, stating that what he has is his ticket back into the business, before handing the chain to Saejima. He then tells Hamazaki he'll see him later, and calls him his Kyodai. That the two haven't known each other long, but they're partners in crime now, making them brothers.
It seems like Saejima has quite a lot of that Yakuza-style honor, kind of like Kiryu.
He then begins his descent down the wall, at which point Hamazaki then says if they both somehow make it out alive, that they should team up, reckoning the two of them would be unstoppable and could take on the whole country together. However, the moment is interrupted by Hamazaki getting shot in the back by Saito, still insistent on not letting them escape before shooting him 2 more times.
God damn it!
Yeah, I was honestly going to say, like, this is going too well, someone's going to die.
Hamazaki then tells Saejima that when he gets to the shore, to look for a man named Kiryu. Saejima shouting at him that they're going to the shore together, at which point Hamazaki then sprints towards Saito before grabbing and then dragging him towards the tower's edge.
Hamazaki! Hamazaki!
This is such a massive tone shift compared to part 1, and weirdly enough, Saejima reminds me a lot of Kiryu.
I'd say I like the prison break. I think it's a very different thing, because, like, normally for these characters, they have a prison sentence and they just accept it, but Saejima's put in a situation where he has to escape.
Yeah, they tend to just, like, get a slap on the wrist and they get exonerated.
I also think it's kind of interesting for Hamazaki, because I want to say he's one of the very few examples of them actually doing a redemption arc for a villain in a previous game.
That's true.
Oh yeah, that
Although it seems like a very short-lived one, considering he got shot 3 times.
I think only other thing I want to end on is the actual scene of the Ueno Seiwa massacre itself, that is probably one of the best directed cutscenes in the series, in my opinion. Like, there's a reason why I could not summarize that scene in text.
Yeah, it was definitely what's the best word to describe it? Just chaos. That's the only way you can use for that, because it was just so insane.
Chapter 2, Tiger and Dragon.
I wonder if Saijima's going to be crouching and Kiryu's going to be hiding.
On the 5th of March at 5 PM, Haruka is walking Mame, who starts acting up just outside the orphanage, eventually breaking free and running off towards the beach just outside Morning Glory. And when she catches up to him, she ends up finding an unconscious Saijima.
Is this Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky?
Is this a Pokemon
I'll have to look at what that means. After some time passes, Saijima wakes up covered in bandages and inside the orphanage, Haruka telling him where he is and how she found him. She says that Uncle Kaz should be back soon, explaining that he thought he might be the victim of a shipwreck, so he's checking in with the police. Haruka apologizing for waking him up and goes to leave, saying she'll let Uncle Kaz know he's awake. However, due to his fears of the cops' involvement, Saijima ends up grabbing and accidentally pinning her to the floor. But after an uncomfortable stare between the two, he gets off her. It's one of those scenes that's intentionally made to be uncomfortable, I should say.
Yeah, I think you could hear the uncomfortability in our silence.
At which point, Morning Glory's manager, Kazuma Kiryu, comes back to check how things are going. Haruka saying things are fine before running off to the supermarket.
Look at him in all of his glory.
Kiryu gets to chatting with Saijima, who's feeling better and apologizes for the disturbance. Kiryu saying it's fine, as due to the kids being away for a few days on a field trip, he has a lot of spare time right now. He then asks Saijima what happened to him, and when he doesn't get an answer, if there's a reason he doesn't want to tell him. He then asks if he could at least get his name, Saijima agreeing to if Kiryu says who he is, being left stunned when he realizes he washed up right on the doorstep of the guy Hamazaki told him to find, though he lies by saying his name is Suzuki. Kiryu figuring he must be from the mainland. He then asks what he plans on doing, as he didn't have a wallet or anything when he washed ashore, explaining that without ID he can't go to the doctor or the police, before offering to help him get in touch with his family, and when Saijima goes silent, he pleads that he can't help him if he won't say what he needs. After confirming that the guy he's talking to is Kiryu, Saijima then says he needs his help. On the beach, Saijima claims that someone else on a boat he was on told him to look for Kiryu if he ever needed help, and then the boat ended up sinking, with him as the only survivor.
Kiryu would probably believe that knowing him.
He admits it's weird, but he needs Kiryu's help to get back to Kamurocho, that he's not asking for 100 grand, just enough to get him to Tokyo, assuring him he'll pay it back after he takes care of business. Kiryu then asks him how long he was in for, or more specifically, how many years has he been in prison, claiming he knows that Saijima wasn't in a shipwreck as whilst he was asleep, he went to town and asked the Coast Guard if there were any accidents that night, and it turns out it was one of the calmest nights they've had in months. He then questions what he thinks the cost of travelling from Okinawa to Tokyo is, and when Saijima guesses it couldn't be more than 30 grand, Kiryu tells him that would only get him the plane ticket and he'd have no money for transport to the airport or for when he'd get to Tokyo, asking if he knows how much a taxi ride is.
Have the prices gone up that much in the past 25 years?
He explained that he figured out Saijima's been locked up for years because he saw what happened with Haruka, saying he had the look of someone who hasn't been part of everyday society for a long time, saying he knows how hard it can be to readjust to the outside due to his own time in prison, saying he was lucky to have only gone a decade, and that because of that he's guessing Saijima's was, or is, longer. Kiryu says he won't tell him what to do, but he advises he should turn himself into the police before they catch him, as they might go easy on him if he goes peacefully and before the media catches wind of the story, offering to take him to the station. Saijima then laughs before telling Kiryu that he can't go back, as they'd kill him on the spot, cluing him in on the fact that he's on death row, before stating that he's been in the slammer for 25 years, and now all that matters is getting to Kamurocho by any means necessary, not wanting to have a fresh start, but to instead just find the truth and make those responsible feel the pain he's been dealing with for all that time, stating he has to avenge his boss even if it kills him. Saejima says he's grateful for what Kiryu and Haruka have done for him, but he needs to leave as they know too much about him, asking one last time for some money. Kiryu tells him no, that he's not sure what he did to get tossed in prison, but he's not helping him get revenge, as he's seen enough people walk that path, warning him that no matter how much he may want it, the only thing that will be waiting for him at the end is misery, stating that if he still wants to go through with it, he'll need a good reason. Saejima asks what'll happen if he can't tell him, with Kiryu claiming he'll stop him here and now, taking the continued silence as a no.
すまんな。俺はこの目で全てを確かめたいんじゃ。それまでは誰も信用できへん。なるほどな。どうやらあんたは俺と同じ匂いの男のようやな。俺の兄弟にもよう似とる。俺もあんたと似てる男を知ってる。安心したわ。あんた相手なら間違えて殺す心配はないようや。ああ、こっちもあんたがどこまで本気なのか確かめさせてもらうぜ。行くで。キリュウ！来い！
The fight ends up becoming a standstill, both being surprised at each other's strength. Haruka ends up coming back to see Uncle Kaz fighting the guy who washed up outside their house, and ends up running down to try and break up the fight, though she ends up accidentally getting pushed to the side, with Saejima soon after collapsing to the ground struggling to breathe, with him then asking himself how he's going to face Hamazaki now before passing out, Kiryu and Haruka being shocked to hear that name again.
This is like the ridiculousness that I want from Yakuza.
Jumping ahead to later at night, the two are watching over a still unconscious Saejima, who seems to be having nightmares, a doctor having told them that he's exhausted and probably malnourished. Kiryu picks up that Haruka's worried about him, and she's still thinking about what he said on the beach, as she could never forget the name of the man who stabbed Kiryu last year, and she can't trust someone who's friends with him. Kiryu says he knows how she feels, and asks if she hates him because of that, to which she answers that she doesn't know. Kiryu says that just because he knows Hamazaki, that doesn't mean Saejima is a bad person, and that whilst he was a bit unhinged last time they met, a lot can change in the span of a year, figuring that he only even attacked him as when he lost his position within the Tojo Clan, he lost the only thing that meant something to him, going as far as to say that if Hamazaki came asking for help, he would do it in a heartbeat, provided he learned to have faith in his fellow man.
Kiryu has a surprising amount of faith in people.
Especially considering he beats up like hundreds a day.
He then asks Haruka if she thinks he's a bad guy, mentioning how he's clearly Yakuza given the tattoo on his back, but how he also has one, bringing up how over their time together, she's seen plenty of both good and bad people that have worked in that kind of business, before questioning where she thinks Saejima lands on that spectrum, answering that if she had to pick, she doesn't think he's a bad person. Kiryu then says that's good to hear, before getting up to do some shopping, as Saejima will need a good meal when he wakes up. And when Haruka says that all the shops are closed by now, Kiryu assures her that somewhere in town will be open, and that she'll be fine watching over him. Before he heads out, Kiryu tells Haruka that there's a bag by the door that belongs to Saejima, confusing Haruka as she didn't see one earlier, with him going on to say he found it on the beach, and to ask she hand it over to him when he wakes up. After more time goes by and Haruka dozes off, Saejima finally wakes up. His moans when trying to sit up, awakening Haruka, who asks Suzuki if he's feeling any better. Saejima almost forgetting his own pseudonym before asking where Kiryu went. Haruka explaining he's still going shopping. She then goes to grab Saejima's bag, mentioning that Kiryu told her to give it to him. Inside, Saejima finds a note, a set of new clothes, and an envelope full of money. Haruka asking if he's okay when he starts to tear up. Saejima brushing off that he's fine before standing up, telling Haruka he appreciates everything both her and Kiryu have done for him, that this is goodbye for now, and they might not see him for a while. And when Haruka points out that it's 3 in the morning, Saejima says he doesn't have time to wait before heading out to get changed.
I really hope that at least for this game, Kiryu doesn't involve himself any further with the Yakuza.
I have an erect prediction that that will not end up being true.
I know it's not going to happen, but I can hope, okay?
Haruka suggests he should at least stay and rest a bit more. He says he can't do that, but before leaving, he tells her that his name isn't Suzuki, it's Tiger Saejima, asking her she tell Kiryu, along with the message that he'll never forget what they did for him, promising that they'll meet again someday, before taking his leave for Kamurocho, Kiryu watching from a distance as he leaves the orphanage. He then enters apologizing to Haruka for taking so long, who tells him that Saejima just left, asking if he's going to stop him since he hasn't fully recovered. But Kiryu's sure he'll be fine, with him then going to have a smoke. Haruka wonders how he could be so confident, before questioning what happened to the groceries he went out to get, Kiryu telling her that she was right and all the stores were closed, with Haruka then lying on the floor bemoaning how she can't figure out how grown-ups work sometimes.
Join the club, honestly.
I feel like quite a lot happened in a very short span of time. I think it was really cool that both Saejima and Kiryu were like, hey, you remind me of this guy I know.
And it's like the 2 different eras of Majima.
Yeah, I think like if anything that makes me a lot more curious about what made Majima go completely batshit. Also, I really love the dynamics between Kiryu and Haruka. I love that they have this very much kind of a father-daughter relationship, and it's really beautiful.
I will say, the fight against Kiryu was probably one of the most hype moments in the game.
My brain is simply overflowing with the idea that Kiryu could possibly have a match in any way.
Chapter 3, The 25-Year Vacuum.
I wonder if there will be a 25-year vacuum. Haha, I did it. Yeah,
You did it.
Yeah.
the most apathetic delivery of all time, but I still did it.
No, but it worked. It worked.
On the 6th of March, Saejima finally arrives in Kamurocho, and after taking in the sights and encountering the people, he's left in disbelief as to how shit it's gotten. Though he puts his feeling for the town's current state aside and begins his search for Sasai, starting by heading over to where the family office was in Park Alley. When he gets there, any sign of the family is gone, and when he asks a nearby homeless guy if he knows anything, he directs him towards a man named Toku in the underground mall. After giving him some alcohol, Toku confirms that the family ended up disbanding shortly after Saejima's massacre, though he has no idea what happened to Sasai. Though he does try to cheer up Saejima by suggesting that given the general secrecy of the Yakuza, he could still be alive.
Could maybe kinda, perhaps.
Before suggesting he should try to go back to where it all began, as that's what always helps him find things. Saejima deciding to start with his old apartment in the Champion District. When Saejima heads up to the apartment's roof, he ends up spotting none other than Kido, who just got finished beating up some thugs, with him deciding to stay behind the door and listen in on their conversation.
Now we're seeing the plot threads connecting. Very cool.
Kido ends up telling the beat-up thugs that whilst he may look like a run-of-the-mill punk, someone like that would not be working directly under Arai, with everyone in the Shibata family being morons for not considering that, and if they keep pulling shit like that, they're never gonna find Arai. Saejima then steps out to ask Kido if the men he wasted are all Shibatas, before pressing him if he works in the business and what family he works for. And when Kido tells him he's part of the Shibata family, why he was beating up his own men, Saejima figures that since Kido isn't on friendly terms with them, he's the man he needs, saying he's gonna help him find his boss, though Kido ends up running off to try and escape, with Saejima giving chase.
I just love that. It's just like, just this guy walks up to you, is like, hello, random stranger. Are you with the Yakuza?
After catching and then giving him the chance to catch his breath, Kido fills in Saejima about the Arai situation, Kido having no luck finding him as the Shibata are constantly on his ass, and Akiyama is unable to help, who's safe for the time being thanks to the 24-hour police surveillance of Sky Finance. Saejima then tells Kido about the Sasai family, the group having been a third-tier Tojo Clan group, similar to Kanamori Enterprises, along with being rivals to the Shibata family, both patriarchs being in a power struggle to climb the ranks of the Tojo at the time, with the Ueno Seiwa massacre having been planned to help Sasai reach the top, hence why Saejima agreed to do it.
An interesting choice to make to help him reach the top of the Tojo.
Kido is left stunned that he's talking to a Tojo Clan legend, though Saejima claims there's nothing legendary about pulling a gun and pulling the trigger, only caring about helping his patriarch even if he hanged for it, surprised that his death never came. With Kido piecing together that he escaped prison, Saejima says the only thing he's here for is to see if it's true that his boss just vanished and if Majima actually betrayed him, though Kido states there's nothing he could do to help him given he's a complete nobody compared to Saejima's legend status, and he's got his own issues right now with the Shibata. Saejima says he doesn't want much, just to be pointed in the right direction to someone who knows what happened back in 85, which leads Kido to remember a guy who could help, an information broker who's known as one of the best in town, though before divulging specifics, he suggests they get out of there before the cops arrive, taking Saejima to his current hideout, which turns out to be the abandoned Hatsushiba clan office. Kido then tells Saejima about the legendary info broker, the guy having been rumored to keep tabs on everything that happens in Kamurocho, past and present, and that whilst he doesn't know exactly how he gathers his information, there's apparently not much he doesn't know, with him suggesting Saejima should ask the local homeless population, as it's believed that they're his main source of information, along with giving him a heads up to be careful on the streets, as the town has been crawling with cops recently. When he leaves the theatre underground, Saejima ends up getting roped in to help some homeless people who are being attacked within Kamurocho's sewers, and after helping them out and asking around, he finds out that the informant he's looking for is named the Florist of Sai, due to his info being delivered on cards inside flower bouquets, and that there's a rumour that the way to get to his hideout is via a hidden back door in the public toilets by West Park. Saejima heads over to the toilets, forcing open the door of the stall to access the hidden door, only to find it's locked shut and he can't open it, with him deciding to head out whilst apologising to the guy who was in the stall.
I love that.
Let the guy shit in peace.
With no other options, Saejima decides to ask around to see if anyone knows how to get to the florist, eventually finding a sewer worker who spotted someone who he believes to have been the info broker whilst he was doing work in the northern sewer line connected to Children's Park, the guy having headed down before reaching a heavy door at the end which he believes links to Purgatory. Saejima heads through the sewer and finds that Purgatory really is at the end, with him then heading into a large castle where he finally meets the Florist of Sai, who is already aware that he was looking for him. Saejima asks him if he knows what happened to Sasai, the florist stating that he does, but the info won't be cheap, giving a price of 10 million yen. Saejima saying he doesn't have that kind of cash, figuring that the florist already knew that, at which point he offers an alternative method of payment, that being to win an exhibition death match in Purgatory's underground coliseum, with Saejima reluctantly agreeing to it.
Oh, seems about buck standard.
At the ring, the announcer hypes up the audience for the 3,632nd Kamurocho Coliseum tournament, with today's match seeing the champion in an exhibition death match. In the blue corner, there's the challenger, Tiger Saejima, known as a legendary hitman for managing to kill 18 men 25 years ago. And in the red corner, the tournament's current champion, who in his 6 months since entering hasn't lost once in his 100 fights, Ivan Abramovich. That is the most, Russian name I could think of.
I was about to say, yeah.
The walls of the ring then lower as the crowd cheers for the upcoming bloodbath, with both fighters preparing for the death match.
Ima! Ongu desu!
Saejima manages to knock down Abramovich, at which point the arena's walls then rise, and the audience start chanting for Saejima to kill him. Someone going as far as to say he's already put 18 people 6 foot under, so what's one more? A sword is then thrown into the ring, with the florist taking interest to see what happens. Saejima unsheaths the sword and starts walking towards Abramovich.
誰や今俺に一人増えても問題ない言うたやつはお前かお前かお前ら殺せ殺せ言うてるけどもやなこん中でほんまに人殺したやつがおるんかこらええか教えといたるわ人を殺すっちゅうんはな人を殺すっちゅうんはなごっつ怖いもんなんじゃ25年前のあの日から俺は毎日必ず夢を見る18人殺した日の夢や殴った奴の方の感触骨が砕ける瞬間の音悲鳴死んでいった奴の顔全部が事細かに夢に出る死んだ人間の家族に申し訳ないとかそんなんは当然思うそやけどなそんなもんちゃうね人を殺したらな殺した人間は恐怖から逃げられへんね毎日怖い思いせなあかんねそれがどんなに苦しいことかお前らにわかるかくだらんこんな勝負は俺は降りる
I want to to say that scene in the Colosseum, honest to God, every time I see that scene, I still cry a bit.
Oh.
Especially considering it's like throughout the lore, it's this horrible thing. So you'd be like, in your head, you'd think, oh, it's just a horrible person and he's evil and he caused all basically the catalyst for almost the entire story. And it's like, oh, never mind, he actually feels bad about it.
Yeah, I want to say scenes like that are why, just to jump ahead a bit, Saejima is my favorite character in Yakuza 4. Chapter 4. Oath of Brotherhood.
I wonder if there'll be an Oath of Brotherhood.
I wonder how many comments are gonna end up complaining how old it's getting. As Saejima storms off, he's stopped outside the Colosseum's lobby entrance by the florist, who reveals the whole thing was a test, and had he killed Ivan, he would have denied his request, stating that whilst the customers come to see blood, letting his prize fighters kill each other would be bad for business, being relieved to see the humanity still left in him.
I feel like every single time someone goes see the florist, it's like, you battle to the death. They don't actually battle to the death.
The two then head over to the florist's office, and after assuring him that Ivan is fine and will likely be fighting again in a week at most, he tells Saejima what happened to Sasai. Following him stepping down from the Tojo, Sasai was forced into hiding after the Ueno Seiwa Clan put a hit on him, and several months later, someone brought him to Purgatory, though he was barely clinging to life, and since then he's been living on the streets. The florist says they've managed to keep him alive, currently living as part of Kamurocho's homeless population, but he's not the man Saejima remembers him as, with him then getting his men to bring Sasai to his office. Once he arrives, Saejima finds that his patriarch is in a catatonic state, not being able to stand or speak, and barely aware of his surroundings, with the florist then telling him that the man who brought Sasai to him was Majima, him only being able to assume he was trying to protect him from the Ueno Seiwa after Saejima was arrested. Saejima ends up running over to his former boss, crying and begging that he talk to him, telling him that he's come home, though the florist says there's no point, as he doesn't have a shred of consciousness left, so no matter what he says, he won't get a response.
親父、俺です。帰ってきたんです。親父。さあ、親父。さあ。さあ。さあ。
Oh my god, this
Yeah, that's
entire
another scene
part
that
is
makes
just,
me cry every time.
Just so...
yeah, this entire, actually, honestly, this entire game has just been plucking at my heartstrings, and it's
After giving him some time to take everything in, the florist asks Saejima what he plans to do now, with Saejima stating that he needs to meet with Majima to find out what really happened in 85, needing to know if he's wasted half of his life behind bars. Though before he heads out, the florist warns him that the police have gotten wind of Saejima being in Kamurocho, so he's going to have to be more careful around town, as the place is crawling with cops, suggesting he lay low and go back to his hideout for the time being. After taking a route via the Kamurocho rooftops and sewers, Saejima eventually manages to make it back to the hideout, only to find the place filled with beaten up homeless men with Minami sat on the officer's desk, one of the homeless men telling him that the guy barged in whilst he was gone. Saejima asks who he is, at which point Minami reveals his name and that he works for the Majima family, figuring he must be talking to Saejima. He tells him he's not here for a fight, the men having jumped him when he came to say hi, stating that he's here because the boss wants to see him, giving the message to come to his office in the Millennium Tower tomorrow night. Minami warning that, knowing him, Majima probably has something fucked up waiting for him on the top floor, so to come prepared. As Minami goes to leave, Saejima tells him to give a message to Majima that he better have some damn good answers ready, or else he's getting his shit kicked in. The next day, Kido tells Saejima that the place is still swarming with cops, with him giving a convoluted route he can take that will get him from the theatre underground to the Millennium Tower entrance without being caught by the police, using a mix of the sewers, the underground parking lot, and the rooftops. Before Saejima leaves, Kido says there's one thing he needs to ask him. does he ever regret what he did? Stating that he knows it was for his boss, but those 25 years in prison must have made him think about it. Saejima questions why he's asking, before figuring out he must be planning to do something big himself, but is getting cold feet. He states that he can't say he doesn't have regrets. The souls of those he killed that day still eating away at him to this day, but getting sent to prison and doing what he did for the boss, he doesn't regret a speck of that. Kido asks how Saejima can be that strong, him answering it isn't strength. He's just living the life he and his brother chose to lead, claiming that's what being a Yakuza is really about. That people may think that they're simply criminals, but every day he's proud to be part of something bigger, saying honor and duty is all it means, and had he left that day without doing his duty, that would be a betrayal which goes against everything he believes in, something he'd truly regret. He then gives Kido the advice that you have to go balls out, that you only get one chance to hit it big, so when that time comes, to put your life on the line. Giving it your all is the only way. No looking back, no regrets. He then tells Kido good luck before leaving to see Saejima, with Kido bowing in respect to the Tojo legend.
I cannot wait to get emotionally destroyed by this chapter.
Once Saejima gets to the Millennium Tower, he finds that the entrance is completely full of Majima family men, Minami stating that the boss told them that if Saejima is who he says he is, they're all about to get their asses kicked, with him also being curious what kind of guy the boss would call his brother. Saejima agreeing to let them cut loose as it gives him the chance to see what kind of family Majima managed to scrape together, leading to a fight between Saejima and the Majima family.
You know what? That's incredibly on brand for Majima.
Saejima ultimately wins, commenting that Majima raised his boys right, and as Minami tries to get up to continue the fight, they hear an elevator arrive, containing Majima. He approaches Saejima, apologizing for the wait, figuring they have some catching up to do, but not here, proposing they take a stroll. Outside, the building is surrounded by even more Majima family men, Majima explaining they're here to stop the police from interfering, with the two then walking down the path created by the men. Saejima asks where they're going, Majima answering to their old stomping grounds, them ending up at the Yoshida Batting Center, with him ushering Saejima in as the clock's ticking, and he could use a few swings. Majima heads in, wanting to hit a few for old time's sake. As Majima starts playing the machine, Saejima tells him to quit it, saying that he knows why he's here. Majima confirming that it was to meet Sasai and get revenge on him. Saejima asks if he knows, then why is he fucking around right now? That he needs to know what happened that day in 85 and why he never showed up. Majima keeps ignoring him, but when he goes to swing for the next ball, before his bat can hit it, Saejima grabs it with his bare hand before demanding he get answers. Majima then puts the bat down and walks further into the cages, asking Saejima what the holdup is, and if he forgot what they promised each other, that the minute they stepped into this world, the deal was sealed, that duty's everything, and whether it be friend, foe, or even sworn brothers, the price for betrayal is death, that being the oath they swore on the day they became brothers. Saejima stating he remembers every word of it, Majima going on to say that whatever the reason, he betrayed him, and he couldn't help Sasai either.
真島脱げや兄弟昔みたいに殴り合うて決着つけて俺に言い訳させてくれやお前が俺に勝てたらの話やけどな舐められたもんやな安心したわまだ体はダブついてないよや25年間無所で毎日鍛えられとったわのうのうと暮らしとったお前とはちゃうそれじゃこっちも手加減なしで行かせてもらうぜ望むところへ行くでー兄弟よっ
When Majima falls to his knees, Saejima asks if he's got no gas left in the tank, that he's going down that easily, before running in to punch him, stopping right before hitting his face, at which point the two both fall to the ground exhausted. Saejima claiming they've both changed. They both used to shine bright, but all these years turned them into a pair of farts.
Just imagine these guys in their prime. That's terrifying to think about.
Though at least now, Majima can keep up the Kansai act, leading him to get up in his face asking if he's starting shit. Saejima tells him he's joking, but Majima is still different to how he remembers him, claiming he used to be 100 times stronger than he is now, along with asking what's up with the eye patch, and if that's what's holding him back. Majima claiming it's got nothing to do with it, as he's had to deal with it for 25 years now, stating that the same day he lost Saejima and Sasai is when he lost his eye, with him taking off the eye patch to show Saejima what's underneath, before joking that going from having 20/20 vision to just 20 made him half as tough, figuring the fight wouldn't be fair if he didn't have some kind of handicap. Saejima asks if he lost that eye because of him, that he got mixed up in something, and that's why he never showed up. Majima gets up and claims that the whole Ueno Seiwa hit, from what he can tell, was all just a setup, stating he's not 100% sure, and there's no way of finding the truth now. The reason being that he believes the guy who was responsible is never going to talk again. That person being Kazuo Shibata.
It's all coming together.
We then get a flashback to the day of the massacre, this time from Majima's perspective, where he's taken to an old warehouse, asking why he's been brought out here. The man leading him commenting that his Kansai accent's gotten better, and he can see why Shimano took an interest in him, though Majima just asks if Shibata's gonna tell him what this is about. Shibata asks if he's going to a funeral given the outfit he's wearing, before stating that Sasai's boy Saejima was wearing a similar suit that morning. He then gets to the point, telling Majima that he's being pulled out of the hit on Yoshiharu Ueno, revealing he knows about their plan for that day, and that Patriarch Dojima doesn't think it's in their best interest to stamp out the Ueno Seiwa just yet. Majima demanding to have a reason why. Shibata starts off by recapping the reasoning behind the hit, that it was a Dojima family idea, beginning as a bid to expand their turf in the city, with them leaving the job of carrying out the execution to the Sasai family, hence why it's being carried out by Majima from the Dojima family and Saejima from the Sasai family. Shibata then asks Majima if he thinks the whole scenario seems a bit strange, questioning how the Tojo Clan even found out that the Ueno would be going to a ramen shop immediately after his release, and why after spending 2 years in prison, the chairman's first meal would be noodles, claiming the Ueno Seiwa Clan should be throwing a lavish celebration in honor of his release.
Because pot noodles are underrated.
Yeah, they're incredible.
He says the whole thing stinks, believing it was planned by a traitor within Chairman Ueno's ranks, as the setting of a tiny, cramped noodle shop on the edge of town is a spot that's practically begging for an ambush, especially for a top Yakuza that was just released from prison.
I'm wondering who that could be, though.
Shibata suspects the whole scenario was authored by two traitors, one in the Ueno Seiwa to leak Ueno's plans, and one within the Tojo to pass the news to them, going on to say that the Tojo Clan traitor is Hideki Sasai, as he was the one who got the info and urged the Tojo brass to authorize the hit, with it being believed he wants to start a war between the two organizations, as Ueno's death would give his clan more than enough reason to declare war on the Tojo, Shibata believing he'd work with the Ueno Seiwa traitor to contain the situation, and by playing Peacemaker, he'd be able to become a high-ranking figure within the Tojo clan.
Remember when he said they're preparing to get emotionally destroyed? I imagine we're on the cusp.
He then tells Majima he's being pulled out because it will end up causing the Dojima family to get caught in the mess, causing problems for both Dojima and Shimano. As Majima stares off, Shibata asks if he's even listening, at which point Majima grabs and pins him against a wall, shouting that his brother is already heading over there and he's expecting him to just sit on his hands here, that he should stab his boy in the back and do nothing while he goes on a suicide mission, before declaring that he's going and that Shibata and his plan can suck it, as he's not leaving the only brother he's ever had to die.
That's beautiful.
When Shibata warns him that he won't make it out alive either, Majima tells him he doesn't give a flying fuck, as he's been ready to throw his life away when he swore his oath, with Shibata then seeing he has no other choice, ushering his men into the room, telling Majima he was hoping they could keep things peaceful, telling him to make himself cozy, as this will be his new home for a while. Jumping forward a bit, despite having managed to take down most of Shibata's men, Majima is tied to a girder with chains, one of the few guys left standing being surprised that he's still trying to play the hero before hitting him with a metal pipe. Majima then spitting in his face, leading to him getting backhanded. The Shibata man figures Majima's ballsiness is what led him to getting picked for the hit, as he grabs a knife off of the floor, proceeding to warn him that the boss gave him two orders: to keep Majima here and make sure he doesn't die, giving him free rein to do whatever he wants to him as long as Majima stays alive, giving the example of making him lose an eye or two, demanding he say he's sorry.
できへん。何？俺が頭下げれんのは自分の親父と自分が認めた男だけや。それじゃあ覚悟はできてるってことだな。目ん玉一つくらいでお前には頭下げん。ああ、そうかよ。
Wow.
Yeah, I'd say this was a really good chapter.
I would agree.
Absolutely. Not only was this just a really great self-contained story, it also added a bunch of context to the greater story of the Yakuza franchise.
Yeah, I want to say the scene with Sasai is similar to the Colosseum scene from Chapter 3. That is like two of the scenes from the game that made me cry. And I want to say 50% of it is the actual story and the other 50% is just Sajima's voice actor. How do you feel about Part 2 as a whole?
I think it was really good. I think it had a lot of...
I think it was really good. I feel that it was a little bit more... Actually, no, it was a lot more out there than Part 1. Because Part 1 felt very, very self-contained. And then Part 2 was... There's backstory with Majima, there's the run-in with Kiryu and Haruka. And then when he gets to Kamurocho, there's other members from previous Yakuza games show up. And then there's the final fight with Majima. I think that this was actually a really incredible part of the story.
Don't want to jump the gun a bit, but I will say for now, Part 2 is my personal favourite part of the game. Would you say it's better than Part 1?
I think so.
I feel that they're a bit too different to compare to each other.
That's fair.
So I think that maybe once I get the overall scope of each of the stories, probably when we finished, that way I'll be able to determine my favorite part.
Part 3, Masayoshi Tanamura.
I'm just gonna let that one go.
Fair enough. Chapter 1, The Kamurocho Parasite.
I wonder if there's going to be a parasite in Kamurocho.
Yes!
At 12 PM on the 8th of March, Sugiyuchi is in the middle of grilling Community Safety Officer Masayoshi Tanemura for touching Ihara's corpse without wearing any kind of protective gloves, only to find he hasn't heard anything he's been saying, as he was more focused on listening in on horse racing via his police radio.
Valid. Actually, no, it's not valid because horse racing is very, very mean things happen to the horses in those sports. I do not stand by it.
Sugiyuchi questions how he's able to get away with crap like that, Tanemura telling him to not blow up over nothing, before claiming he's got places to be, and gets up to leave, with Sugiyuchi giving him the advice to not stick his nose where it doesn't belong, as all he'll find is an early grave, just like his old man.
Whoa, that is low blow.
Tanemura seemingly gets lost in thought, staring at Sugiyuchi's shoes, before thanking him for the pointer and hanging out to fulfill his duty as part of community safety by going out on patrol. Sugiyuchi claiming he's not sure where the safety part of his role comes in, as his patrols consist of nothing but shaking down illegal businesses for hush money. Tanemura commenting on how his reputation precedes him before heading out, with Sugiyuchi calling him a parasite. On his way out of the station, Tanemura ends up getting stopped by the chief of community safety, Satoshi Hasai, who's come to reprimand him after getting a call that he was playing mahjong whilst on patrol yesterday. He doesn't reveal who the caller was, as he doesn't want to know what Tanemura would do if he found them, whilst asking that he consider his position and what he would have to say to his father about this if he was still around, reminding Tanemura that he's the one who risked his neck to allow him to work in community safety, with Tanemura apologising whilst Hasai asks he at least try to make an effort to stay on track. Once he gets to town, Tanemura starts his patrol by trying to find out who ratted him out to the police, and after getting two players in the mahjong parlour to talk, he finds out that the guy works as a punch-out artist in the Shichifuku parking lot under the name Mr. Try and Hit Me. And after beating him up, finds out the guy ratted on him due to his usual business falling to the wayside, as every year he would end up losing to a tough guy in a grey suit.
I wonder who that could be.
With his new attempts at making money in mahjong falling apart when he got destroyed by Tanemura, with him ultimately deciding to let the guy go, as long as he doesn't try to pull a similar stunt again. After going on patrol for a bit, Tanemura ends up getting a call from Zhou, the owner of a Chinese restaurant called Homeland, who asks if he can come over to help him out with something. Tanemura ends up going through a restaurant's kitchen in order to enter Little Asia, a series of small and cramped pathways within Kamurocho that's inhabited by illegal immigrants who are trapped within the country.
It's like regular Asia, but with more helium.
On his way to Homeland, he stops by one of the businesses for some hush money, the employee complaining about how he's come for cash twice now, despite their agreement of paying out once a month. Tanemura asks about a Korean girl they recently hired, before questioning if she's an exchange student, bringing up that it's illegal for foreigners to work without a proper visa, and that knowingly hiring people who don't have them is in itself a crime, punishable with either a 3-year sentence or a 3 million yen fine. The guy tells him to lay off, however Tanemura mentions a rumour that they take advantage of the girls working for them, knowing they can't go to the police for help, asking if he wants him to turn a blind eye to that, telling him they can sort it later, but for the meantime, requests to tell him if he spots a certain woman, handing over a picture of a young Yasuko, though he claims he can't explain who she is due to police confidentiality.
I mean, it would make sense the police are looking for her since, you know, she's a serial killer.
He then continues to head towards Homeland, greeting some of the people living within the area before entering, where he says hi to the restaurant's young waiter, Mei Hua, before entering the back office to speak with Zhou, who ends a phone call before talking with him, explaining that they'll be having another person joining the community, due to their father being deported to Korea, the guy having gone caught up in a traffic accident, leading to the police discovering that they overstayed on their visa, leaving their 5-year-old kid with nowhere to go.
Ooh, that's not good.
Tanemura then takes out a wad of cash from his pocket, claiming it should help cover some of the expenses, Zhou questioning if it's prize winnings or the result of another shakedown, and when Tanemura admits it's a bit of both, Zhao reprimands him for his methods, but still thanks him for the donation. Zhao questions what was keeping Tanemura from coming down earlier, who tells him about his grilling from Sugiyuchi and how the homicide division has been up his ass ever since the shooting went down, with him being confused as to why they're even getting involved, as the case should be the concern of the organised crime division, with him also taking interest in the Ueno Seiwa Clan's involvement, as that was the group his father was investigating after the hit on Yoshiharu Ueno, around the same time he was murdered.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
Zhao asks if he thinks the events are connected somehow, and whilst Tanemura isn't 100% sure, he does find it odd that after being silent for 25 years, the group has suddenly gone into overdrive over the last week, believing that following this case could lead him to finding the truth of who killed his dad, prompting Zhao to ask if he's still looking for that woman. Tanemura explains that Yasuko is Saijima's sister, and ever since the massacre went down, she's been missing, with him believing she might know something, as the last thing written in his father's notebook was "Meet with Yasuko Saijima."
That's such a huge twist. Like, Jesus Christ, I couldn't have seen that coming from a mile off.
Just then, Tanemura gets a phone call, which turns out to be the manager of a Korean salon called Midori, who asks him to come ASAP as a woman who looks just like the one he's looking for is there right now. When he gets to the salon, the manager asks that in exchange for helping him find her, could he figure out a way to skip next month's inspection, claiming they just got a bunch of new Korean workers and another raid would ruin them, asking that he think of the good he's doing for them. Tanemura retorting that it wouldn't kill him to pay them, demanding he give them the money they deserve and to not skim off the top because he thinks no one's watching, stating if he treats them with respect and gives them a decent living, he'll see what he can do about the inspection, with the manager agreeing. After waiting by the entrance for a bit, Yasuko ends up coming down, with Tanemura commenting that people hardly change, even after 25 years, before explaining that he's been looking for her for a long time, and showing her the picture he has of her younger self. Tanemura attempts to ask her about the shooting, and when she panics, claiming she doesn't know anything about a shooting, he attempts to calm her down by showing his police badge, but she just continues to insist that she doesn't know anything.
Completely understandable reaction on her part.
The pair's meeting is then interrupted by the arrival of some Shibata family grunts who have come to capture her, leading Tanemura to fight them off, but after taking them down, he realizes that during their fight, more men came to capture Yasuko, with him managing to get one of them to reveal they've taken her to their hideout at the docks. Tanemura proceeding to grab a cab there, where he proceeds to fight his way through the Shibata family.
Casually ripping through tens of thousands of people.
Now you can tell this is a Yakuza game.
Once he gets through them, he eventually reaches an office inside one of the warehouses, with him deciding to listen in on the conversation from the other side of the door. Inside, we see Shibata mention how everything's going smoothly, telling the other man in the room to lay low for a while and wait for everything to blow over, and then they can proceed, before revealing that the other man with him is Arai.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
To be fair, it definitely looks like a guy who's just waiting in the shadows to dramatically come out and reveal himself.
Shibata tells him that the 6th chairman won't suspect that they're hiding him, especially after he faked cutting off one of his fingers, before explaining that he'll be meeting with Katsuragi tomorrow afternoon to work out the details of a truce, the meeting place being a restaurant in Kamurocho called Cafe Alps. Arai questioning if it's a good idea to have a meeting like that so openly, as Tojo HQ could end up discovering the link between the two of them. Though Shibata says it's fine, as he could spin it as him offering a further apology, though he claims to understand why Arai might be worried about that, before bringing attention to Yasuko, who's tied up and gagged on a chair.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh my, that wasn't something that needed to happen.
As Shibata undoes Yasuko's gag, he comments that it's a strange feeling having the one responsible for all the chaos sat right in front of him, asking why she's been killing his men, with her answering that she didn't have a choice as she thought she'd never get the 100 million. Shibata asks what the hell she's talking about, before commenting that she's very pretty, enough to make a man fall into a trap.
Sorry,
It's just like, what the hell are you talking about? By the way, you're really hot.
someone just interrupted the script.
Arai suggests they put things to rest, as they already know she's responsible for spilling his family's blood, recommending they return the favor and that he'd be glad to handle it himself.
Jesus.
Shibata says there's no rush, as he's curious what could have prompted her to kill his men in cold blood, before proceeding to unbutton her shirt.
Oh my
God damn it.
Adding that she clearly has a way with her body, and he wants a taste for himself.
Oh, no.
Oh my god.
Shibata is then shot in the back, the shooter being Arai, who tells him that he's outlived his purpose. Shibata starts demanding answers, Arai stating this was always part of the plan, and that they still need her, with they referring to Katsuragi and a handful of collaborators. Shibata asks when did he switch sides to Katsuragi, Arai revealing he's been working with him from the start, before shooting him 2 more times, going on to say that he knows about how Shibata and Katsuragi worked together to set up the Ueno Seiwa massacre, that Shibata agreed to help so he could secure a better position within the Tojo Clan, but he's been constantly using his knowledge of the truth as a form of blackmail, leading to Katsuragi viewing him as nothing more than dead weight.
That's probably like addition by subtraction.
Before Arai can fire the kill shot, Tanemura bursts into the room, brandishing his gun and telling him to drop the weapon, with Arai firing a few rounds causing Tanemura to go back outside for cover.
おい、しっかりしろ。25年前、上野義治の襲撃事件を仕組んだのはあんたなのか。あの事件にはどんな裏があるんだ。おい柴田、しっかりしろ。くそ。
So yeah, if you've not picked up the theme already, part 3 is mainly going to be dedicated to answering a lot of the mysteries that were set up in the first 2 parts. How do you feel about the revelation of Arai having secretly been working with Katsuragi and Shibata to set up the murder of Ihara?
It seems expected. He looks shady enough to be a part of that.
I agree.
I guess only other thing then is just what are your first impressions of Tanemura?
I think he seems pretty cool, although he definitely has that Kiryu-ness about him.
Yeah, he's definitely the Kiryu type.
Blitzes through like infinite amount of people.
Chapter 2, the Perpetrator.
I wonder if there will be a perpetrator. Yes!
Yeah. Back at Homeland, the group hear police sirens outside, which show reckoning it's best for them to stay there tonight. Tanemura assures Yasuko that the cops won't find her here, leading her to ask why he's going so far to help her, at which point he gets Zhou to bring over some tea to help ease her in. Yasuko once again asks why he's helping her if he's with the police and overheard what Shibata said, with Tanemura answering that he works for community safety, not homicide, and due to having no evidence, he couldn't have her taken in for murder even if he wanted to, with him likening the situation to voluntary questioning.
I wonder what involuntary questioning would be.
Yasuko questions what he wants, Tanemura explaining that he's been looking for her for the last 10 years, proceeding to show her his father's notebook, which shows that he arranged to meet her on the 30th of April 1985, going on to say that night his body was fished out of the Arakawa River.
I'm sure it's just a coincidence.
He tells her that he's not asking as a cop, but as a son whose father was murdered. What did his dad say to her that day? Yasuko explains that she never actually met him that day, elaborating that they were going to meet at a cafe early in the afternoon, but got a call that morning asking if they could reschedule for the evening. And while she doesn't remember exactly why he wanted to reschedule, he did mention that the hit was a setup, claiming that whilst her brother did shoot those men, he wasn't the real perpetrator, and that he'd get proof of it soon.
Oh, well, that seems a bit like a half-hearted reassurance. It's like, well, I did beat you up, but I didn't blow you up.
Before hanging up, he added it wasn't as simple as aggression between two Yakuza factions, that it was a part of a much greater plot orchestrated by a powerful force, with the last thing he told her being to take care of herself. Yasuko goes on to say she never figured out who the powerful force he was referring to was, but when he never showed up, she got scared to the point of leaving Kamurocho as soon as possible. Tanemura takes this as meaning his dad was probably killed in order to prevent the plot's true mastermind from being uncovered, going on to say that he always thought he was killed by someone within the Tojo or Ueno Seiwa, but something about that never seemed right, as usually a cop being killed would cause the rest of the force to go into overdrive to find the murderer. However, his death was classified as accidental, even though it was blatantly murder, with him figuring his old man might have found something he wasn't meant to see.
Well, we've all had those moments where we tripped, said oops, and plunged our knife into our enemy's throat.
We've all had those moments where we've just tripped over and stabbed ourselves 18 times. Tanemura then asks Yasuko what brought her back to Kamurocho after 25 years, and why she's been killing Shibata family members, questioning if it has something to do with her brother. And when she starts going silent, he assures her that the higher-ups wouldn't believe him if he told them about it, regardless of the answer. Yasuko states she was contacted by Katsuragi, the Ueno Seiwa Clan captain, who told her that he could save her brother in exchange for either 100 million yen or agreeing to murder, elaborating that several months ago when she was living in Chiba, she was contacted by someone working for the police out of the blue, who told her that they knew someone who could save their brother, with that someone turning out to be Katsuragi, who said that due to being one of the victims of the shooting, he could testify that Saejima wasn't the killer, meaning the case would have to be re-examined and he could potentially be released. Due to the impossibility of getting 100 million yen, Yasuko ended up choosing murder, stating he never told her about the victim's connections to the Shibata family, but he did say that eliminating certain targets would help prove her brother's innocence, with her now believing that this was his method of silencing people who knew the truth of the massacre.
It all starts to make sense.
Using the evidence given, Tanemura pieces together that Katsuragi and Shibata worked together behind the scenes, but Shibata would use Katsuragi Katsuragi's involvement to blackmail him, leading to him sending Arai to kill Shibata, stating that Saejima was just the spark that lit the fire.
Whenever you say Shibata, I always think of like the bread, or what is it? Like, you know, like ciabatta. What's it called? I think it's like
It's
ciabatta. There you go. Yeah.
His current question now is why would Arai agree to work for Katsuragi, with the link between the two likely meaning that Ihara's shooting was another one of his power plays. Tanemura figures the best way forward is to find a way to talk with Katsuragi, and if Arai's word is to be trusted, he still needs Yasuko, with him believing he could use her as bait to make him come to the negotiating table. When Sho panics at the prospect of him handing her over, he states he won't actually give her to him, just say that he can tell him where she is, promising that he'll keep her safe before asking if she'll help him. Yasuko says she can't, as she has to save her brother, and only Katsuragi's testimony can do that. Tanemura retorts that he forced her to murder people, and she's frankly lucky she didn't get herself killed, claiming he's never going to tell her the truth about her brother, so why does she still trust him? He says he can prove Saejima's innocence, and he needs to know why his father was killed, and by extension, what really happened back in 85. Yasuko calls him selfish, asking what he thinks he could actually do for her, before claiming he only cares about his own issues, going on to say that her brother means the world to her, and that she's been alone ever since the day he walked out of her life, snapping at Tanemura that he's not the only one who's lost someone precious, claiming she hates all of them, the Yakuza, the police, and Katsuragi, and that she doesn't even care who's behind all this. All she wants is to see Saejima again.
That's sweet, but also, Jesus.
Tanemura continues to ask for Yasuko's help, promising that he'll find a way to reunite her with Saejima without having to kill anyone else. Sho then steps in, telling her that Tanemura isn't too different from her, that all he wants is justice for his murdered father, asking if she can find it in her heart to help him. Yasuko then asks he look at her before agreeing to help. She gives him a key for a car in Kamurocho's underground parking lot, explaining that inside is 100 million yen.
What is with just large amounts of money being hidden in random places in this universe?
She states that she's done things for Katsuragi that she can't take back, at first thinking it'd only be 1 or 2 people she'd have to kill, but his demands wouldn't stop, constantly ordering her to take innocent lives, and her inability to be able to keep on going with that being what led her to loan the money from Akiyama.
I can't imagine that'd be great for the psyche.
She decides to entrust Tanemura with that money, that if Katsuragi needs convincing to testify on her brother's behalf, then he knows what needs to be done. And when he asks why she doesn't keep it with her, she explains that she's going to Okinawa, as Saejima is scheduled to be executed in 2 days, with a guard at Tokyo Penitentiary telling her that he recently transferred to Okinawa, likely out of pity due to her trying and failing to visit her brother every day since his arrest. And if they can't stop his execution, she at least wants to be near him when he finally dies.
Oh my god, this is getting bleak.
Especially when you realise Saejima's not in Okinawa anymore, he's in Kamurocho.
Oh no.
Oh no.
She tells Tanemura that he's the only person she can rely on now, asking he do what he can for her brother. Tanemura then heads off to the parking lot to retrieve the money, finding the briefcase within the car, with his next objective being to find a way to contact Katsuragi. Once he gets to ground level, he gets a phone call from an unknown number, the caller already knowing who he is and that he wants to get in contact with Katsuragi. And given Tanemura doesn't really have a better option, he decides to play along, with the caller telling him that he usually charges money for his information, but in this case, he'll test his detective skills, sending a message containing a picture of where he needs to go to get the info.
I'm just imagining how terrifying it would be, considering like how often we get like scam phone calls from unknown numbers. What if you just like answered one of them and they address you by name?
The place ends up being on the rooftops of Nakamichi Alley, opposite a shut-down themed restaurant called Kamuro Castle, where Tanemura ends up finding a homeless man who was given a task by his boss to hand him a bouquet of flowers, which contains a note congratulating him and informing him that when he finishes reading it, he'll get a call from Katsuragi, at which point his phone starts ringing.
And then he becomes flustered like a southern belle. It's like, oh, you shouldn't have.
Tanemura tells Katsuragi that he has a deal for him. He has Yasuko in his custody, and because he hasn't called in yet, he's the only one who knows where she is, on top of knowing that he was the one ordering her to murder members of the Shibata family to cover up the truth of the massacre, and that he still needs her. Katsuragi asks what he wants in return. Tanemura stating he wants to know the truth of the Ueno Seiwa hit, and specifically why the case's lead detective, Taigi Tanemura, had to die, offering Yasuko in exchange. Katsuragi agrees under one condition, explaining that he's not the kind of man who shares his heart with a stranger, and there's no way he can confirm he actually has Yasuko over the phone, meaning he needs solid proof that he actually has a connection to her, with Tanemura suggesting he bring the 100 million she was planning to give him, even offering to have him send someone to verify the money's real. Katsuragi figures there's no way a street cop like Tanemura would be able to get that kind of cash for a sting, so he agrees to a meeting, Tanemura suggesting they meet tomorrow at 5 PM in front of the Millennium Tower, Katsuragi admiring how thought out his plan is, as the arrangement would remove the danger of being attacked as they'd be in a public space at a time and place with high foot traffic, agreeing to meet him and sending one of his men to check the money, with Tanemura deciding to head back to homeland for the time being. So yeah, we're getting the meeting with Katsuragi.
Yeah, it's like the, Actually, no, I can't compare it to anything. Never mind.
Fair enough. Sometimes you just don't have the reference on hand. The next day, Tanemura gets ready for his meeting, Sho warning him to stay on his toes. Over at the Millennium Tower, he waits at the front, with Katsuragi approaching from behind him. He says he's been hanging around the area for a while, reckoning Tanemura likely saw him in a crowd, but didn't recognize him, giving him relief that he doesn't have much of a file on him. Tanemura suggests they walk and talk, Katsuragi respecting the move, as a moving target is much harder to hit, with Tanemura adding he thought he'd appreciate a nice stroll through Tojo Clan turf. So this is where we get into a massive expo dump, so just be prepared.
Ooh, expo dump. Lay it on us.
As the two start their walk around Kamurocho Theatre, they get to talking about the incident and why Tanemura's father had to die. Katsuragi tries to tell him he's mistaken, but Tanemura fires back about how he was present for when Arai shot Shibata, and because of that he knows about the link between the two, a connection his father risked his life to find, before asking if that's what caused him to be killed. Katsuragi states that there is some truth to what he's saying, specifically that his dad did do his research on him and Shibata, admitting that the two of them worked together to write the massacre's script, meaning he knew exactly when and where Saejima would attack them that day. Tanemura is confused as to why he would plan on being the victim of a shooting he set up, asking how he thought he'd survive, Katsuragi simply chuckling before reminding him that he knew every detail of how Saejima would attack them that day.
Wait, so his entire reasoning for why he organized a hit on himself was that, oh, I'll probably survive, it's fine.
Leading Tanemura to figure he was wearing body armor, Katsuragi answering it was something like that, stating he was thorough with his preparations. He goes to say that at the time he was 22 and Shibata was 30, both understanding that if they were to rise the ranks at their age, decisive action had to be taken. The end result of their plan being Katsuragi was made a lieutenant and Shibata became one of the top members in the Tojo. Tanemura comments that he's being very nonchalant about all this, Katsuragi saying it has been 25 years, claiming he could give a play-by-play of what happened down to the minute and the police still couldn't touch him. Tanemura replying that the statute of limitations would apply as long as he kept his hands clean, which is why he got Arai to kill Shibata and Yasuko to kill his men. And whilst Katsuragi admits that to be true, he doubts that he'd admit his involvement in court. Tanemura then gets back on track to asking the reason behind his father's murder, Katsuragi explaining that he discovered that him and Shibata were the ones behind the hit, but then during his investigation managed to stumble upon something even bigger, namely corruption amongst the upper echelons of the police force, claiming the police staged a cover-up for the hit, hiding the identity of the real killer and framing Saejima, elaborating that whilst he did shoot those men, someone else finished the job, Tanemura figuring this was the other perpetrator Yasuko mentioned.
It's always the police.
Dirty cops.
For legal reasons, this is a joke.
Yes. Yeah. In fiction, it's always the police.
Yeah. Katsuragi says that Taigi managed to figure it all out pretty quickly, but didn't anticipate an institution that would intentionally bury his work, let alone him with it, leading to Tanemura asking who the murderer was and who finished the hit. Katsuragi takes a smoke, commenting that he can't remember the last time he was out at this time of day, whilst Tanemura demands answers, claiming he'll only do so when he fulfills his end of the bargain, by telling him where Yasuko is. Tanemura then puts the suitcase on the ground, telling Katsuragi the money is his if he forgets about Yasuko, revealing she's already left for Okinawa to see her brother. Katsuragi starts laughing, throwing his cigarette, claiming it's too late for Yasuko, and too late for Tanemura, with him then noticing how suspiciously empty the streets have gotten.
Oh shit.
He then realizes that he's surrounded by an army of Ueno Seiwa men, Katsuragi saying that Yasuko will have to wait, as the problem in front of him takes priority. He then decides to tell Tanemura something in his final moments. The one who killed those men back in 85, it was him.
Oh my god.
Tanemura tries to go after him, but is grabbed by two of his men, with Katsuragi then claiming that he's arranged some men to take care of Shao, telling him he better hurry or else both him and his daughter will be gone forever.
I was gonna say, oh, he's gonna take care of them, that's nice.
As he goes to leave, Tanemura demands to know if he was the one who killed his dad, Katsuragi answering he has no idea who did, before disappearing into his swarm of men. Just then, sirens are heard, with a police car breaking its way through the Ueno army, making them disperse with Sugiyuchi stepping out of the car.
そこまでだ。
杉内さん。
てめえ早く行け。いつも入り浸ってる店の連中が危ないんだろ。
はい。
お前ら全員捜査一課でまとめて面倒見てやる。覚悟しろ。
Tanemura ends up running through Kamurocho, fighting his way through the streets against the Ueno Seiwa Clan, at one point chasing them to the rooftops after they try to steal the briefcase, ending with him making a mad dash to homeland where he ends up fighting one last group of Ueno. When Tanemura finally gets to the restaurant, he's relieved to know that Zhao and Mei Hua are both safe, who then reveal he has a guest waiting for him, who turns out to be Chief Hasai. A lot of major revelations, so I guess the big one being that Saejima was not the real murderer of the Ueno Seiwa massacre, and instead they were all killed by Katsuragi, with the thing having been staged by a mix of him and Shibata. Oh, and also we have the reveal that the reason Tanemura's dad was murdered was because he found out that higher-ups in the police helped to cover up the fact Katsuragi was the killer. So yeah, a lot going on in this chapter.
Yes, a nice exposition avalanche. We love to see it.
And we also have the dramatic irony of Yasuko going to Okinawa to be with Saejima when he dies, not knowing he's already escaped prison and is in Kamurocho.
It's almost like a sitcom level thing.
It's like that depressing.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's in a sitcom. It's sit depth.
Chapter 3, Door to the Truth.
I wonder if there'll be a door, and in which way it would lead towards the truth.
That's the most elaborate one, I think.
That was like the worst delivered one as well.
Tanemura tells Hasai and Shao what he learned from Katsuragi, namely how he was the hit's real killer, and whilst this doesn't necessarily make Saejima innocent, as he did still carry out the attack with the intent to kill those men, there is a substantial difference in sentencing for murder and attempted murder.
What is that difference? Just like a couple years.
with him also bringing up how he wasn't able to get a clear answer on if he killed his father or not. Hasai then tells him that his recent stunt scared him half to death, being informed by Sugiyuchi about his plan to contact the Ueno Seiwa, hence why he came down in an attempt to find him before he got in danger. Shao figures that whilst he may not have gotten clear answers, he at least now has a lead on who his father's killer is. However, something's been bugging Tanemura, namely what Katsuragi said about the police covering up the truth about the massacre, knowing he was the real killer, but still pinning it on Saejima, leading to him asking Hasai if he knew about it, who says no, as he's not in the homicide division, and at that time, he was as low on the totem pole as it gets, which leaves the question on why they would choose to protect Katsuragi. Hasai then gets an idea, remembering Archive Room 13 on basement level 3, a forbidden room at HQ known amongst the Force as the Scandal Graveyard, being the place rumoured to be where all records of police misconduct end up going.
I will say, with a name like Scandal Graveyard, it's like half terrifying, half sassy.
Tanemura decides to give the place a shot, planning to sneak in there alongside Hasai, as he hasn't spent much time at the police HQ and would need help finding it, and despite some hesitation on Hasai's part, the pair grab a taxi to HQ. After searching around the place, Tanemura eventually finds the record for the Ueno Seiwa hit, which just like Katsuragi said, is missing the fact that he was the killer, with Saejima getting all the blame. He then reads further and finds the case had two lead detectives, Taigi Tanemura and Junji Sugiyuchi.
Also, he should know about how he died then.
The pair then head out, with Tanemura claiming he now has a good lead, with the pair splitting ways when they get back to Kamurocho. When he gets to Homeland, he tells Sho about Sugiyuchi having been a detective on the case, which raises questions as to why he never told Tanemura about his time working with his father, especially given he knows how badly he wants the truth, with him now believing that someone on the Force is responsible for his dad's murder, with the chapter ending as Zhao recommends he should take a rest for a while. Yeah, this one holds the record for shortest chapter in the series.
Yeah, that was actually like surprisingly short.
Yeah, I think in my recording of like gameplay, the chapter only ended up being like 5 minutes, and in the script, the chapter is literally 2 paragraphs.
Oh my god.
Basically, the entire chapter boils down to Sugiyuchi worked alongside Tanemura's dad in investigating the Ueno Seiwa hit. So I guess, how do you feel about that one thing, given that's all we've got?
I don't know. It's I'm starting to see things sort of piecing together, but at the same time, as we are recording this right now, I am quite tired, so processing all of this in the moment is a bit difficult.
Chapter 4, A Detective's Honor.
I wonder if a detective will have honor. Probably not, considering this universe, but anyway.
The next day, Tanemura decides to return the 100 million to Sky Finance, mainly out of fear for the amount of interest a loan like that could have. When he gets there, he asks if anyone's home, at which point Akiyama wakes up from his nap on one of the sofas, with the two then recognizing each other from their previous run-in at Ihara's murder site.
Wow, what a small world. We were just killing someone like 2 seconds ago.
The pair catch each other up to speed on the current situations with Yasuko, the Ueno Seiwa, and Arai. Tanemura explaining that since Katsuragi broke his promise, they don't really need the money anymore, so he's here to return it on Yasuko's behalf. However, Akiyama doesn't want it back, as he feels it's only right for Yasuko to be the one to give it back, elaborating he has more money than he knows what to do with, and he's not interested in making more, claiming he doesn't even care if he never sees the 100 mil again, as he only gives money to people he feels are worth investing in, with the ability to see how his loans affect people's lives being far more meaningful than just numbers on a spreadsheet. spreadsheet. Plus, given his feelings for Yasuko, he really wants to see her again, and that money is the only connection between them left, with the act of taking it back severing that connection.
How very out of character for that kind of archetype.
Just then, Akiyama gets a phone call, which is from Kido, who talks to him about Mishima, the other Ueno-gun who was in the club with Ihara on the night he was murdered. Do you remember that guy at all?
I'm trying to remember. I vaguely remember him.
After hanging up and explaining his relationship with Arai to Tanemura, he explains that whilst Kido was looking for him, he ended up stumbling into Mishima, who's asking for police protection in exchange for giving all the information he knows, specifically wanting someone who can protect him from the Ueno Seiwa Clan. Akiyama suggests that Tanemura should go to speak to him, figuring him to be a good fit, on top of the fact that based on what they know, the cops seem to be a snake pit, with people like Sukiyuchi and his superiors seeming very unreliable right now. He also has a feeling Mishima could help him get closer to the truth, as he has a hunch there's some kind of connection between the massacre back in 85 and Ihara's shooting, believing there to be too much of an overlap between the main players for it to be a coincidence.
No, it is. It's just a coincidence. Everything that happens in this series is a coincidence.
Akiyama states that if Arai's been taking orders from Katsuragi, then him shooting Ihara could be part of a bigger plot, one by Katsuragi and Shibata to take control of the Tojo, with Katsuragi then turning on Shibata and using Yasuko to erase anyone who knows the truth of the massacre. The big question left being why they decided to make that move now, given he could have snuffed them out decades ago if he wanted to.
It's a good point, actually. I think you do it
That is a
immediately.
very good point.
Tanemura believes something happened that made him panic. Something bad enough that he had to make sure everyone who knew the truth was out of the picture, suggesting it might have been orders from a higher power, someone who couldn't afford the truth slipping out, such as the top police brass who staged the cover-up, meaning they've got a rat on the force.
I thought, like, wait, did God have something to do with this? What?
Akiyama then asks if he's meeting with Mishima, with Tanemura saying yes, but he's going to set a trap, explaining that if he's really the sole survivor of that shooting, he has to know something, making him a liability for Katsuragi and the traitor. The plan being to set up the rendezvous with Mishima and hope it causes the traitor to come running. Akiyama tells him that's a risky plan, however Tanemura is going through with it, as he's adamant to either solve the mystery or die trying. Akiyama tells him that Mishima is hiding out at the docks on Tokyo Bay, with Tanemura then reporting in his planned meeting to the Organised Crime Division, with him then heading off, Akiyama telling him to be careful. That night, Tanemura enters one of the warehouses, finding Mishima hiding behind a wooden box with a gun for self-defense, with him telling the guy he's with the police and he's here to put him into protection. After helping put him at ease a bit, he asks for what Mishima knows in exchange for the protection. Mishima explains that day, both he and Ihara were given orders to make a scene at Club Elnard, not being told why, but since the order came from Katsuragi, they did what they were told, at which point Akiyama showed up. After being knocked out by a glass ball to the head, Mishima woke up in the Champion District, figuring Ihara must have carried him there, with him being surrounded by bins, with him knowing the area as it's a usual drinking spot for them, and it was near Elnard. After getting up and figuring that Ihara must have ditched him whilst being caught up in some kind of chase, he decided to try looking for him, and after wandering around Kamurocho for a bit, he eventually found his corpse. The sight made him almost puke, and barely being able to process what was happening, he just started running, eventually ending up at the Ueno Seiwa HQ. Sitting down in an empty room, he tried to calm down and figure out what the hell was going on, which is when he heard Katsuragi talking on the phone in the next room. And whilst he didn't catch everything that was being said, it sounded like he was talking to the cops, based on the frequent mention of police, with him then hearing him say, "Ihara's dead, just as planned. We'll get rid of Mishima as soon as we find him," leading to Mishima immediately legging it out of the building, being lucky no one saw him, and keeping a low profile ever since.
It seems like it all comes back to Katsuragi.
He's doing everything. He's everywhere, all at once.
Mishima claims he's as good as dead if the cops don't do something, willing to be thrown in jail if it means he'll be safe, with Tanemura telling him that he can stick with him until they can arrange some official accommodation, at which point Mishima is shot in the chest and dies.
Wow, okay. Well, that escalated quickly.
Yeah.
Tanemura turns to see who the shooter is, who reveals themselves as none other than Sugiyuchi.
Well, I guess that kind of makes sense.
He tells Tanemura he's impressed that he managed to get this close to the truth on his own, before pointing out that he doesn't seem to be fazed by what's happening. Tanemura claiming he had a feeling he'd show up, though he can't say he wanted things to turn out this way. Sugiyuchi asks how he figured out it was him, Tanemura answering the thing that tipped him off was his shoes. Namely that they always look brand new, something that's not really practical for a homicide cop working on murder scenes, with cops like that usually just buying some cheap shoes that they wear into the ground, along with the fact that his watch is far too expensive for a detective's salary.
Yeah, it's like you dress way above your pay grade.
I was going to be like, wait, he has a watch? Cops can't tell time. Everyone knows that.
Sugiyuchi praises him for his instincts and sharp eye, but Tanemura retorts that the guy hasn't exactly been subtle, with him staging the rescue and sending Hisaita's homeland during his meeting with Katsuragi that he realistically shouldn't have known about, almost feeling like he wanted to be caught.
It's like as subtle as Loki in the first Avengers film.
Tanemura figures that after 25 years, he's gone fed up with his partnership with Katsuragi, before revealing that he knows about his involvement with the massacre, stating that only him and his dad could have covered up the truth, and he knows it wasn't him. He claims that Sugiyuchi was ordered by someone up top to alter the facts so he could protect Katsuragi, leading to Sugiyuchi firing his gun whilst telling him to shut up, stating he doesn't know the first thing about that case or him. A voice then demands he not take another step, with the warehouse lights then flashing on and a swarm of cops coming out of hiding, all of whom aim their guns at Sugiyuchi.
Sorry, like the light shines on them like it's like they're entering stage left.
The men are led by Sudo, who tells Sugiyuchi that they know about his collaboration with Katsuragi, asking he not make this more difficult than it already is. Tanemura tells him it's time to give it up, at which point Sugiyuchi starts laughing, before declaring these morons don't understand a thing, claiming that even if they know who he works with, he's untouchable, with him then going to leave, telling Sudo he and they both know Japanese police aren't allowed to actually shoot people with their guns. And when he asks to prove him wrong, Sudo refuses to give the order to fire. He then turns to Tanemura, telling him that this is what the justice everyone loves chalks up to. Absolutely nothing. Just before Sugiyuchi reaches the door, one gunshot rings out, Tanemura declaring he's not afraid to shoot, as he's never been one to play by the rules, that he has his own brand of justice.
He's a renegade, he's misunderstood, he plays by his own rules.
He's a loose cannon.
He can't be trusted on the case.
Sugiyuchi says he always knew he'd grow into his uniform, that he's the first one in 30 years who's really deserved it. Tanemura flatly retorting that he's so honored. Sugiyuchi then decides to see how far his justice will take him, proceeding to run out of the warehouse and into a speedboat outside, with Tanemura grabbing his own to give chase.
Oh my god, this is like a fucking Batman villain or something. This is so silly.
Eventually, the two end up back at the dock, and while Sugiyuchi tries to run, Tanemura manages to land a shot, grazing his shoulder. Sugiyuchi comments that he doesn't know when to quit, before deciding to let him have his way.
親さんはな、俺がやったんだ。
何？
てめえの親父を殺したのはこの俺だって言ってんだ。
もう逃がさねえぜ。
手錠かけてくれでな。 捕まえたと思ってんじゃねえぞ種が。爪が甘えんだよおめえは。すげえおし何が。
行くぞ。そら。
After knocking down Sugiyuchi, Tanemura grabs his gun and demands to tell him who his father's killer is, with him answering that he already told him it was him, before questioning his hesitation to shoot. Tanemura, whilst tearing up, asking why it had to be him. What would make an honest cop betray his own partner?
Money.
That's actually a good point.
Sugiyuchi then tells him he has it all wrong, as he's neither honest or a cop, revealing that from day one, he's been a Yakuza.
What?
Stating that he's Katsuragi's sworn brother,
Oh my.
his allegiance being to the Ueno Seiwa, having joined the force to act as a spy and keep tabs on the cops for them. Tanemura figures that means he killed his father in order to protect his brother, Sugiyuchi saying he wishes it was that simple, the truth being much bigger. We see a flashback to the day of the massacre, after Saejima finished his job by shooting Chairman Ueno and left the restaurant. Katsuragi, along with a few others, started to wake up, with one of them finding the bullet he was shot with looks a bit odd. Katsuragi explains it's a rubber bullet, which aren't lethal but can still pack a strong enough punch to knock a target out, with him then proceeding to shoot the men who woke up in the head with his own gun, proceeding to do the same with all the other Ueno officers in the restaurant.
I find that genuinely insane.
I'm so confused.
Once he's done, Sugiyuchi then arrived to check in if he's finished, with Katsuragi saying the only thing left is for him to end up in the hospital, handing over his gun to Sugiyuchi, asking he not hit anything too vital, who says that'll be out in no time and made captain of the family, with him proceeding to shoot him in the shoulder. Jumping ahead a bit, we see Sugiyuchi handing over his report of the incident to his then chief, Seishiro Munakata, who tells him he's really outdone his work on this one, if his job was to file false reports.
Sorry, it's just so childish to be like, you're really good at this, at being an idiot.
Immediately, Munakata starts pointing out several holes in the report, starting with the fact that despite Saejima was taking on 20 men on his own in a cramped noodle shop, he somehow managed to land 18 perfect headshots. He then reveals that in the coroner's report, they discovered that all the victims' bodies had wounds which match those of rubber bullets. The same rubber bullets which are currently still in development and aren't public knowledge yet, begging the question of both how he even managed to get his hands on them, given the only people who should know of their existence is the police, and why Saejima would even bother shooting them with non-lethal rounds if he was going to kill them anyway. There's also the factor of the massacre's 2 survivors, opening the question on why he would kill 18 people with deadly precision, only to spare Katsuragi and his actual target of Chairman Ueno for seemingly no reason, leading to Munakata quickly figuring out the whole thing was set up by Katsuragi, along with finding it hard to believe that a skilled detective like Sugiyuchi failed to come to this conclusion as well.
So you have this guy who flawlessly kills everyone in the room.
Except his actual target and one other guy.
It definitely reeks of suspicion.
And he also has ammo that only the police know even exists.
Oh, that's awful. Oh, you just ratted yourself out then.
He then proceeds to make him an offer. If he sets up a meeting between him and Katsuragi, he'll allow the report to stand as it's currently written. Back in the present day, Tanemura recognizes the name Munakata, as the man has since risen the ranks to become the Deputy Commissioner of the Tokyo PD. Sugiyuchi explaining that the guy has been backing them the day he handed that report in, telling Tanemura he's in way over his head. He then breathes a sigh of relief, being glad to have finally let it out, that he's been living a lie for the last 30 years with no one to confide in or can understand him, asking if Tanemura knows what that's like. He questions what he's been doing with his life, that from the day he introduced Katsuragi to Munakata, he's been nothing more than a lapdog for the cops and Yakuza, his own dreams having fizzled out years ago. He tells Tanemura that he's one of the good ones. A true, honest cop. He says that whether it was a lie or not, on his time on the force, he got praised and thanks for his services, every word of it tearing his heart out, making him question what the hell he was doing. He'd close a case, get a pat on the back, and even though he knew it shouldn't have, it felt good, somewhere deep in his heart. The truth being that seeing Tanemura struggle, suffer, and succeed made him wish he went straight years ago.
Honestly, I wish that too, because it would have made everything a lot less confusing.
Yeah.
He then puts his arms out, telling Tanemura to arrest him and avenge his father. However, Tanemura doesn't, instead asking what Munakata is trying to do, why he's been using Katsuragi and Sugiyuchi, who tells him he's already accomplished his goal, and to just leave that stone unturned. But Tanemura shouts he can't do that, as his father is out there somewhere telling him to see this through, with him not being able to step away until he drags Munakata to his knees. Sugiyuchi warns that if he does that, he'll have every cop in Japan coming after him, asking if he wants that. Tanemura answering he took up the badge to find the truth about his father, so he'll do whatever it takes to get there.
That's a hard line, I'm not gonna lie.
Sugiyuchi then stands up and reaches to have a smoke, at which point he's shot through the chest and falls to the ground, the shooter making an escape in one of the speedboats.
Oh, for God's sake. Fucking speedboats.
Tanemura heads over to him and asks he stay with him, with Sugiyuchi revealing there's another traitor within the force. However, he's unable to say who it is, only having enough time to relish that he finally managed to get some level of peace in the end, thanking Tanemura before dying. Over at HQ, we see a now much older Munakata answer a phone call, with the caller turning out to be Chief Hasai, confirming that he's dealt with both targets as was requested, the only ones left being his associates, the man having tied up and gagged both Xiao and Mei Hua at Homeland. Hasai then hangs up the phone before approaching Xiao.
あんたまーちゃんに何をするつもりだ。
So, I guess, if we're gonna talk about this, we should first address what is without a doubt the most controversial aspect of Yakuza 4's story, which is the rubber bullet twist.
That was the most controversial.
Yes, for a lot of people, the rubber bullet twist is like the one Yakuza plot twist that is seen as exceptionally bad for whatever reason.
I think it's just because the circumstances regarding that twist are insane.
I think originally it was criticized because one thing a lot of people didn't seem to have gotten was they didn't pick up that the plan being poorly thought out wasn't a failure of the writing, it was the fact that the story is about a poorly thought out plan.
This
Right.
is truly the most insane thing I've ever heard from this series. And this is a series that gave us 2 tigers and exploding buildings and etc, etc.
It's a case of if you explain it enough, it does make sense. It's just a case of, for a lot of people, that explanation just takes way too long.
It's very long-winded. The second you start to question it, it just becomes exhausting.
That, is the fatal flaw, I believe, with Yakuza 4's story. It's a story that does make sense, the problem being that it presents you with 1,000 puzzle pieces and then just doesn't tell you how to solve the puzzle.
Well, my brain is truly turned to mush.
But yeah, so there's two reasons people don't like the rubber bullet twist. One is that long explanation we went on of how it's probably the most blatant aspect of how Yakuza 4's story can be very convoluted. Or at the very least, it does a very poor job communicating what it's trying to say a lot of the time. The second problem people have with it is that a lot of people feel that by essentially making it so that Saejima didn't actually kill those people, they feel it kind of ruins some of the more grittier aspects of his character. Like, they essentially get the feeling that because they make it so that he's not actually a murderer, it does end up making a lot of his character feel not as strong. Like, I'd argue it doesn't, because he still went in with the idea that he was going to kill 20 people, and his PTSD from those attacks are still real. But I do understand that some people can take that as the game basically trying to make it so that the player doesn't feel like they're playing as a bad person.
It kind of cheapens the whole thing of Saejima killing those people.
Yeah, it softens the blow way too much. Considering that, like, his big character moments were him feeling remorse for what he did, I feel that's just completely undercut, and it was really compelling, and they just completely cut it down.
But yeah, I want to say that Part 3, at least out of the 3 parts we've done, I think it's the weakest one.
I would agree with that.
Now, I'm of the opinion of that because I don't think the writing is necessarily bad. The problem is that Part 3 kind of gets so caught up in trying to answer the mystery self in Part 1 and 2 that it kind of forgets to have some of the bigger character moments that the first 2 parts have.
Yeah.
I want to add that I personally feel that I don't think Tanemura is a bad character. The problem I have is I feel that because he doesn't get as many the big character moments that Akiyama and Saejima have, I feel as though he's the only character in the game where you have to do some of his side content in order to get a proper grip on his character outside of what's already established in his first chapter.
Yeah, that's what I noticed as well. It felt like Tanemura was basically, he was, as the chapter progressed, it became less about him, and he became like a catalyst for exposition, essentially. And it was kind of lame in that regard.
It also extra stings because, just to rip the band-aid off now, unlike Akiyama and Saejima, who go on to become regularly recurring characters in the series, Tanemura never shows up again after Yakuza 4.
Oh, well, that's a shame. He had potential. Is it just because he wasn't very popular in this game?
No, I want to say it's mainly just down to the fact that in the original PlayStation 3 game, he was actually a likeness character, meaning that his face was modeled after his voice actor. And long story short, because that's kind of expensive to do, because not only would they have to pay to get that actor back, but they'd also have to pay to use the actor's likeness again, it probably would be a situation where it'd just be way too much money and effort to bring him back. With that ended up being even more controversial when his actor ended up like quitting the acting industry altogether after getting caught up in like false drug use allegations, which is actually why Tanemura ended up getting recasted in the remaster.
Oh, because I was going to say, I think that's kind of a lame reason, because if it's that expensive, you could just like start from scratch and make it look like him, not exactly like him, but just like make a new design. I didn't think that was so egregious. And then you said all the rest of the stuff. I was like, oh, okay, never mind then.
So yeah, I guess my thoughts are just that Part 3 suffers from getting a bit too caught up in the mystery to the point where we don't really get a good grasp on Tanemura like we did with Akiyama and Saejima. If you two have any other thoughts you want to share on either this chapter or the part, feel free.
I feel like this chapter was, although it was a bit egregious with it, well, maybe not egregious, but it was a bit convoluted with its exposition, I still think it's better than the ridiculousness we got in Yakuza 3.
Part 4. Kazuma Kiryu.
The return, the goat, the dragon himself.
Chapter 1. Reunion.
Gee, I wonder who will reunite, like David and Goliath?
What?
I don't know. I lost track of what I was saying.
We open on the 8th of March to a blurry first-person perspective of someone walking up on a beach before trudging forward, eventually reaching morning glory, the person turning out to be none other than Hamazaki.
Oh, that wasn't expected.
Haruka then steps outside, only to freeze in horror upon seeing the man who stabbed her father figure. Kiryu steps out to see what the commotion is, only to also end up stunned by Hamazaki's arrival.
Well, you're not exactly going to give him flowers for stabbing you.
He's just like, "Ah, you came back after all this time. Hello."
That's a lot less than the other guys. Usually they stab and run, but this guy came back.
Yeah. Jumping ahead to later that night, Kiryu bandages up the escapee, whilst Hamazaki apologizes for causing a scene, asking what's up with Haruka, leading to Kiryu to answer that it's pretty obvious that she despises him. Hamazaki figuring that he can't blame her for that. Kiryu then tells him that he knows he broke out of prison, wanting to know why, as if he gets caught, it'll just add more years to his sentence, and after getting silence in return, he tells him about Saijima's visit to the place, Hamazaki being glad he managed to make it out alive and get to Kamurocho. Kiryu then questions what the link is between the two, Hamazaki saying the pair are brothers, before getting on his hands declaring he needs Kiryu's help. Hamazaki explains that the Saijima who washed up on Kiryu's beach is the same one who became a Tojo legend for the Ueno Seiwa massacre back in 85. That the two of them met in the private prison Okinawa Penitentiary No. 2, the place in actuality being a dumping ground for washed up Yakuza to be snuffed out.
I wonder if prisons have like school rules, you know how it's like private and public.
I guess that's the difference between regular prison and solitary confinement. He says he initially picked out Saijima for the escape plan as the guy is built like a brick wall, and because he knew he could convince him to help due to knowing the truth of what really happened. Specifically that him and Majima were set up by Shibata, but he didn't get to tell him that before they split.
I don't know how Majima just ends up involved in every ridiculous event. Well, I guess I kind of answered my own question.
Hamazaki asks Kiryu to make sure he knows the truth, as on top of him being set to kill Majima for the supposed betrayal, he's come to respect the guy and doesn't want him left in the dark, stating that his life has been nothing but constant betrayals, having been on both sides of that coin. But through all that, there have been two people who chose to trust him, Kiryu and Saijima, with him now wanting another shot at life to be a true brother to someone who gave him a chance and trusted him. Kiryu then asks why he specifically needs him to be the one to tell Saijima, which leads Hamazaki to dig out a file he stole from the penitentiary, explaining he was going to use it as a bargaining chip with the police, the file containing records of them starting up the place to operate outside of the law, as well as the cash flow in and out of the prison. Kiryu flips through the pages and finds records tying the place to the events of 2005, showing that the 10 billion yen the Tojo Clan was laundering for Jingu was meant to fund Penitentiary No. 2.
Are you... what?
I just find it so baffling that like every single character is just linked to a large sum of money.
Hamazaki explains that about a year ago, he learnt that the top brass of the Tokyo PD had their hands dirty with tons of shady cash. The info coming from the Snake Flower, who had been working with them for years by laundering money through foreign bank accounts. The end goal being to use the cash to build what they refer to as a utopia, Penitentiary No. 2. The plan being that they'd build a place they could toss all the convicted Yakuza they managed to round up, and then make deals with those very same Yakuza in order to coax them into committing crimes that they would then stop, effectively making crime a police-controlled affair, and help whoever stopped those crimes get massive promotions to shoot through the ranks.
This is insane. No other way to describe this, because you are literally like, there's organized crime and then there's this.
He goes on to say he's just as surprised as Kiryu was upon finding out the connection to Jingu, only having grabbed the file because he wanted a little dirt on the warden so he could bargain his way out, just for its contents to be too scandalous. Something that if he tried to use as blackmail would lead to him being immediately killed.
Sorry, there's something about the word scandalous that just sounds so hilarious and sassy.
Hamazaki says the file is Kiryu's now, given he was at the center of everything that went down 5 years back. Though Kiryu just gets up, asking why he showed him that, figuring there's more to it than just wanting to help Saejima. Plus, he would just end up behind bars again immediately without his bargaining chip. Hamazaki then shows him another page within the file, which contains a step-by-step plan to destroy the Tojo Clan by having the police gain control of Kamurocho Hills via the Ueno Seiwa Clan.
How delightful.
He states that without people like them, there's nowhere for the Tojo to go but down, telling Kiryu he needs to take the reins of the Kamurocho Bull, or else the clan they've spent their lives trying to prop up is going to get trampled to death. And as Kiryu stares outside, we see Haruka has been listening in on their conversation from around the corner. The next day, Taichi, Koji, and Ayako return home from their school trip, excitedly telling Kiryu about all the stuff they got up to. They then ask who the guy sat on the porch is, Kiryu proceeding to introduce them to Hamazaki until Haruka runs in, forbidding him from getting anywhere near the other kids, as she still hasn't forgiven him for what he did.
I love that Kiryu is just trying to be your friend. He's like, hello, children. This is the guy who stabbed me like 2 years ago.
Like he's an exhibit at a museum or something.
Hamazaki accepts his position as one of the bad guys and heads back inside to give her some space. Kiryu tells Haruka she can stop, but she retorts that she can't, questioning if he could really trust him. Kiryu answering that he does, with Haruka telling him to not blame her when he betrays him again before running off towards the beach. Kiryu decides to head after her, his arrival prompting Haruka to ask how he can so easily trust the guy who stabbed and almost killed him last year, stating that whenever she sees Hamazaki, it reminds her of that memory which terrifies her, going on to say that while she has always believed in Kiryu, she can't help feeling that if he goes to Tokyo now, he won't be coming home.
Bum bum bum.
Foreshadowing.
Maybe. She goes on to say that whilst he might want to know what happened 5 years ago, she doesn't care as she just wants him to be safe. Kiryu reminds her that incident led to the death of both of her parents, along with him losing his father and brother, asking if she really wouldn't want to know if there was something more to what happened behind the scenes. Haruka says she's happy just being with Kiryu, not needing anything else. Hamazaki then tells Haruka she won't have to worry, as Kiryu isn't going to Tokyo, and he's decided to go back to prison, supposing Saejima will figure out the truth one way or another, even if it requires someone else's help, saying Kiryu can forget about the file, as he has a life here that's not worth throwing away. When Kiryu asks what about his life, Hamazaki reckons he'll be fine, given he's a tough bastard, so he'll just kick back and wait for Saejima to get locked up again.
So he's literally like the dog in that burning building that's like, this is fine.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Kiryu decides to guide Hamazaki to the police station, feeling the guy at least deserves a proper send-off. But when they arrive, they end up coming across a scene of a woman declaring her brother was sent to a prison in Okinawa, only for the cops to claim they've never heard of the penitentiary number 2 place she keeps talking about, and that their logs have zero mention of her brother being transferred to the region.
It's almost like this is the penitentiary itself is illegal.
No, it's just a coincidence.
With her request, they check for a Tiger Saejima one more time, attracting the attention of Kiryu and Hamazaki. After the cops head back into the station, fed up with the woman's pleas, Kiryu and Hamazaki approach her and learn that she's Saejima's sister, with Kiryu asking if they can talk privately, Hamazaki confirming that they're both familiar with him, and they might even be able to help her out if she plays her cards right.
Ace of clubs.
Just say a card.
That was so terrible.
Kiryu takes the group to the abandoned office complex that used to house the Tamashiro family, with Yasuko telling the two about her past and how she wanted to visit, or at least be near Saejima on the day of his execution, having been told about his transfer to Okinawa, only to be told by the authorities that the place he was transferred to doesn't exist. Hamazaki tells her that not only does Penitentiary Number 2 exist, but he and Saejima work together to escape, and he's likely in Kamurocho by now, with Kiryu confirming the story by mentioning how he swept up on the beach outside his house, leading to Yasuko deciding that she needs to go back to Kamurocho as soon as possible. The group then hear a bunch of cars pull up outside the building, Hamazaki looking out the window, noticing a group of people seem to be coming for them, most likely being the cops. Kiryu says they can't waste time explaining everything to the police and they should get moving. As they try to escape, they end up running into the people who came in, who turn out to be a group of guards from the penitentiary, led by a vengeful Saito.
Oh no, Saito on his own is threatening, but a vengeful one.
Hamazaki offers to turn himself back in as long as they leave the others, but Saito says he's been given orders by the warden to also bring in Yasuko. Kiryu tells Hamazaki to keep Yasuko safe as he steps up to fight the guard. After managing to fight them off and reaching ground level, Hamazaki tells Kiryu and Yasuko to go, as this mess is his to handle, and she has her brother waiting for her. Kiryu agrees to take her to Kamurocho, with Hamazaki apologizing for making him leave his kids, though he says he's not doing it because he asked him to, and that it's his own choice. They then hear sirens outside, prompting the pair's exit, with Yasuko thanking Hamazaki and saying she's proud to know Saejima has a friend like him, leading him to tell her to stop with the flattery and get moving.
Sir, go.
I guess for the main contention, how well do you think this chapter justifies Kiryu joining the story?
I think that it gives him a solid incentive to being like, hey, you know all that money that was like the major plot point in Yakuza 1? That's relevant again. So that was a good way of directly getting Kiryu involved, but it also feels like Kiryu is inserting himself into a problem that doesn't really have much to do with it.
No, I was gonna say, if it wasn't for the case that it just coincidentally happened to be related to events from a previous game, he probably would not give a shit about what's happening.
Yeah, it just feels like they kind of plucked him out of where he was and just put him in the story.
And then I guess the only other thing is, what are your feelings on Hamazaki?
Too soon.
I do like the idea they had of trying to give a villain from a previous entry a redemption arc, which, I guess to jump ahead of the series a bit, is something that doesn't happen all that much.
At least until the end of the story.
I guess the only thing I'd comment on is that I feel as though it might have had more impact if he actually did die saving Saejima from the prison.
It feels like a redemption arc that was way too quick to like leave him completely dispatched afterwards. Like they killed him off way too soon.
No, I think that the things that they established his redemption, and then there was the big fight that killed him off. What I think should have happened is his redemption should have been established during the fight, and I think that would have hit a lot harder.
Chapter 2, To Kamurocho.
I wonder where we're going.
Zimbabwe. Over at Homeland, Sho steps out from the back office while Tanemura pays respect to both Hisai and Sugiyuchi, him figuring the pair were tired of being used by Munakata and Katsuragi, finally finding some level of happiness in the fact that their final moments were truly theirs, going out following their own brand of justice. Sugiyuchi telling him the truth despite knowing that by doing so he was signing his own death warrant, and Hisai choosing to take his own life instead of killing him, Sho, and Mei Hua, along with lying to Munakata about Tanemura's death to make him stop coming after him. He figures they did so to help leave the doors open for him to stop Munakata, though there's still the question on how he plans to do that, especially since he can't rely on the police for help. Just then, the two get a visitor with Akiyama, who's come down as a bunch of district attorney workers have started raiding his office and kicked him to the streets under charges that his tests could be considered coercion.
But I'm just trying to convince them that they're good people.
It's not coercion, it's forceful mind changing.
So not knowing where else to go, he figured to stop by Homeland, with Tanemura telling him his timing couldn't be better, as he needs his help with something. We then cut back to Kiryu and Yasuko, who arrive in Kamurocho on the 13th of March at 5 PM. Kiryu says the town looks the same as always, but he can tell something's not right, noticing the larger than normal amount of police in the area. Figuring they've got no time to waste, they should start the search for Saejima, but before doing so, he needs to ask Yasuko something, taking her to New Serena, where they end up spotting the DA boys raiding Sky Finance just outside. Once they head in, they find the bar is being ran by none other than Date.
My favourite police officer.
Kiryu apologizes for not dropping a line sooner that he'd be in town, along with introducing him to Yasuko, with Date explaining he's working behind the counter as the bar's owner is gone for a week due to family troubles.
Oh, how nice of him.
Kiryu then gets to why he brought Yasuko here, to ask her why she needs to see Saejima so badly she was willing to kill people for it, telling her that she can trust both him and Date. Also, slight question, when did Kiryu find out Yasuko killed people? Like, Kiryu wasn't there to know she killed people, and I'm just gonna assume Yasuko wouldn't have just gone, oh, by the way, Kiryu, I killed people. So, like, how does he know?
That's a really good point.
I didn't think of that.
Did we just discover a plot hole?
Oh my goodness!
Oh my god, this game is ruined, throw it in the bin.
Oh my...
Yasuko reveals that if it wasn't for Saejima, she would have died years ago, explaining that when she was younger, she needed a kidney transplant. However, because of her rare blood typing, she needed the donation to be from a relative, and due to Saejima not being a blood relative, as he was the son from her stepfather's previous marriage, along with her mother having already passed away by that point, that only left her biological father.
This is a very unique, tragic backstory.
A 15-year-old Saejima took it upon himself to find the man and save his stepsister, and even though the situation was dire, as the only thing they knew about the guy was that he was an abusive drunk, and Yasuko preferring death over having to carry a piece of her mother's abuser with her, he never gave up the hunt and continued to look after her.
That's really sweet.
Eventually he found out that he was in Kansai, working dirty jobs for the Omi Alliance, with Saejima heading alone to beg the guy for his help. However, he demanded 30 million yen in exchange for his kidney.
Oh my god, that is one expensive kidney.
With no other options, Saejima resorted to getting into street fights against thugs in Kamurocho to try and scrape what little cash he could get. A fruitless endeavor until he managed to run into Hideki Sasai of the Tojo Clan, who gave him the 30 million in exchange for joining the Sasai family. Altogether, Saejima dropped out of high school, gave up on his dreams of becoming a teacher, and joined the Yakuza just to save Yasuko.
Jesus.
He's a real one for that.
That is quite the 180, but a noble 180.
Due to him saving and giving her the will to keep living, Yasuko states that she doesn't even care if Saejima actually did kill those 18 men, or if the real killer is still out there, as whatever happens, he's still her brother.
That is fair enough.
Kiryu then gets up, asking if Date can watch her whilst he goes out to look for Saejima, leading him to question why he's being so cold. Kiryu asks her what she would do if they found out Saejima had been killed, recognizing that she could end up harming herself if that was the case, and that whilst he understands why she cares about him so much, and that she has suffered a lot in her life, that doesn't excuse the terrible things she's done to try and meet him, before admitting he's far from perfect as well.
Again, not something that seems reasonable for him to say.
He explains he needs her to stay here, as her strong connection to Saejima has clouded her judgment and led her to making a lot of bad choices, promising to find him and reunite the two. Yasuko accepting to wait and Date saying he'll look after her. Once outside, Date tells Kiryu about something he couldn't say in the bar, namely about Majima and Saejima having met up a few days ago, his boys having lined the streets to prevent police interference, with Kiryu figuring to start his search by going to Majima, as he believes he could tell him about Saejima, as well as the connections between the police brass, Jingu, and the Tojo, with Date pointing him in the direction of the family's new office in the Millennium Tower. Once he gets there, he finds a crowd of people gathering outside the entrance, weaving his way to the front to find out what the commotion is about, the answer being that the cops have arrived to arrest Majima.
Bom bom bom.
My question is, how the fuck did they get him to agree to be arrested?
My question is, which crime?
As the press and crowds take pictures, Kiryu walks around the front calling to Majima. The Mad Dog tells him that he's got trapped and figures he's being cropped out for a while, revealing the guy who ratted him out was Daigo.
Oh my god, there's so many bombs, I don't even know how much longer I can do this.
The police take him over to their car, with Majima warning Kiryu it's all a big spider web. The Ueno Seiwa massacre, the stolen 10 billion, and Yasuko all being linked. That if they don't do something, the Tojo is going to die, on top of Yasuko being in danger.
お前しかおらん。あとは頼んだぜ。
I'd probably say there's two main points of discussion we have. So I think first is Yasuko, because, well, I want to say you two have been fairly positive towards her. But I will mention that she's not super popular within the fandom, with I think the main criticism she tends to get is that they tend to feel that a lot of the big emotional stuff for her, so stuff like her having to deal with Saejima just going one day and not coming back, having to go to a police station every day to try and visit him. The main problem with all that, it's stuff that's like really good in theory, but because almost none of it is actually shown and it's just described to us, it doesn't quite leave the same impact as some supporting characters have gotten in previous games.
Yeah, I can kind of understand that perspective, but I think that originally she did have more of an air of mystery to her, and then all the stuff that keeps being revealed more and more, specifically, especially throughout this part, it makes her more of a sympathetic character.
Also, I will always like Yasuko because she's the target of my only successful prediction.
Yeah, and then I guess the only other thing, because it was fairly prevalent here, I guess just to jump ahead a bit, a lot of people just don't like how Kiryu's written in this part, and I think the scene where he tells Yasuko to stay behind in order to prevent her harming herself in case they find out Saejima's dead, that is honestly the most out of character moment for Kiryu, at least for me anyway.
No,
Yeah.
that was definitely out of character, because Kiryu is usually a lot more considerate.
Yeah, I want to say Kiryu is a fairly straightforward person, and he does have a tendency to be very blunt, but that was just outright cruel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just uncharacteristically cold of him to say something like that.
This isn't even me saying I don't like Kiryu having negative traits, because those are the things that arguably make him the most interesting, but there's having negative traits, and then there's just being a dick for no reason. Chapter 3, encounter.
I wonder if that'll be an encounter.
Like a
wi-
Pokemon.
a wild Pokemon appeared.
Over at Tojo HQ, Daigo is having a meeting with Munakata, who's just gotten the call confirming the police have managed to arrest Majima, going on to say he's got men looking for Yasuko and they need to track down the file, telling the person on the other end that's the priority before hanging up. He then thanks Daigo for helping apprehend the Mad Dog, though the chairman just sits in silence. He gets someone to light his cigarette before telling him that his decision is the last bit of good news he needs, and that he's waiting, with Daigo looking over to the corner of the room where Arai stands.
This is just so easy to keep up with.
Yeah, I know. He talks about how he's still in disbelief that the police were the ones who orchestrated both the massacre in 85 and the 10 billion yen incident in 2005. Munakata stating it's the truth, and they've come too far for hesitation. He goes on to say that he believes organised crime is a necessity in society, stating that the ones who helped rebuild Japan after the Second World War were the police and Yakuza working together, describing the situation as a covert affair, the police keeping order and protecting citizens from crime that directly affected them, and the Yakuza preserving Japan's independence by keeping out foreign threats, claiming that the two have always been different sides of the same coin, both walking the same path. He then goes on to say that the Yakuza belong in the shadows, but as time went on and they increased in numbers, they forgot their place and crept out into the light, all in the hopes of making a quick buck. And whilst he can't deny that an organisation of the Tojo size needs funds, the whole scenario is less than ideal for both sides. He claims that he wants to turn back the clock and restore the natural order, offering Daigo that he'll make sure the Ueno Seiwa are destroyed, all through official channels, as neither of them stand to gain from their attempted power grab, with the only condition being that Arai is promoted to Tojo Clan captain, him acting as Munakata's liaison within the group, along with him assuming control of all organizational operations, adding that by taking the deal, Daigo will fulfill his duty as chairman to protect the clan.
Arai, my least favourite four-letter word.
Before he can accept the deal, Daigo has one issue, namely that the Ueno Seiwa won't take this lying down, with Munakata figuring that if Katsuragi isn't a complete idiot, he'll already be setting up countermeasures, most likely by getting some kind of bargaining chip to sway other members of the force.
I don't think that's going to work as well.
I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll be fine.
Shifting over to Purgatory, a bunch of suited men lie on the ground out cold, with Saejima being forced to his knees by two men and his hands tied together with chains, with Katsuragi then talking with his attempted killer for the first time in 25 years. He walks past an unconscious florist and Ibramovich towards the chained up tiger, telling him he's aged, but his eyes are still as fierce as ever, though Saejima just asks what the hell he's doing here. The Ueno captain answering that it's an annoyingly long story, but he's sure Majima already filled him in.
I just imagine that meme was like, you're probably wondering how I got here. Well, it was...
Saejima questions what he gets out of dragging him here, Katsuragi telling him to calm down as he's not planning to kill him yet, as he still needs him alive, though Saejima retorts to just kill him now, as he'd rather die quick than waste time with his shit. The Ueno man figuring that he's made his peace, Saejima saying he's been on death row for 25 years, having been prepared to die ever since he killed those men. Katsuragi then laughs, realizing Saejima has no idea about what really happened, telling him the only life he ended that day was his own, revealing he was the one who killed them, that Saejima may think he's a hardened killer, but he's just a fool.
Chill, bro, it was just a prank.
When Saejima demands answers, he retorts that he'll have plenty of time to chat later, admitting things have gone off the rails recently, him initially working with the cops to try and get ownership of Kamurocho Hills, but thanks to Arai there's been a change of plans, going on to say Saejima will learn more in time, but first he needs more help from him and his sister, leading Saejima to build up the strength to stand up and try charging at him, demanding to know what he wants with Yasuko, before being pulled hold that down. Katsuragi states that the two are key pieces in his chess game, and he's not sacrificing them just yet, declaring that with them, the file, and more cash than he knows what to do with, Munakata will be of no use to him.
Say what you want about the villains, but they really don't know how to stick together at all.
The conversation is then interrupted by a man in a white suit, who tells Katsuragi they've managed to secure all the money from Sky Finance's secret vault, Saejima recognizing the man, as he turns out to be Kido.
Oh my god.
Does anyone else want to reveal themselves as being secretly the worst?
Back over to Kiryu, he figures that after Majima's warning that Yasuko is in danger, the best course of action is to go back to New Serena. However, once he gets there, Date is out cold and Yasuko is nowhere to be seen. Date figures that after he came back from telling Kiryu to see Majima, Yasuko poured them some drinks and then spiked the one she gave him, with him having no idea where she went, apologizing for not being able to keep watch of her. It's almost like this wouldn't have happened if Kiryu just wasn't a fucking dick for no reason.
But then who else can we shoehorn into the story?
With no other options, Kiryu decides to go look for her, telling Date to stop at New Serena in the event she comes back. As Kiryu looks around, he ends up spotting Yasuko running through town, alongside two familiar looking men dressed in red and blue, with the group entering the sewer that leads to Purgatory, Kiryu following not too far behind them. Inside the sewer, they hear Kiryu shouting at them to stop, Tanemura figuring someone managed to tail them, Akiyama getting the group to hide in an alcove, the group figuring it must be someone from the Ueno Seiwa trying to capture Yasuko. Tanemura gives Yasuko his gun, telling her to go ahead, Akiyama explaining that down the sewer is a place called Purgatory, with one of his homeless friends having told him that a guy who looks like Saejima was seen there a few days ago. Tanemura reckoning it's possible he's still there, telling her to go ahead and hopefully reunite with him as they take on the tail, giving her the gun in case she ends up in an emergency. Yasuko asks the two to be careful before running off to see her brother, with the loan shark and detective stepping out to stop the tailor. Kiryu asks who they are, Tanemura rebutting by asking if he's with the Ueno Seiwa or one of Munakata's flunkies. Kiryu, being confused as to what the hell they're talking about, questions where Yasuko is, Akiyama answering that ship has sailed, and when he tries to run past, the pair get in his way. Kiryu tries to explain that he's here to protect her, however, they don't buy it. Akiyama claiming he has kidnapper written all over him. Kiryu retorting he could say the same thing about them and to quit stalling and move aside.
と言ってますけど、どうするよ、谷村さん。
口では何とでも言えるさ。悪いが、今は誰も信用できない。もし安子さんを追うっていうなら。
話し合う余地はなさそうだな。
ああ。
説明は後回しだ。お前らは悪い奴には見えないが、少し痛い思いをしてもらおうぜ。
言うね。
さあ、こっちはいつでもいいぜ。
覚悟はいいな。行くぞ。
Kiryu manages to fight the pair off, continuing on his way, Tanemura questioning just who the hell that was.
They can never just get on, can they? You can't just talk it out over a coffee or something.
When Kiryu arrives in Purgatory, he heads towards the florist's office, finding loads of knocked out homeless men, before noticing a bloody and bruised florist, who says he's a bit late. Akiyama and Tanemura then enter the room, both winded from the fight and confused as to what happened, the florist telling them that Yasuko was captured by both Katsuragi and Kido.
Huh? くそ、どうなってんだよ。
Okay, so I want to say, just as a start off, the fight between Kiryu, Akiyama, and Tanemura, fight itself, really cool, but you can tell that the writers were struggling to come up with a reason as to why the fight had to happen.
Yeah.
So they forgot to actually make it feel organic to get to that point.
Yeah, it just feels like every single person there, including Yasuko, just drank like 50 liters of dumb bitch juice.
It's almost like Mortal Kombat levels of trying to set up fights.
But yeah, I think that's also arguably the second time we've also found a plot hole. Because, well, first we had Kiryu somehow already knowing Yasuko murdered people, even though realistically he shouldn't know that. And then the second is Yasuko just not noticing that they're being chased by Kiryu. Like, the best you can argue is maybe his voice was distorted a bit by the sewer's echo, but that's it.
Yeah.
It's looking like Swiss cheese.
Chapter 4, Chain of Betrayal.
Oh
Wonder
man, here
who's
we
going to get betrayed.
Not again.
Back over at New Serena, Date is helping take care of Tanemura's wounds, commenting detectives these days are a bunch of babies, with Tanemura being surprised he ran into a police legend in a place like this, leading to Date asking if there's something wrong with an ex-cop writing articles and running a bar. Tanemura then going to say that the last few days have been one trip after another. Kiryu and Akiyama then enter, the two having just come back from checking Sky Finance, the place having been trashed and all the money Akiyama spent years scraping together being taken away down to the last yen. All 100 billion of it.
This is what I'm talking about. How do people get these massive sums of money and they just don't seem to be getting smaller?
It's organized crime.
Well, it's organized crime. It sure as hell ain't subtle crime.
He explains that his office contains a hidden vault where he stashes all his cash, with someone figuring out where it was and taking it, believing the one responsible to be Kido. We then see a flashback to 9 days ago, specifically a bit before Sky Finance was invaded by the Hatsushiba clan. Kido arriving at the office looking for Akiyama, only to find no one's home. He sits down to have a smoke before wandering around the place, flipping through some folders and one of the books on the shelves. But when he goes to put the book back, he spots a button hidden within the bookshelf. Kido presses it, at which point the shelves start to slide to the side, knocking some of the books off in the process, revealing a large vault door, with him then opening it to find a room with wads of cash stacked from the floor to the ceiling across all the walls, being stunned at just the sheer quantity of Akiyama's wealth.
That's like Scrooge McDuck levels of wealth.
I mean, that makes sense given Akiyama's voice actor is also the Japanese actor for Donald Duck.
Yeah,
That's
didn't.
incredible.
Wow.
That is actually incredible.
Kido then steps out of the vault, where he spots Hana coming back to the office from the window, causing him to immediately get to work shutting the vault door, setting the bookcase to go back, and putting the books back on the shelves, with Hana arriving just as he was putting the one that covered the button back on. Akiyama explains how he figured out Kido was the one responsible, as on top of being the only likely suspect, as the only other people aware of the vault were him and Hana, he brings up how not too long after he was caught by the Hatsushiba clan, with him finding it suspicious as Kido is a beast in a fight, only keeping it under wraps for the sake of Kanemura, who didn't want to stand out given how frequently the Tojo families end up scrapping with each other, especially given he couldn't even afford his dues to Shibata. Hence why he went to Akiyama for a loan. Because of his fighting skill, Akiyama figures that Kido let himself get captured, leaving behind a believable mess from his struggle to cover his tracks by making it look like a fight happened. However, he ended up noticing something that stood out. The books that were still on his shelves were out of order, something that wouldn't have been affected by the fight, leading Tanemura to be surprised that he even remembers the exact order, given what a mess his office usually is.
Even I find that surprising.
Unless all his books were like alphabetized or something.
Date then asks him, why was he leaving 100 billion just lying around? Akiyama answering that it's because he doesn't trust the banks and none pay decent interest anyway.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair.
Going on to say that the DA guys who showed up were likely fakes sent by Katsuragi after Kido tipped him off. Akiyama says that given his line of work, he's used to being cheated and backstabbed, but it still stings to have this all happening one after another. Date commenting that he at least seems to be handling it well given what happened, as most people in his situation would go into total shock. Akiyama retorting that he is in shock, though he figures that he can make the money back. Plus, the last few weeks haven't been all bad, as he still got to meet Kiryu, confessing that the guy is his personal hero after his actions back in 2005 helped save him, claiming that if it wasn't for him, he'd still be homeless and digging through trash to survive.
I love that. It's just like, yeah, no, my life has been completely ruined, but at least I got to meet Kiryu.
Making him reflect, as he figures that the 10 billion was likely the same money the bank tricked him into laundering before making him take the fall. This ends up making everything feel personal to him, and that if the stuff going on right now is linked to that money, he's in. Akiyama then goes to have a smoke, commenting that he feels as though fate somehow brought them together, them being destined to all end up here. Date asks what the group's next move is, guessing it's to get Saejima and Yasuko back. Kiryu stating that's a given, though Tanemura questions how they're going to do that, as Katsuragi already has the cash, suggesting they figure out where he is, attacking him and his men head on. However, Kiryu states he has a plan, proceeding to pull out the file Hamazaki stole from the penitentiary, calling it their smoking gun. He says there's no doubt that Munakata and Katsuragi are desperately looking for the file, and with a little push, they can draw them out. After catching up the group on how he got the file, its contents, and the police's plans to seize power by creating artificial crime, he explains he's going to use it to try and cut a deal with Katsuragi, Tanemura handing over his phone as it still has his contact details. Kiryu calls the man, who ends up being surprised by the fact he's talking to the legendary 4th chairman.
Holy shit, is that the Dragon of Dojima, Kazuma Kiryu himself?
From the illustrious Sega video game franchise Like a Dragon, also known as Yakuza. After he calls his bluff of not knowing about Saejima and Yasuko, Kiryu tells Katsuragi about the file, explaining how he got it and that the only other people who know he has it being the other men in the room, with Munakata being in the dark. He offers to give him the file in exchange for the Saejima siblings being let go and Akiyama's money returned. Katsuragi retorting that for a Yakuza legend, he's a really bad negotiator. However, he agrees to the deal under a few conditions, namely that Kiryu was to meet him alone at the top of Kamurocho Hills, with the entire Ueno Seiwa Clan being stationed throughout the building who will be told to stop him, acting as a way to ensure that if Kiryu somehow gets to the top and the deal goes through, he'll be too tired to kill Katsuragi.
I think they underestimate Kiryu.
Explaining that he's taking these precautions as he plans to live a long, fulfilling life, and taking his chances with monsters like him and Saejima is a fool's errand, stating that not all Yakuza are like Nishiki or Ryuji, that some would rather survive than die for honor and manliness. Kiryu agrees to the deal, with them arranging to meet at 10 PM that night, Katsuragi adding that he hopes he'll still have a pulse by the time he next sees him.
Oh, that's a cold line.
Kiryu then tells the group about his plan to meet Katsuragi and the deal they made. Tanemura and Date both having some hesitation about it, though Akiyama clocks that nothing they say is going to change Kiryu's mind. When the time arrives, Kiryu heads over to the hills, fighting his way through the Ueno Seiwa Clan as he slowly climbs his way up the building. When Kiryu gets to the roof, he finds Yasuko and Saejima tied up and gagged on the floor, with Katsuragi standing over both of them, who's impressed Kiryu actually made it, supposing not all legends are fiction. Kiryu then demands they get on with it, Katsuragi proclaiming he's a man of his word, that what he lacks in brawn, he makes up for with honor. Kiryu takes out the file, demanding he hand over the two and the cash, Katsuragi asking he relax, as the cash amount that big isn't the easiest thing to move. The group then being joined by Kido, arriving on an elevator carrying the cash in briefcases, apologizing for the holdup, walking past the Saijimas before telling Kiryu it's an honor to meet him.
I love how, like, even the villains who are trying to fight Kiryu are fanboying over him.
They then get to work on the deal, starting by having Kido untie Yasuko, Katsuragi explaining he'll have Kido head over to Kiryu, at which point they'll swap Yasuko for the file, and after he's confirmed its contents, they'll leave him with Saejima and the money, and when Kiryu agrees, he's impressed by his resolve and how he doesn't have a sliver of doubt. Kido then heads towards the dragon, taking off the tape covering Yasuko's mouth and apologizing for all this, with the two then proceeding to make the swap. Kiryu catches Yasuko, who's sorry for not listening to him, Kiryu telling her what's done is done, before asking if she got to talk with her brother, her answering they got plenty of time together whilst they were locked up. Wish we could have seen that, but oh well.
Yeah.
Kido then starts to walk away, before brandishing a gun which he then aims at Kiryu. Katsuragi laughing at how stupid he is, questioning if he really thought he'd let him walk out alive.
Is anyone else getting a flashback to what Haruka said at the beginning of part 4?
He tells Kido to do it, at which point he makes a 180 turn and shoots Katsuragi multiple times. He then collapses with Kido throwing his gun to the side.
So Kido is good?
He then sends the elevator down one level, revealing Arai on the opposite side of the elevator. Kido stating that Katsuragi should have known he's not the kind of guy to stab his Anarchy in the back.
Oh my god.
The triple agent.
He then hands the file over to Arai, who thanks him for his help, before shooting him in the gut, proceeding to send the bewildered Kido down with the elevator of cash.
Oh my god. I know you said that this was like the police conspiracy blowing up in their faces, but I didn't expect all of the bad guys to end up killing each other. Like, Kiryu's probably watching this like, I haven't even even done anything yet.
Arai then introduces himself to Kiryu, and that he's honored the two could meet face to face.
Is everyone just gonna fanboy over Kiryu?
However, Kiryu tells him to not talk about honor, asking if he has any idea of what he just did, that there's nothing more disgraceful than betraying a sworn brother. Arai calmly states that he knows that more than Kiryu could realize before going to leave. Kiryu then shouts to him that he'll never take over the Tojo Clan, and that he'll make sure of that personally, no matter what. Arai simply retorts that he's too late. He's always too late. And that's why things like this keep happening, with the man then taking his exit. Yasuko then brings her attention to Saejima running over to untie him, who after having his tape removed, states the bastard is still breathing, charging towards Katsuragi and opening his jacket to reveal that he's wearing a bulletproof vest. The Ueno captain commenting that he's not the same dumb ox he was 25 years ago, but in the end he's still a total failure of a hitman, feeling bad for Sasai footing the bill on a half-wit like him. Saejima then screams before punching right to the side of Katsuragi's head, with him then standing up, declaring that scum as low as him isn't even worth killing, and that he can just lie there until he rots. Saejima then starts to walk towards Yasuko, at which point Katsuragi starts to get back up, pulling out a gun and shooting Saejima in the arm. He then goes to shoot again, but at the last moment, Yasuko jumps in the way, with the bullet landing in her back. Yasuko then tells Saejima there's something she needs to do, at which point she starts slowly walking towards Katsuragi, the man becoming a snivelling wreck, pleading the woman stay back as he continues to fire his gun, each shot missing until he runs out of ammo. Yasuko then proceeds to take out the gun Tanemura gave her, declaring that it's going to avenge his father's death, before aiming it at Katsuragi. Saejima tells her to stop, but Yasuko demands he stay back, going on to thank her brother, being glad that even if it was just for today, she's glad that she got to see him one more time. Going on to say that he's an innocent man, but she already has too much blood on her hands, which is why she has to be the one to do this. This being the only way she can repay him for all he's done, proceeding to shoot Katsuragi in the head, killing him.
Yasuko! Oi, Yasuko? Yasuko! 返事してくれや! Oi!
ごめんお兄ちゃん。
おい、やすこ、やすこ、おい！
I had a feeling one of them was going to die out of those two.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the Saejimas was going to die, it's just a case of which one. But yeah, I want to kind of end this off by giving my one truly positive thought about Part 4. That being, I like it when they play around with Kiryu's indestructibility. Like, the fact that they're treating it like him taking down the entire Ueno Seiwa single-handedly, or being able to defeat both Akiyama and Tanemura is just normal and accepted. I love that. I really do.
They're just like, yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, they're just like, yeah, you've seen this guy wreck house 3 times already. We know this isn't going to be a challenge for him, so what's the point of even pretending there's any level of stake? And they just have fun with it, which I think if you're gonna have characters reach that level of absurd power, that's what you should do. Just make it stupid and fun.
You may as well at that point.
But yeah, in terms of positives, that's kind of it, because again, I don't know how strongly you two feel about it, but I just don't like Part 4.
Yeah, it's hard to decide which one's worse, Part 3 or Part 4, because I feel like it's just choosing between like exposition or just kind of borderline character assassination.
The main things I don't like about 4 is that on top of a lot of the writing just feeling a lot worse, it also just has my least favorite rendition of Kiryu, because they kind of overplay the wisdomly sage side of the character character to the point where not only can it come off as like incredibly pretentious, but when you end up disagreeing with Kiryu, he becomes flat out awful.
Yeah.
I've noticed it kind of happened ever since they stopped portraying him as a character with flaws. Like, it's almost as if they kind of play it straight, and not the fact that he's like brutally honest with Yasuko is almost like a good thing.
Yeah, I can kind of see what they're trying to go for, because they are playing into the fact that Kiryu is supposed to be this legendary figure within the Yakuza, but they just overdo it to the point where he barely feels human.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel very realistic. It doesn't feel like the character that we've known for the past 3 games.
I guess I will mention that there is a fan theory as to why a lot of the writing, I guess both during Part 4 as well as for Kiryu himself, feel incredibly off. That being that, based on a mix of the dev team admitting that the reasoning behind there being multiple characters is because they felt they couldn't have a story with stakes if it was just Kiryu again. The Japanese title for Yakuza 4 actually being subtitled Heir to the Legends, as well as just the general wonky writing of Part 4, it's led a lot of people to believe that Kiryu was not supposed to be playable originally, and Part 4 of the story is effectively the writers trying to awkwardly crowbar Kiryu into a story he wasn't supposed to be a part of.
Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Again, I should say that's never been officially confirmed by people who've worked on the games. It's pretty much just fan speculation as to what people reckon might have gone on behind the scenes.
Although, to be fair, how they're going to be like, oh yeah, we just shoehorned him in. Yeah, you're right, guys.
It's basically one of those things where we don't have official confirmation, but there's enough stuff going on that a lot of people buy. That's what happened. Finale. Requiem.
I can't say. I wonder if there's going to be a Requiem, because I don't know what Requiem is.
Over at the police HQ, Munakata is reprimanding Arai for not finishing the job, revealing that Kido is actually still alive, him figuring Arai let his feelings get the best of him.
There are people that survive these kinds of skirmishes. It's actually quite surprising.
Though he's decided it's fine, as he believes a simple brat like Kido won't be able to make a difference in the end. And thanks to Kiryu destroying the Ueno Seiwa Clan, the only thing stopping them now is the money. He commends Arai for getting the file back, but then questions why he didn't get the 100 billion, claiming it would have been a simple task given he had assistance with men on the force. Arai states that he was never instructed to do so, leading to Munakata slamming the file onto a table, telling him that won't do, reminding him that he's supposed to be helping create a new underground empire, that giving up a mountain of untraceable cash is unacceptable, as they have nowhere near the funds they need, something that should be more than apparent. He then goes to sit at his desk, proceeding to ask where the money currently is, Arai saying it's currently with Kiryu and his associates, with Munakata telling him that it'll be his responsibility to get that money back, elaborating that they'll negotiate, proceeding to open a drawer in his desk while stating that even the toughest men have weaknesses, taking out pictures of Kiryu's kids, planning to have Arai capture them and use their lives to force Kiryu into giving up the money.
It's like the orphan grinder all over again.
As he hands Arai a gun, he questions his silence, believing the order to be simple enough, before explaining that the gun is to be used if he unexpectedly gets in trouble, the firearm being nigh untraceable. Arai grabs the gun and points it at Munakata, telling him he's done following orders, that as an officer of the law, there's a code he needs to uphold, before shooting him in the chest.
Oh, for God's sake.
Over at New Serena, Saejima is still upset over the death of Yasuko, with Akiyama having gone to his office to be alone so he can similarly process his feelings. Date asks what they plan to do now, with Kiryu being just as unsure, Tanemura only knowing they can't let things end like this, with Yasuko dead, Munakata still on the force, and no one trying to stop him.
If only they knew that Munakata currently has a bullet or two.
Saejima then gets up to leave, shutting down Kiryu when he asks where he's going, and when he tries to tell him that they have proof of his innocence and can help him become a free man, Saejima states he couldn't give a rat's ass what they do, stating he's not leaving, just going to get fresh air. Just then, Kiryu gets a phone call from Haruka, who tells him the news that Hamazaki passed away in the hospital, the doctor stating it was due to a gun wound in his back. Kiryu thanks her for being with the man in his final moments, with Haruka asking if he died protecting him, with Kiryu's answer making her wish she could tell him how sorry she is for how she treated him.
I mean, it was kind of justified.
Well, actually, no, fairly justified.
Yeah.
She then tells him that whilst on his deathbed, Hamazaki requested she tell Kiryu something to keep the Tojo safe from the cops, as it's the only proof guys like them ever existed, along with asking if the message could be passed on to Saejima as a dying wish. Kiryu thanks her for the message and decides when he gets back they'll give Hamazaki a proper burial. Over at Sky Finance, Akiyama just sits in a chair while staring at his pile of cash, before getting distracted by hearing someone walking up the stairs outside. On the roof, Saejima is staring into the sky, with Kiryu having come up to speak to him. Saejima saying he's not interested in revenge or hunting down some dirty cops. Kiryu then tells him about Hamazaki's death, how he took a bullet protecting him and Yasuko, before giving the comfort that he died in peace. He then transfers Hamazaki's dying wish to protect the Tojo, going on to say it took him 40 years to realize something, that for guys like them, their lives aren't their own. They're always being someone new to help and protect. And whilst for the last few years he tried to fight that fate with everything he had, he's now done fighting and is ready to accept the hand he was dealt. He tells Saejima that they have to do this, as too many people and their dreams depend on them. Tanemura then says he's right, joining them on the roof with Akiyama, stating there's still plenty of work to do, Akiyama chiming in that he thinks a tiger belongs in his jungle, and that all four of them have unfinished business.
Yeah, we love witty banter and a team up.
Back inside New Serena, Akiyama suggests a plan to use his money. Specifically, they'll haul the cash up to the roof of the Millennium Tower and then simply wait for it to attract the flies, saying he's unsure who exactly will show up as they know the general party's involved, but not who the actual ringleader is. So to avoid shooting in the dark on who to go after, they'll just lure them all out of hiding by using the cash as bait, potentially causing them to butt heads with each other, and after they figure out who the big bad is, from there it'll be a good old-fashioned beatdown.
That either sounds ingenious or really stupid.
Given it's Yakuza 4, probably both.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
The group agrees to sort out whatever business they need to deal with, and then once they're ready, to meet back at New Serena to start the plan.
こういうのやめません。ちょっと古臭いし。
いいからいいから。こういうの大事なんだって。さ、手出して。
わかりましたよ。あ、佐島さん？
軽い感じで話しちゃいましたけど、一歩間違えば普通に死ぬかもしれない賭けだ。覚悟はできてますね。じゃあ。
Once the group is ready, they all put on black suits and pay their respects to Yasuko on New Serena's roof.
誰が来るだろうか。
誰でもええ。宗方やろうが荒井やろうが東条会を潰すような真似はさせん。さあ行こう。
That night, we see the money stacked on the tower's roof, with the first person we see arrive being Daigo, a voice telling him he wasted no time getting there, turning out to be Arai. He states he knew he'd come, as he's the one who's been giving orders to Kido, Arai then telling him to come out, Kido asking his Anarchy to forgive him.
Wait, who does Kido needs to make up his mind?
Daigo asks how long he's known, Arai explaining he figured it out when Kido told him about the 100 billion, his plan being to steal the money, pretend to give it to Katsuragi, and then invest in Munakata's plan. But whilst Kido is his sworn brother, there's no way he could have known of his link to Munakata, someone else having given him that detail, and the only person that could have done that was Daigo. He figured Daigo nudged Kido towards Katsuragi and made him squeal about the money, with Katsuragi being incredibly easy to manipulate into messing up after being abandoned by Munakata, the slip-up arriving with Kiryu destroying the Ueno Seiwa, not even needing Munakata's support to pull it off. However, something derailed his plan, the death of Yasuko, as had she lived, Kiryu and Saejima would have no reason to stay in Kamurocho.
Oh.
Womp,
Oh
womp,
no.
Daigo is impressed that he managed to figure it out, Arai saying he got some help from Kido confirming his suspicions, knowing that if he let him live, he'd end up going straight to the chairman's arms. He then asked Daigo when he decided he was going to betray the Tojo to get the money, proclaiming that from his actions, he spat on the legacy of Kiryu, Kazama, and everyone else who made the Tojo clan great, going as far as to serve Majima on a silver platter to the cops. Daigo snaps back that he doesn't know a damn thing, that the clan isn't what it used to be, asking if he knows what it takes to keep a group of over 100 families and 30,000 men in order, going on to say that the Tojo has only lasted as long as it has because they used to have heroes like Kiryu to protect them, but they've reached their limit, and because of that he needs to rebuild the group from the ground up, even if that means making sacrifices.
Jesus Christ.
Arai asking if throwing Majima to the police department wolves was one of those sacrifices, declaring that Daigo is wrong, who retorts that what he's doing is for the good of the clan, asking who will keep it safe if he doesn't, showing that Arai doesn't have what it takes, and that he's not been going about this any better than he has, that he talks like he's the perfect Yakuza, when he's nothing more than a police whipping boy.
Ooh.
Oh no, he did not!
Arai tells him that he's no whipping boy, revealing his police badge to the two, explaining that he's never been a Yakuza, instead being an undercover agent sent by Munakata to spy on the Tojo and seize control of the clan.
You have got to be joking.
Kido is stunned that his brother was a cop, however Arai states that too is now in the past, having betrayed and ended the life of Munakata, screaming that he's nothing like Daigo, declaring he's going to bring his own justice to the world, even if he has to fight fate itself, with the money helping him achieve that goal. His speech is then interrupted by Munakata. He begins stating that throughout human history, one truth has been made clear, the group being shocked by his arrival alongside an army of bodyguards. The man continuing to say that there's no overcoming your station in life, power always reigning supreme, some using it whilst all others become used. Arai asks how he's still alive, Munakata shooting him, Arai falling to his knees, but he doesn't die, Munakata revealing the gun he gave him was filled with rubber bullets, commenting they've come a long way since 85.
The fucking rubber bullets again.
He tells Arai that his lack of finesse holds him back, justice being far beyond his reach, with the same going for Daigo, that keeping the Tojo afloat must be difficult for a man of his inferior caliber, and that for Kido, Stumbling across the 100 billion must have felt like a dream come true, saying he can forgive him for that at least, as dreams themselves aren't a bad thing. He then tells the group his men are there to kill them, that he won't let anyone get in the way of his ideals, giving the signal for them to raise their guns.
It's like villain Jenga.
The group then hear the arrival of a helicopter, which proceeds to start landing on the roof, causing the money to start dispersing, Munakata demanding his men to shoot the chopper, but the money flying around makes that near impossible to land a good shot. The vehicle then lands, allowing the 4 heroes to exit and face their enemies, with the helicopter leaving them. Akiyama then tells everyone to pick an ass to kick, with the group splitting up for their final battles.
Pick an ass, any ass.
Saejima tells Kido that when he was floundering, he told him to go balls out, no regrets, so it's only fair he practice what he preaches. Kiryu admits to Daigo that this is his fault, that he's the one who forced the Tojo on him and then abandoned him, but now he's done running, it being time he take responsibility for his mistakes. Tanemura informs Munakata that he's the detective he tried to get Hasai to kill, saying he hates people like him, ones who can't survive without others to do their dirty work. And after the living hell he put Sugiyuchi and Hasai through, he's going to put him away for a long time. Arai comments that Akiyama is being flashy as always, who says he's relieved as he was starting to doubt his ability to judge a person's character, finding out Arai's dreams were bigger than he ever expected, telling him he gets points for ditching Munakata, but claiming justice while using someone else's cash is bullshit.
だから俺があんたを食い止める。
いいでしょ
う。ほう、すごいね。俺に初めて出会った時からその覇気があってくれりゃこんなことにはならなかっただろうに。
もう時計の針は戻らないんですよ。後悔しても始まらない。
ああ、来いよ。
行くぞー、秋山！ありゃ！
Saejima walks down a set of stairs before removing his jacket, turning back to tell Kido it's his turn.
おお、体しとるやないか。のある鷹は爪を隠すっちゅうやつか。
秋山さんの店であの金を見た時チャンスだと思ったんです。冴島さん俺に言ったじゃないですか。極道のチャンスは一度きりだって。俺は今感じるんです。今がまさにその瞬間だってことを。
そうか。なら俺がちゃんとお前の思い受け止めたるわ。
しっかりお願いしますよ。
ああ、手加減なし。死ぬかもしれへんけど文句言うんじゃない。ええな。
はい。
おいや起動。うわ
Kiryu and Daigo both remove their jackets, Kiryu asking if he's ready to finish this. Daigo saying he is, going on to say that if it were Kiryu in charge, he'd probably try to rebuild the Tojo on his own without the money. The 4th chairman retorting it's hard to say, as he's not standing in his shoes. The 6th chairman then saying that if he could give the clan to him, he would, but he's too prideful for that, as he needs to set an example for his men, everyone who's followed him all this way, just like Kiryu did for him.
Daigo, またこうして直接戦えるなんて思ってもみませんでした。でも正直こうして戦えることが嬉しいですよ、桐生さん。来い！俺が登場界という大門の重さ、きっちり体で教えてやるぜ。行くぞ、桐生！おいよ、桐生。どうした
Tanemura starts heading towards Munakata, telling the deputy commissioner he won't arrest him, before throwing his badge to the ground, saying he's turning it in. When Munakata asks what he's doing, he states what he's about to do goes against virtually every rule in the police handbook, leading Munakata to signal in his bodyguards, questioning what he could do against all these men, declaring he'll die like a dog, just as his father did.
Munakata-san, あんた全然分かってない。この町にはね、たとえ相手が100人200人いようが、たった一人で戦う人たちがいるんですよ。彼らのようにね。それじゃあ現場捜査の時の感覚、数十年ぶりに味わってもらいましょうか。
やれ！こいつは早く殺せ！
副総監、いや、宗像静四郎！お前の野望はここで終わりだ。覚悟しろ！
After Tanemura finishes off his guards, Munakata starts panicking, shriveling into the floor and trying to scurry away in desperation, terrified of the 4 men standing over him. He begs Daigo to do something, however he states he should have known he was no match for Kiryu, suggesting Munakata start thinking about what comes next, as it's time they all face reality.
I'm glad he learnt his lesson, at least.
Yeah. Tanemura then takes out his gun and aims at Munakata. Akiyama attempting to head forward, but is ushered to stay back by Kiryu. Munakata asks that he not be so hasty, asking if he has any idea what happens if he goes through with this, though Tanemura just ignores him and fires to his sides, until Munakata crouches in fear.
What a cool character, I can't wait to see him again.
Arai then steps in, standing to Tanemura's side, aiming his own gun at Munakata, telling the detective that he doesn't have the right to die, and that he finally gets it. He asks Munakata if he's afraid, as he'll need a lot more than that, since a moment of fear doesn't make up for all the lives he's taken, with death being a mercy for him, declaring that he'll be spending the rest of his life in the very prisons he's used on so many others, and he'll be right there next to him.
The irony as well, considering all the money that was laundered to make those prisons in the first place.
Arai then lowers his gun and throws it to the side, before getting Tanemura to lower his, at which point he thanks him, stating the police as he knew it only cared for power and greed, but meeting a cop like him at the end makes it a bit easier to pass the torch, with Arai then also bowing to Akiyama. So Arai's a good guy again?
I guess so.
Or maybe he was always good? I don't fucking know, this guy's too confusing. As the pair start walking away, Munakata begins laughing, proceeding to ask if they really think that this would bring him down, reminding them that he's the second in command of the entire force, so a couple trumped up charges mean absolutely nothing. And when Tanemura retorts that they have receipts for all of his crimes, Munakata says the police are the law, a virtuous organization who deliver justice to the people, asking what he thinks would happen if one of its figureheads was arrested, that the force would never stand for the amount of chaos that would break out if that happened. He says those who hold power are protected by it, as power is the country's very foundation, telling him if he wants to shoot, now's his chance, but all of them will rot in prison if he dies here, going into another laughing fit as the group put in all this effort just to choke in their final moment. Akiyama then asks if he wants something to really laugh about, proceeding to take out his phone, telling them to let it rip, at which point a police helicopter flies in, piloted by Sudo and carrying Date. Date declares it's showtime, with Sudo asking how he's meant to justify using a police chopper for his paper, with him answering this is for the people of Japan and he can worry about the justification later, at which point he opens the door and starts throwing newspapers down from above.
I love Date.
I love him too.
He's so good.
On the street level, as people are trying to gather up the fallen money, they then start grabbing the thrown newspapers, which features a frontline story exposing Munakata's corruption. Akiyama tells the deputy commissioner that they have a journalist on their team, asking what he thinks of his big scoop, going on to reveal that they're the ones who slipped him a copy of the file he was after, telling the man to consider the story to be his obituary. A desperate Munakata then grabs the gun Arai threw away and shoots Akiyama, with Tanemura running in to disarm and hold down Munakata, whilst Kiryu, Saejima and Arai check on Akiyama. Akiyama starts struggling, only to realise he's fine, reaching into his jacket to find the bullet was stopped by a few piles of cash in his breast pocket, the group being relieved he's fine and Saejima calling it a miracle.
I'm only gonna say this once. What?
Arai steps on the gun, telling Munakata it's time they stop this madness, with them putting the man in handcuffs. Tanemura turns back to grab his badge, with Akiyama looking at the hollowed out bills, figuring there's no escaping it, having thought to hell with it, only for the cash to be what saves his life. Kido says the group are another level, and there's no way of topping those 4. Munakata then glances over at the gun on the floor, makes a dive for it, and we hear another gunshot. We then jump ahead 2 weeks later to the 30th of March, as we see a woman head down Tenkaichi Street towards Sky Finance, with a newspaper on the ground reporting on Munakata's death, questioning if it was suicide or a corruption cover-up. Honestly, I think it would have been funnier if it turns out the gun he tried to shoot himself with was filled with rubber bullets.
Yes, that would have actually been so much funny.
Tanemura waits in a police car, complaining to himself about how long he's going to have to keep waiting for him, stepping out and remarking that once you hit 40, it's nothing but talking. Yeah, I don't think you would really say that much Tanemura when you had the exposition part.
Yeah.
The woman from earlier then enters Sky Finance, Akiyama waking up and asking her to take a seat, apologizing for the messy state of his office thanks to his secretary leaving, joking he's practically useless on his own, the woman being surprised he even remembered to breathe while she was gone. She then takes off her sunglasses, revealing herself to be Hana, Akiyama asking what happened to cause her to become thin as a rail, Hana remarking that he's not the only one who's useless on their own, as she has barely eaten a thing since she left. She then asks if she can have her old job back, Akiyama approaching her, with Hana closing her eyes. At which point Akiyama remembers something, that he's got a bunch of spare yakiniku bentos from Kanrai, explaining he figured to keep a stock of them just in case she ever came back. And based on how skinny she's gone, she must be starving. Hana asks if it would kill him to stop for a second and tell her how pretty she is, with his half-hearted response making her ask to say it like he means it, before noticing the awful state the client registry is in, asking why this always happens when she's not around, with Akiyama deflecting by asking how many of the lunches she wants, Hana answering with 3. Honestly, couple goals.
Yeah, real.
Up on the building's roof, Kiri was talking to Date about how he's finally going back. Him asking he not refer to him rejoining the police as if he's getting back with his ex-wife, with Kiri remarking he's not too far off as he was always married to the Force. Date then asks if he's ready to head out, Kiryu saying he is, with that conversation then being broken up by Tanemura asking what the holdup is, as him and Date need to get a move on or else they'll be chewed out by Pseudo, with Kiryu and Date once again saying goodbye to each other. After the credits, Haruka asks Kiryu, now dressed in a formal suit, if he's going now, him saying he'll be gone for a while, making sure she'll be fine on her own, Haruka telling him to take his time. Kiryu then begins to head into the Tojo Clan HQ, making his way down the entrance with every man he steps past bowing. He then hears a car approaching from behind, one of the men opening the passenger door, with a formally dressed Saejima stepping out, every single man bowing and welcoming him back. Saejima approaches Kiryu, with the two then looking towards the HQ's entrance, Kiryu reminding him that this place is the only proof they ever walked this earth, asking he serve it well, with the game ending as the pair head in to meet with Daigo and Majima for the inauguration of the brand new Saejima family.
Yoshi. 行こう。
But yeah, with that is Yakuza 4. I guess just to get through it quickly, finale's just cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd probably say my only real issue with it is that I just don't find any of the villains particularly interesting. Like, Arai flip-flops so much on whose side he's on that I can't really figure out what his goal is.
Don't even get me started on Kido, Jesus Christ.
He's basically just there trying to make his big shot, so fine, whatever. Daigo I end up feeling more sympathy towards because he's just been completely fucked over from every angle and no one is trying to help him.
But then I also feel like that kind of goes against his character because he doesn't really. I feel like he's not really the type to be kind of, destructive.
And then finally there's Munakata. Hey, for all intents and purposes, he's basically just a cop version of Jingu from Yakuza 1.
Yeah, it's kind of uninspired in that regard.
Just as a little side thing, let's rank the parts quickly. So, my personal ranking is I'd say part 2 is the best, followed by 1, then 3, and then in distant last place 4.
I would agree with that. I feel like 3 and 4 are more or less tied, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree on that.
I guess just to end off, what are your overall thoughts of 4? Because for me personally, I think it's a game that starts off really strong, but then during the second half, it kind of tapers off a bit.
I like the idea of having different perspectives and having more characters. I think it definitely broadened the field of view, and I definitely enjoyed that, but I feel like it does lose steam as it goes on because it tries a bit too hard to be complex, and it tries to rope in characters that either don't need to be there or are kind of one note and only exist just for exposition. But yeah, it's just kind of a shame.
I think I really like the main cast. I think some of the supporting casts are really good, but I didn't like the villains. It's the way that I would put it is that I would say 4 was better than 3, but not by a significant margin. And if there was any significant margin, it was because of the main cast.
I think with 4, how I view it is that I wouldn't necessarily say I'm a 4 defender, but I think I tend to appreciate 4 than most people tend to do. With 4, the main issues it has is that, for starters, it's still trying to figure out how you actually write a story with multiple characters, which I am willing to give somewhat of a pass to given it's a first attempt. And then the other issue it has is that it wants to tell this relatively complex story. The problem being, it doesn't know how to communicate information in a concise manner. So because of that, it becomes very easy to lose track of what the actual point of a scene is. Because either they end up bringing up 50 different things at once, so you can't figure out what you're supposed to focus on, or the characters just yap for 20 minutes, and because of that, you just zone out. But yeah, I think 4 is one where, when you can piece together what happens, it's pretty decent. The problem being, the game doesn't do a good job at communicating what's happening.
I feel like 4's saving grace is that it kind of offers the different perspectives and the interesting characters, at least with our first 2 protagonists, and then Tanamura is just kind of reduced to exposition, and it's very unfortunate.
I think Tanamura does get flashed out if you do his side content, but then you have the problem of he's the only character with that problem.
Yeah, you may as well just include that in the story at that rate.
I'd say 4 is a decent experimentation for later games, but on its own it's just kind of meh. And that's kind of how it stands within the fandom, because I think outside of introducing Akiyama and Saejima, as well as the incredible infamy of the rubber bullet twist, 4 is just kind of treated as the most average entry in the series.
Yeah, I remember when you said that it was kind of like a mixed bag. Whenever anyone says that about anything, I'm always like, well, I'll give it a go. It can't be as bad as people are saying. And then I actually view that piece of media. I'm like, oh, okay. I see where people are getting those ideas from.
But I'd say based on how you two have talked about it, I think our official ranking for the stories is that 4 is better than 3, not as good as 2, and then the ironic enjoyment we get from 1 is a bit better than how 4 starts off strong but then tapers off in the second half.
Yeah. I think 2 was leagues better than any of the others. 1 was very good. 4 was meh. And then 3 was even more meh, if that makes sense.
But yeah, after this game we have Yakuza 5, which in addition to being the biggest game in the series, is also often viewed as being home to both some of the highest highs and lowest lows in the series.
I'm both intrigued and scared.
Yeah, if you've not got anything else to say, I guess just say your bye-bye messages. There's no like goal for Yakuza 5. We'll just do it when we're up to it, really.
We're free agents. We do it for the people.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I didn't expect, particularly the last video to do as well as it did, because I was very tired during those recording sessions. But I really appreciate that you guys do enjoy this series, and I'd love to do more of this.
And also remember to eat your vegetables.
And stay
And stay
hydrated.
hydrated.
Do those, and you can be just like Kiryu.